sees one look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1-2. Oh, Doki, what a play. That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now. Now adapt and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not ready for it with the Ella SMG.
Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Hang on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge slam. Picks up two.
Surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but oh, with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Northern Premier League. We're ready to go into day number 2 now, Playday number 2. Obviously just kind of building off our success from yesterday, and we'll see how things start to shape up as we head in now to the day's action. Let's bring alongside me my 2 analysts for the beginning game. We've got Grace and we've got Dino. I'll go to Grace first. Grace, we're back again. Did you get much sleep yesterday?
Not really, to be honest, but we're moving. I think I was just so excited after last night that I just couldn't sleep until about 2 in the morning. I was kind of just thinking about everything that happened. And again, some of the upsets for chaos that happened. Beautiful stuff, to be honest, Dino. Difficult to sleep after a night like that.
And then have to get up to go to boring, stupid work instead of being able to look at all the highlights again and prep for tonight. I mean, you know.
Exactly.
So, I mean, I think you look at how things went yesterday, which we have the graphic for. We're going to break it down. I suppose this kind of set the standards for some teams. I would definitely say there was probably a few teams there who maybe thought, you know what, we probably could have done better. You look at our first game, Coalesce versus E6. I would say that Coalesce probably felt as if they had a good chunk of momentum, and maybe they feel a bit hard done by that they couldn't pull back in overtime, because Grace, it was a good attempt to kind of revitalize in that second half.
Yeah, to be fair, I was super impressed by them. I didn't expect that at all from them, and I certainly didn't expect the performance from 86. I do think they were a little bit jankier than what I expected. Obviously securing that dub in the end, but that was a close one, Demo, and it could have been yet another upset for the night. You know, we look at, again, the upset really that's the main one there for me personally is the Ambush versus MNM one, where I think a lot of people expected maybe MNM to take that one away. And again, I know that Snarl has probably sat there with a massive grin on his face that maybe we were kind of second guessing the Nordic scene, but they turned around yesterday and did a very, very good job of it all.
Dino, speaking of MNM, this is a real chance for them to bounce back today. You know, 7-4, the scoreline. They had some good rounds, but they're also, you could see there was mistakes, but they were easy fixed mistakes. It's just, have they done that today?
Yeah, M&M, like you say, they definitely had the right template in place. They just couldn't put all the pieces together and get it to work enough to go up against Ambush. And Ambush just put on a very good, solid performance from start to finish. As we look at their opponent today, because they're going to be going up against Coalesce, they did well in the second half of Bank on the stronger half where they were defending themselves. This is going to be a chance for both of these teams to prove to everyone that they can play as units and be successful regardless of the sides that they're playing or the situations. They both need to come out and have strong performances here.
What about Victus, Grace? I mean, what performance coming in from those guys yesterday? 7-1, it didn't really look like a contest at all for Victus.
It didn't, did it? Again, as I said, it was like a bit of an unfortunate one, to be honest, for RIDDLE going into it. Not RIDDLE, sorry, for RCTIC. But I just feel like it was... Again, something that was expected. This is the old LFO roster. They do have a lot of experience. That run out by YZN, though, was absolutely disgusting. And that proves just the kind of momentum that was going on in that map. It was kind of like, as soon as Victus realized, okay, we could just be super hyper-aggressive, and they're not going to be able to deal with it because they're going to be so by the book and kind of black and white about everything that they won't be able to contest against it, really. And it worked out well for them.
And Dino, let's not forget about the big rumble that we had between NAVI and Heroic. It was a Heroic win. It was quite comfortable on paper with the scoreline, but it was a matchup where it really could have went either way.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed it yesterday on the show as well, but it was both teams having lots of good moments in rounds and coming down to a lot of these gunfights and the teamwork in those final few seconds in those 2v2s, 2v3s. So I mean, we just saw Heroic putting on a better performance across the full course of the map, and I mean, they've already secured their spot in the upcoming major, so we know that they're going to be good at this.
Yeah, you can see the dominant performance, just some of the replays there, some of the highlights that we got. But yeah, it was a game that really could have went either way. Let's not forget about our last game of the night as well, Grace. TENSTAR, that was kind of the talk of the town to see how this young side that everyone have kind of pitched as their next up, almost, you know, like the ones who came before them at MNM, Koana, you know, those teams who've been there, done that, following a similar footpath, and it was a bit touch and go yesterday, but still they got the win.
Yeah, it was a bit touch and go, obviously ending up on a 3-3 split for the first half, but again, that's probably down to the fact that they didn't really want to show too much and they were being by the book themselves. But again, similar to how Victus played, as soon as you realize you can take that aggression if people are being too black and white about it, you just carry it full steam ahead. It's like the runaway train situation.
Riddle, give it a good go. I think there was definitely some notable players. You think of Harry, who I think stood out really, really well yesterday, Dino. You know, that's something I think Riddle can still look at this matchup and think, you know what, there's still positives to take out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Riddle have definitely got a good foundation with which they can build off of in the future. There was a lot of talk of them being, you know, outclassed. I'll go and say it myself. Like, we were calling them out quite a fair bit. I was calling them out quite a fair bit for not being able to stand up to some of these other teams. But what we saw yesterday was some really solid foundations and some good teamwork coming through. And with just a bit more time, they could really be a threat to some of these teams in this league. And I mean, there could be some big changes coming up in the standings over the next few weeks.
Well, there isn't really too much to talk about the standings. Let's be honest, it's only the first Playday that we have up, and obviously that can change at any moment's notice. But there's your top 5 teams that you've seen all having their wins yesterday. Not a single OT. Grace, maybe that's something that we were lacking, is a bit of overtime, maybe a bit of spice added into the pot.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a nice spicy overtime. Again, this evening, do I think it's going to happen? Probably not. Maybe potentially towards that last matchup, but we will get to that later. Again, I just think it's always awkward in the first week, isn't it, Demo? When you've got those first 2 play days, and it's kind of like people are getting the feelers out a little bit. They want to see each other in action a little bit before they start to really bring something concrete and cemented to the table. So I think this is a kind of more of an info gathering week, really, for everyone. And the teams that are ending up on top, it can only be a good thing, really.
Dina, let's take a look at the schedule for today. We'll have a look and see who's playing who and what matchups we might have today. So the first game, Victus up against Riddle. Then we move on to Ambush versus Heroic. NAVI take on RCTIC. MNM Academy, see if they can bounce back against Coalesce. And 86 versus TENSTAR, which, Dino, in my opinion, that's probably the match that you want to tune in for.
Yeah, definitely that final match is going to be a spicy one. Both of these teams got a bit of history between each other, and both of them really want to win, both on the up and up recently. I'm also keeping an eye out for that MNM Academy versus Coalesce game, because that's going to be a big proving ground for how sort of the middle of the table for me is going to look throughout the rest of the season. And if both of those teams have a good game, it could be a really interesting season as a whole.
Yeah, Grace, what catches your eye? Any team you want to really see step up to the plate today?
I think in terms of stepping up to the plate, again, just MNM, I really want to see them show up tonight to the standard that I expect from them, that we all expect from them. I think they were a little bit rocky yesterday, and again, a few kind of maybe creative choices that I think they should go a bit more standard with. In terms of one that's going to be interesting based on the information we'll get from it, it will definitely be the 86 versus TENSTAR game. That one is set to be a barn burner. Again, TENSTAR hyped to be the next one's up, but at the same time, the 86 roster, there's a lot of experience within that roster, with especially with the pickups of Vito and Astro as well. Obviously, Astro coming from Gamma and Vito coming from Nubbles and previously Chaos. They have had experience in some, you know, slightly higher leagues, and I think that could be quite an interesting one to see how it goes going forward. Especially given how TENSTAR can play at a very high standard. We've seen them play at a high standard before. It's just obviously, again, the start of the tournament, so no one really knows what to expect just yet.
Dino, just based on yesterday, from what you've seen from Heroic and NAVI, do you think there's any other sides that can maybe have a go and take down some of these EUL sides? Because it's quite difficult to kind of imagine, you know, a team like RCTIC going and beating NAVI. It's a bit unrealistic in many cases.
Yeah, but I also think it's very early days to be trying to make a statement that big. Teams like Victus, they've got, you know, a very impressive performance behind them, but then they've not gone up against some of the stronger teams. So I think Victus, TENSTAR, 86, they should be able to put up good performances. And I think if maybe Navi or Heroic, aren't playing at their full focus and let a couple rounds slip, then, they could be in a dangerous situation and we could see games go against them. But I think just on paper, they should be pretty safe throughout the entire season.
Yeah, and Grace, if these guys want to be the next up-and-comers and want to make their way into EUL, they're going to have to beat, these world-class players. They're going to need to, so why not start now?
Well, that's exactly it, isn't it? Again, if they go in with their right head on, they go in completely focused, they have the nice strat sell-ups and things like that, they can absolutely do it. I have full faith, especially, again, the Victus roster at the moment. Like, that is a really nice roster. Yes, they've had some changes as well, but so far, I think it's going to be very solid. And I don't think any of these changes have been bad changes at all. I think we've got a lot of new raw talent going into what was already a very, very nice lineup. So, and of course, TENSTAR as well. Everyone's completely hyping up the way that they've been growing and nurturing themselves, and it is just an upward trajectory for them. I think it would make a lot of people very happy to see Victus or TENSTAR kind of beat Heroic or Navi, but I think whether or not that will happen is yet to be determined. I feel pretty positive about it. Again, I know everyone's like, it's early days and you don't really know what to expect, but I do feel pretty positive that we'll get at least one upset out of those four.
Let's have a look and see the talent predictions for today. Who has went for what? I know that Jack has went for a bit of a wild one. I don't know what he's thinking. I'll be honest. I really don't know what he's thinking. I'm surprised he didn't put RCTIC. If he's going to go for that play style, just own it. Go for the RCTIC pick. Try and go for try and go for 0 out of 5. That's more impressive than getting 5 out of 5.
Yeah, everyone's trying to go for 5 out of 5. It's the cooler thing to get none of them right. Really?
I mean,
I do. I'm actually.
Us three have all went
really
for the same.
Well, this is it. Yeah. I'm taking my prediction elo very seriously this season because I'm fed up of trolling it too hard, so I'm taking it deadly serious. I expect to be the one with the best score at the end. If not, then I'm sure I'll find a way to blame one of you.
The only one...
No.
The only one I'm worried about is the TENSTAR 86. I think that is a coin flip. I think that is the closest game by far. I think you can put either side down there and you have a back and you have a reason of why that would make sense. So that would be really the only one that I think you could probably debate on. Heroic, I think if they play the way they do yesterday, the gun skill will be able to carry them over. You got Bench, you got Sloth just playing the way they do. Again, after what Victus did to RCTIC, Victus I thought were very, ratty in many occasions, going for those jump outs, going for, those just aggressive plays. You deal with NAVI, that they're the team who can also go for those to an even higher caliber whenever you got Blur running around as an Amaru. It's, some of these, I think it's difficult to not just say, yes, they're going to do it. And then some, there's definitely a reason for it.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? It gets to probably the fourth map onwards of tonight, and that's when things get a little bit more dicey. Again, the 86 10-star one was probably the most difficult one to predict. I think a lot of us feel that way about that one. I think if the match yesterday against Coalesce was a little bit more one-sided towards 86, I think we all maybe would have said 86 for that matchup, but judging on the performance yesterday, I think that's personally why I've gone for 10-star there, because I feel like 10-star can come in all guns blazing, and if 86, again, if they're not playing at that full standard that perhaps we expect from them just yet, then it could be a 10-star dub, which again, that would be quite exciting as well. You're taking down a team with a very good reputation. Yes, again, changes have happened, but it's still that name when you hear it, isn't it? It's the old Golden Boy story of UKIN 2 to UKIN and then CL with that Viperio name. So it's exciting stuff, really. And I think tonight we are being a little bit spoilt towards the end of those matchups.
Yeah, Dino, is there anything else that you're looking forward to tonight? Any players, perhaps, that you maybe want to step up?
I mean, I kind of want to counter Grace's point for a second there, in that, yes, Viperio had a strong opening half and then it got a bit shaky, but then the 10-star opening half was very shaky. We were Fresh was going up making the predictions that it was going to be 7-0 and that we've got to come up with a forfeit for him. So
I'll fight you on that because I don't think it was shaky. I don't think it was shaky at all. I think it's the fact that they went in just as safe as their opponent. And then the moment they realized, hang on, this is kind of like watching two people just dance around each other in an MMA ring. Like no one's actually hitting each other. We should probably hit them. As soon as they start doing that, they take away. It's like all guns blazing and they take the dub. It's just an energy thing and willing to commit to the way that you're approaching your enemy, Dino, in my opinion. But...
I'm going to say that TENSTAR needed that first game to get settled in. And this is going to be, you know, even Kenny himself said it yesterday in the interview and in the post show, like the first game of the season for them has consistently been rocky. That's the first game of the season. You've got 24 hours to turn it around and come out with a strong performance. We know that they can do it. They've done it before. Now they really need to step up because they're not going up against, you know, one of the weaker teams. They're going up against 86, who's been their arch rival for God knows how long at this point. So it's can TENSTAR to me really make that change, that adjustment, get into that match day mindset from the get-go. And that's the big thing that I'm looking out for today.
Well, there you have it from the analysts. They've really spiced up the TENSTAR versus 86 game, which is going to be our last matchup of the Playday. So that's going to be later on in this evening. We're going to go to a quick break, but we will be back ready to go to dive into our pre-deck segment for our first game coming up. It's Victus versus RIDDLE.
There you go, you got it.
3 quick kills, 4 quick kills coming.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Chris steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills, all E1 DCUs. What?
Hello everyone and welcome back, ready to jump in now and get ready for the first game of the evening. Play number 2, game number 1, Victus up against RIDDLE. Grace, this is a matchup where we have one team who's definitely in Cloud 9 and another team maybe not so much.
Yeah, I think maybe going into this RIDDLE will be a little bit spooked if I'm perfectly honest. I think, again, going into this, it's the idea of maybe they will see this as a learning experience over, okay, this is definitely a secured dub. I think that yesterday, it showed that RIDDLE are a team that they play a little bit more by the book, they play a little bit too safe at times, and I think that Victus, being Victus, will exploit that. They'll bring the hyper-aggression, and at the same time, totally optimistically here, if RIDDLE go back over the VOD yesterday and they notice, okay, Victus might turn around and get your razzle dazzle, they might be turbo hyper aggressive, maybe they'll do something really overly creative to get around that. Maybe they'll bring a specific operator lineup where they're like, we're going to prepare for them to run at us all guns blazing, and maybe try and put a little bit of a stop to that, at least give us some time to try and get our senses a little bit. So we'll see what happens there. We'll see what happens.
Let's have a look at the Victus roster. Dino, it's a side that we've known from UCAN 2. They came up, of course, for the promotions that happened not too long ago. It's a solid side, a household name already, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, YZN, Oscar, Skeptic, Flexi, and Skyty, if you've been following the UK scene for a while, you know all of these players. And, even some of the young blood like Oscar, they've come out and they've already made a very good name for themselves. And I just want to touch on what Grace said there and what Oscar said yesterday, in that they didn't know what they were doing. They played a very hyper-aggressive game where there were no call-outs. YZN jumped out a window, got 3 kills, and didn't communicate it. So maybe RIDDLE sit there and read into what Victus did, but I don't think Victus even knew what Victus did. So maybe we'll get a repeat of that again today.
Grace, for a side like RIDDLE, going into their matchup yesterday, it was one that we didn't really expect them to win, just because of, I suppose, how much we kind of hyped up TENSTAR and how much of praise we kind of sing their way. But, in that first half, they showed signs that they have players who can play if they're on their game. You think of Perry, for example, someone who really stood out yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Perry, again, I think we all found it quite funny that there's 2 players called Kevin and Perry. Also, Snarl said to us to watch out for plays from Katal as well. And I do think he had some really nice moments here, there and everywhere against TENSTAR. So potentially they can make something work tonight. This is a thing. I'm not going to try and completely dampen their hopes here, but I just think that this may be quite a one-sided affair. At the same time, it's still experience. We've said this since the get-go. Of course, we do have more UK teams than the Nordic ones, and it's an opportunity for the Nordics teams to really put themselves on the map. And if they can turn around tonight and maybe give Victus a little bit of a run for the money, then that's not only bragging rights, but that's a little bit of glory for the Nordic side as well.
Dino, for a side like RIDDLE, where maybe they don't have the same expectations, I think, as you'd look at this kind of league and you expect, okay, who's going to be top 4, who's going to be top 6, I would say that majority of people maybe wouldn't put RIDDLE up there even in top 6. Is this a chance for this side to really play that underdog card and just go out there and just play their siege, because anything can happen?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when you're playing against these hyper-aggressive teams who aren't obeying any strategy, aren't doing anything, that does leave gaps in what they're doing. It does create opportunities for you to be able to exploit. So if you have your good solid basics down, your fundamentals already set up, and you know what you're doing as a team, and you can keep that mentality together, you can definitely start to steal rounds and really put some teams on notice and force them to respect you round in and round out. And that, I think, is what RIDDLE should be aiming for here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the maps and we'll see where we're headed to today. I think we had a bit of a varied kind of map pool happen yesterday. We've seen a bit of Clubhouse. We've seen, I think, 2 Village yesterday as well. Maybe something new. Cafe is going to be on the board. This is quite a temperamental map. I think it's certainly one of the more one-sided maps that we see a lot. I think it's a tough old map to attack, so whoever's on the attacking side looks to be it's going to be Victus starting on the attack. Grace, this could be a tricky first half for them.
Again, I don't think realistically it would be too difficult for them. I think when it comes to the cafe attacks, yes, it can be a bit more difficult, but we are seeing, especially within the last 5 months, it's becoming a lot more fluid for a lot of teams, given the operator secondaries that we have. Again, that nade meta coming through like a charm a lot of the time. And again, the fact that now that we've got Flores in the operator pool as well, that's been a lot easier to deal with things like the classic pixel hold as an example. So I think it is, again, really comes down to how that defender team play their defense and where they want their utility to be and what utility they're bringing. Again, maybe instead of the pixel hold, you want to bring things like the Aruni gates and things like that instead to kind of hold off the attack for as long as possible. Victus, I think they could do all right here still. Again, I sound like Victus's #1 fan demo, but it's just the fact that they are a good roster, and I don't think they're going to have any issue regardless of what map they're taken to.
Dino, Gray seems confident. I mean, if you think about, Cafe as a whole, this is obviously an aggressive map. If we know anything from Victus from what we've seen yesterday, this could suit them very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely, it could. But I've just been having a quick glance back over their match history, and of their recent-ish games that they've played, they've not really gone for Cafe. I mean, back 2 months ago when they were doing the Rumble and Yukin 2, they were playing lots of best of ones, lots of best of threes, and they didn't really play any Cafe at all. And the one record that I have of them playing Cafe was against Delta Project in a best of 3, and they lost that map. So to me, it's not Victus's strongest map. Obviously, they've had a lot of time to work on it, but there does show that there could be opportunities for RIDDLE to exploit here.
Well, that's going to be us done for the pre-desk. Let's throw it over to our two casters, Thomas and Jack, fellas. Have fun with this one.
Thank you very much to the entirety of the desk, and hello! It is us again. It is I, myself, and Jack, fresh, of course. Looking fresh as always. Always going to do a pun with fresh, because it's fresh.
Thank you very much.
You're asking for it. But RIDDLE versus Victus. It's going to be a very exciting matchup, personally for me, of course, seeing RIDDLE on a map that I personally get to see a lot over in the Nordic Championship, which is, of course, Cafe. What are your thoughts on this matchup, fresh, considering the performance that we saw from Victus yesterday against RCTIC, and then RIDDLE's performance against TENSTAR on a map such as Cafe Dostoevsky?
I think realistically, as the desk pointed out, was that it's going to be hard for RIDDLE, kind of regardless. This league is just most definitely a step up for them. But Victus also, they had a very easy time yesterday. Will they have such an easy time? We weren't really expecting RIDDLE to come out yesterday and get 2, 3, 4 rounds. I was speaking with their analyst after the game, and he was saying, even we didn't really expect that. We played without fear. We picked up a few rounds, and that's probably what they're going to be hoping for today again. And especially Cafe, you've said it. The Nordic teams love Cafe for some reason. So if you go to like a home ground map, then there we go. Let's get ourselves into Cafe.
I'm a bit they are going to start in the defense at RIDDLE if I interpret the map veto correctly there, and I'm thinking what kind of sites, because I'm thinking bar is usually like the first site that we see from a lot of teams, but I'm a bit worried that an attacking team with aggression such as Victus, who were able to sort of dismantle the RCTIC yesterday, that they could be a number 2 big perhaps to start on bar, or is that still the best possible viable option for RIDDLE?
One thing about Cafe is it's very individual, which is strange. That in my mind, there's no established first site that you would go to. Even a second site, we see teams play train, we see teams play reading, play the middle floor a lot. Some teams like the bottom floor and the basement, some teams don't. The same with the bar cocktail side. So for RIDDLE, and I always say this about Cafe, is it can be a very good leveler for teams that are a bit lower in skill. For example, if you are going to defend cocktail, you can do a whole shop hold and open up the red walls, and really just try and deny entry into the map and try and create gunfights in your favor, where there's an attacker, having to come down a hatch and then look at an open wall and shop, and I think maybe that's something that RIDDLE could do, is try and isolate gunfights, especially when they're on the defense. Kind of gang up 2 or 3 people, gang up on one person, and really try and deny the entry into the map. I think that could be a good source of success for them.
It did seem like Riddle were more capable of getting gunfights or getting at the throat of TENSTAR yesterday compared to RCTIC, who were trying to do more things as a team and got caught out by like jump outs by YZN and stuff like that. So I'm thinking that I still think that Victus would be a number 2 big for Riddle, but I think Riddle might be able to put up more of a showing than what we saw from RCTIC last night, also because we know that RCTIC themselves weren't happy at all whatsoever with their own performance. They said it themselves. It's our first tier 3 matchup. We were a bit nervous. Could you tell? But there were two. It's funny to see how like getting your debut at tier 3 can play out so differently. One like soared above expectations, whereas another one just completely went flat. But we're not going to go flat. We're going to fly over to Cafe Dostoevsky. We're going to stop talking about the match, and we're going to start witnessing this match unfold in front of our very eyes. Enough speculation. Let's get the answer right here, right now.
And there we go. And we're going to be straight into the ban phase in just a quick second there. Here it is. You are correct in that Riddle will be starting on the defense, Victus starting on the attack. And realistically, operator bans-wise, we're going to expect to see a lot of the normal. Riddle taking away the Flores, and I think we saw it yesterday. I can't remember which game it was in specifically, but there was
first game.
Yeah, there was Flores drones getting so much utility, and it means that Flores can kind of negate Jaeger, can kind of negate Wamai, even a Rooney to an extent. And you can completely, with Flores, you can just get rid of so much utility. So I'm not surprised to see that taken away. Flock, on the other hand, is a bit of an interesting one, should I say. I'm going to use that crutch word, interesting. It's not one that you always see. I don't know if they've got VODs on Riddle and know that they like to go in on the, in terms of the reading side and book below, or whether it is an expected ban or not. But it's definitely a strange one. It does leave Thatcher and Maverick open as well, by the way. So all breaching options are open. It means, for example, on the basement, it means a bakery take is completely possible for the attackers rather than having to do a full clear because Thatcher will be available.
Are you doing a Pengu where you're calling the ground floor the first floor for basement?
I tend to just call it basement because I don't know what my morals are on this little debate anymore.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I come from a culture where we call...
First floor.
I come from a culture where we say first floor because it's the first floor that you enter of the building. But that's I'm not gonna start the whole if that was your diplomatic take.
First floor for me would be the
second, what I would call the second floor. Yeah, no, because that's the debate that we tend to get in when I'm over in the UK or whatever. It's like no, this is the ground floor. It's on the ground. It's like but it's the first floor of the building.
I tend to go with basement, mid-floor, top floor, especially this map.
That is very diplomatic of you, Mr. Fresh. Yeah. I'll probably stick to my first floor, as it says in the compass in the game that we're currently casting. But that might just be me being a bit, biased. I don't know.
Extend the compass off. We don't want to see it. So first, second, and third floor in game, and that's what I will use from now on.
And exterior. There you go. Thank you, Medic. See, Medic proved it. Medic proved it for me right there.
I just say I'm exterior.
I'm on the exterior of the building. So, hi, I'm looking for you. Where are you standing? I'm standing on the Starbucks exterior. Can you see me? Yep. Northwestern side.
Plexi currently on the exterior.
Yeah, just follow the pings. Yeah,
the drone's flying through the exterior.
Yeah. through the exterior even. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yep. Well, Kettle is waiting for the hatch to be open so we can yeet out a little bit of a C4 here. And let's see if they have timed this correctly, though. But it does seem like Victus are going to take their sweet time and actually be expecting this kind of shenanigans. But keep in mind, we are actually on the defense on the first floor, the bakery.
Correct.
And Oscar with the opening kill. He said he had a little bit of a boring game last night. And let's just say that he certainly knows how to raise the level completely here, I was going to say, as Skydie is inside of Bakery already with a little bit of control. And it's not the opener that Riddle was hoping for, but keep in mind, the two players who were really standing up for Riddle last night are still alive.
Yeah, Perry, he's going to peek around that shield that somehow has stayed up. It's withstood a nade and a Gon 6, but the second nade that comes in will take the shield, it will take Perry as well. Katari's now going to be the main point of contact here for the next engagement. He's on the red stairs. He's going to look towards Wedding, try and get himself a little freebie there towards Wedding. And if not, he can literally just sit on red stairs and hold the cross all the way to site. Riddle, they need to find a kill here because they're in a 3v5 disadvantage. Victus have 90 seconds to work with to start methodically moving these players out of place. The nade comes in, the nade kills Kevin. That's Perry off the board, that's Kevin off the board, and RIDDLE are in a 2v5.
2v5, and the two Norwegians will have to do it. Kettle will find his first kill of the game, not expecting someone to be at red stairs. I was going to say the intel game was on point for Victus there. The red ping didn't even make Kevin move, but Serpega with a lean up on the SMG. All of a sudden, the Norwegians are stepping up here for RIDDLE. One of them might be dead, but the two remaining ones are certainly making their names known here as yet another nade kill. As I say that with the injury, the SMG king himself at the moment, Serpega with the triple kill. Let's just hope it doesn't get too aggressive. He has 50 seconds left here, so he has to worry because YZN will of course have a little bit of intel, we would assume. Smoke's coming out. Serpega's still holding a pixel angle, hoping that he might peek out, but he will be expecting it, and there you go! Serpega with the quad kill, the SMG. We spoke a lot about his fellow countrymen last night, and he's saying, you know what? I'm stepping up to the plate as well. They got their names out there. I'm going to throw mine into here as well. And RIDDLE take round number 1 after an incredible individual performance by Serpega.
Absolutely amazing SMG11 play. I don't know how he managed to get those 2 kills, kept his composure, got the refrag onto Oscar for the 3rd kill, and then it's all into that 1v1 scenario. Knows the holes, knows, has an idea of where the capital's going, gets the quad kill. Serpega with a wonderful play that really brought his team back into the round there because they were strategically beat. Oscar had got a 2k with the nades, and, the round was all but done. And when that happens, when you've got that on your team, you need somebody on your team to just step up and make the play, win the round for you. And that's exactly what Serpega has done there. Absolutely sensational play.
I mean, I thought, like, the talking point was going to be the 3 nade kills and the red ping is coming through and Kevin still getting pinged and not moving or anything. And then Serpega's just like, no. I want to be the center of attention. Look at me. Me. And he just stepped up there to the plate. And that was, again, a testament as to why some teams have been saying, or some players, has said to me in a private correspondence, like, okay, RIDDLE, yes, they are the underdogs. No, they're not like a team with a capital T, but their players can shoot back. And in a I think it was a 5v2 even as well, but well, not actually 4v2 because Ket was still alive when he got that kill. But but still, they were still able to turn that completely around, and it was just a round of 2 halves where Victus did everything right in the setup, and they just fell together because of Serpega's individual performances there.
Yeah, I think strategically the idea to hold Baker is potentially the right one, knowing that there was a factor on the board. You really can't just close off Bakery because the attacker always going to come there. But Victus just worked through that defense with ease. And like I say, it came down to that individual play. So what's going to happen this round? We're on a cocktail site. And I think Medix has just potentially just highlighted the double claymore for me there, I want to say.
Yeah, that's probably it. There we go.
It's pretty pixelated on my screen, but I do see it.
Yep, 2 claymores.
Ash, all operators now have 2 claymores. Covers both of the runouts that side. On a map like Cafe, you want to cover at least 2 windows most of the time when you're repelling. So as we're going to see, we've got a run out and a door run out and a rotate run out. That's 1. YZN gets 1, and Kevin doesn't manage to refrag Katal there. Nice start again, once again. YZN, Victus picking up the first kill. Although YZN, he's going to be very wary of this now. With needs a drone, needs some kind of information there before he can continue playing the windows.
Again with the nade kills. Is that the 4th nade kill and Oscar's 3rd?
I think it's the 3rd. Yeah, it's the 4th nade kill in total. Oscar's 3rd from 3 grenades.
Wow. I like those odds, Imagine if there was an operator who could deal with nades and maybe even a second one that hasn't been banned or anything.
And it's free.
Yeah.
Rooney as well.
Such a shame. Yeah. Well, that's true. Yeah, Rooney as well. That 3, yeah. I thought you said free, sorry. Why I didn't catch up there.
Don't get me started on the old free and free debate.
No, I didn't even know it was a debate. I literally just thought you said that. I was just just blanked out. Sorry, my bad.
I'll tell you this between the rounds about free and free.
You do that.
So we've got 5v3 again. Who's going to step up this time? Will it be Serpega on the SMG11? Will it be Perry? It's not going to be Serpega as he's taken down. It's all up to Kevin and Perry. Kevin goes down, all up to Perry in pillars. He's now going to go into reading, got to make his way back up white stairs. The Skeptic's going for the diffuser. Victus, they're going to know that he's going to come up the right stairs. There's no way he goes to the right stairs with a hatch open. He's got to look up. He's got to find the first engagement. Decides to actually go back down, look back up some of the vertical he previously made earlier into the round. Maybe, no. I think he's done.
Yeah, he's just like,
Yeah.
nah, I can't even bother climbing these stairs. It's like, nah, I got stats to worry about.
He's a superstar DJ. He doesn't need to get clutches.
Very, very true. Very true. So,
Right.
three and free. I think I've heard
3
about it
and
before,
3.
but I completely forgot about it. But go on.
So, I have a very hard time saying and distinguishing the difference between the words as in free, as in that is so free,
Okay.
and the number free.
So
To me,
so
I say them and they sound exactly the same, and I can't distinguish between the two.
sorry, I completely forgot that was a thing. So that wasn't a reference to that at all. But I
it
literally just blanked out, and I was like, oh yeah, that's free, as in free that they're not picking the anti-grenade operators. That was my play. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. But that's probably because I said it incorrectly.
I don't know.
Even though I am English, I can't speak it very well whatsoever.
Well, that makes you and probably several million other English people. So don't worry about it.
Sure.
I think you're doing great, Fresh. I think you're doing
On the
great.
basis it's our language, I suppose we determine what's right. Yeah.
Yeah. You probably
In
speak.
fairness, I speak correct English, and the rest of you just don't.
Yeah. See, that's the way you should look at it. And I'm certain that you speak better Norwegian than I do. Oh, a little bit of team damage there. As Kit's gonna take a couple of pistol shots to his back, or I do believe it was. But so. Nade kills just coming through left and right, and I would argue that the site makes it, like, picking a site such as Bar, and you know that someone like Oscar's just going to find every single nade. I would argue that picking a bit more, like, anti-grenades, or maybe even picking a completely different site whatsoever to just minimize the amount of nades that, or potential here for Oscar. But again, maybe not so much the site, but the positioning of the players, and that is really dangerous for Carroll to be there on his lonesome if one of the players just decide to open up the garage and completely cut him off. So this is going to be really risky.
And I mean,
oh no, he missed him.
Operators, we're talking about nades, and we talked about Wamai and potentially Rooney as well.
Yeah.
This is where you could be trading out an alibi, or a warden, or a pulse. Like, the operator lineup somewhat doesn't make sense. You've got 3 shields. That's your win condition. It's to sit behind the shields, play the shields, force the utility, right?
Yeah.
Then you're thinking, how do I enable them shields? Sure, you've got a Jaeger, but why do you have a pulse? Because the pulse presumably is going to play on the first floor or the second floor, and then play for a C4 late to get a one kill. Now that they know there's a pulse on board, Victus,
and again,
I would expect that. Oh my god! I would expect Victus know and are aware and send somebody down there to kill the pulse first. Nade kill comes out from Oscar again. Another nade kill. That's 4. And look at these nades come raining in. They're absolutely terrorizing Victus terrorizing Riddle right now with those nades. Oscar, he literally has 6 kills, and I think 5 of them have been on nades, or 4 of them.
Pretty sure.
Rounds.
Yeah, that is. I was gonna say literally insane,
And
but
there's the
I mean,
pulse
yeah.
Like, where's the Wamai? Wamai can just have the magnets near the power positions.
But you
stops that first nade kill coming in.
But you can't jump out with a UMP, as will I. Duh.
Oh yeah, clearly.
Yeah. See, you didn't think about that, big brains, huh?
True. That's true.
1 minute 20 left, and it just seems like Victus are going to take this round as well. 5v2. The Warden has no idea as where people are, and there we go. YZN and Oscar are going to prove that this first round was just a fluke, was just a little bit of a great individual performance. But thus far, Victus are showing no signs of slowing down, and they are at the moment like the lower end Nordic killers 100%. And an early timeout. I like this. This is.
They need it.
Yeah, thank you.
I honestly, because the thing is Victus individually. We spoke about them yesterday. They've got so much experience on this roster. You've got Oscar who's been around forever, puts teams on his back forever. Flexi, very good player, has had some good experience. Played with Kanto and Fabian in Delta, 2 times world champions.
Yep.
Skeptic played CL. This team is full of experience, and therefore they realise, boys, they're only playing 1 Jaeger. Okay, we'll run Ayana, we'll run Sledge, we'll run Finker, we'll run 4 sets of nades if we absolutely have to, as long as alongside a breacher. And then you've got Riddle on the other hand, who, what it feels like to me is they've got a strat on paper that they've come up with in a custom game, not realising that the other team can just abuse anything out of it. So what I'm saying by that is Victus have seen 1 Jaeger and decided to run massive nades. And then Riddle are like, oh, it's okay, we've still got a pulse, we've still got a ward, and we've still got an alibi. And that timeout immediately, I don't know how Defender Repick is working here, because Serpeg...
I think if I don't know,
that's got to be a bug.
It might have just been because of a pause timer or something.
I think it was.
Yeah, because I've seen this before as well. But I mean, if Defender Repick has been picked into this as well, like that would have been pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie, but it wouldn't, of course, have the same impact as Attacker Repick, depending on how long you can repick your defenders, obviously.
Yeah, and exactly. And so the point with that timeout is, and I hope that the analyst and coach has spoke to them.
Yep.
And I assume that they have, because look at the lineup that's now been brought. We've still got the Jaeger on board, but we've also brought a Rooney. We've also brought Wamai. Okay, that happens. I'm going to carry on with my point and just pretend this didn't happen.
You do that.
The random wallbang happens. But we've brought the set and forget, but the Jaeger is set and forget. So if you're going to lose any of them, lose the Jaeger. You've got the Wamai on board. You've got the Aruni on board, which is to burn utility and just stop this barrage of nades coming in. And realistically, I don't expect to see nearly as many nade kills in this round. So it's nice from Riddle, it's just frustrating that it took 2 rounds for them to figure it out.
I mean, sorry, it was just a very spontaneous reaction from me, because it was just like, yeah, okay, we just had a timeout, we got it now, boys, let's do this, mind reset, and then all of a sudden Neon just dies to a not to a random, but to a barricade being shot through, and Flexi gets the Claymore kill, and actually is injured as well. I don't know if that was from his own Claymore, or if Sir Pega actually injured him on the way down or way out, but nevertheless, Flexi should be very, very safe, and that's a Wamai as well, who's also going to be losing his value. And another nade kill, and guess who it was? It was Perry. It was the Aruni. Now, all of a sudden, Victus, who are barely even inside the building, have only 1 player left to kill on the side of Kevin. Or being Kevin? Oh, no, they found him as well. There you go. Victus going to continue in the same fashion that we saw last night, just with more nades and less actual gunfights.
Yeah, and
you and me both. Trust me, you and me both.
Do you know what? Professional caster, Keck. Not sure what to say about them. No, in all seriousness, poor decision. It's all well and good to have the tactical timeout and have your coach and your analyst speak to you and say, look, we need to, stop them burning utility. We need to bring these operators. And then, boom, our Wamai's jumped out 30 seconds into the round and died. Need to understand how Wamai works and the value of Wamai. And don't get me wrong, Victus are a better team, in my opinion. They just are. Individual skill-wise, also, I can't keep going on about how good this team is individually. I've seen Oscar have these performances, throughout. He's done it even, he used to play Nordics, right? And he did it there.
Yeah. I remember him. He was awesome. Yeah, he did. He did. He was amazing in Nordics as well. I mean, I don't think he was as dominant as he is now. But remember also that when I think this was either the first or the second season, the first season of Nordics was pretty stacked. So he might have been I don't know. It might have been tougher competition, might have had less experience, maybe I'm a bit more nerves, I don't know, because that's already 2 or 3 years ago, which is a long time when you think about Tier 3 level in Siege, or Tier 4 level. But absolutely, Oscar's been around for what seems like an eternity, and he just keeps racking up these numbers. When I saw this roster and I saw Flexi, I was like, oh, that's going to be interesting, but we've barely even seen Flexi this game, because Oscar has just been able to just nade people out of existence. And back to your point about us talking about Riddle not really utilizing the operators to their greatest strength. I mean, yeah, sure, Victus is a greater team, but when you see Riddle making these, I was going to say, not basic mistakes. Yeah, exactly. So it's that is also something that doesn't really do many favors.
It's mistakes that if my ranked stack were making, I would be going mental at them. So we're talking about Tier 3 competition here. So you can go and say, oh my god, the enemy's so good. Don't get me wrong, they are. But you're not giving yourself a fighting chance if you Riddle in those past 3 rounds. We've gone for a kitchen defense this time. They've closed off Bakery and decided to roam a little bit. And Wiserden's managed to slip his way all the way into Brown Bar. I don't know if he saw. I think it was just a silhouette thing.
It's just a silhouette. It's behind the wall.
Double door. Yeah. So Victus are kind of, I'm not really sure what their attack is shaping up to be, other than kind of just lurk and crouch around the place, which is where you can get punished. And Katal will find Oscar on the entry kill. That's nice. Flexi has managed to find his way into Bakery, But Bakery's closed off this time. There's no rotate, which means it's going to have to go around and be breached and all that good stuff. And realistically, we've just got this game of cat and mouse of who can crouch walk around the map and find the other player first. As we're seeing Neon upstairs, we're seeing YZN just in brown bar, Katal's bottom of brown stairs. It's just going to be if the attackers get the information or not.
Oh, YZN droned out Kettle there in the brown stairs, but Kettle will rotate back around as Flexi is starting to step up here. He's saying that Oscar's not allowed to run away with all the hype here. He's actually on site, in the middle of site, and let's see if his teammates can join him. So get the plant down. YZN will get a kill as well, and of course, there's the plant's going to go down with the EE1D going off, which means that the Riddle players are somewhat left here. Not another nade kill, please. There we go. Would have been on a 1-eye as well, but that's a good kill from Kevin on towards YZN, who was playing on the brown bar, but of course, Flexi. Oh, Kevin! How do you win that one? It means the Skeptic is in 1v2 post plant here, so that is an opportunity, of course, for Riddle as a little bit of, I was going to say, split up here on the defense, trying to retake here, but this should be Kettle's win. He's actually going to be able to tag Skeptic a little bit. Would expect a little bit more damage coming out from that assault rifle, but no. Skeptic does have an angle towards the kid, and with no cover on towards the guy who's defusing Kettle. The timing here, 3 seconds left. Will he be able to? He will try and stick it, but of course, with the sightlines the Skeptic has, he will just have to be able to run it, and he will be able to get it, and that is a missed opportunity for Riddle in a 1v2 post plant. Well played, of course, by Hibana.
Yeah, and you see in there completely just the way that the Victus players can just manage their own situations to create round wins. It wasn't looking good for the attack. Strategically, the attack did not win this round. But Flexi's managed to walk in, find himself a double kill, and just force himself into sight, get a plant down. And then, in the end, the Hibana, Skeptic Snake, uses experience, uses just pure gun skill, pure FPS knowledge, movement, and really wins out that 1v2 very nicely in the end, in the post-plant scenario. That's around the, better from Riddle, but Victor still find a way to win. And I think ultimately just due to the fact that the players are just slightly higher caliber.
Question.
Yes.
When Carol sees, Skeptic sitting inside of Small Bakery there, and he's going to shoot at him with the back there, and we know that Kevin was last seen around double doors in that area, if I remember correctly. Would that be a good time for a team to rather collapse to go for the kill and try and win the 2v1, than to go for the counter defuse?
Yes. So, when Skeptic was in Bakery,
yep.
Medics, our observed medics caught Skeptic. He was proning in Bakery, looking towards Wedding, despite having just been shot in the back, because his expectation is that the two players will be playing together to pinch him in Bakery and then get that kill. It didn't really happen, and I think he got a bit confused, and that's why he was allowed to walk all the way down that long hallway and then just go around the back into sight. So, yeah, it was a bit of a misplay in the 2v1 from Riddle. They really should have just gone together, because he physically, he can't peek both ways. He's got a 180 to peek one of you, which means one of you is shooting him in the back. Other than some insane skill and flicks and whatnot. So it was a bit of a misplay, but like I say, he did. Skeptic himself did play it very well. In this round, Oscar has got the opening kill. This time it's not with a nade. It's a shot onto Kevin, and he was by the main door. Wow. I don't even know how he's got that. As a Bakery takes coming in with a Monty. We've got a holes this time, so the first time Riddle defended this, they had to rotate. The second time they closed it off completely. And third time, we've got line of sight holes with a smoke playing very close breach. YZN's going to walk in, presumably just try and shoot him. The Monty's doing a big distracting job. YZN walks in, finds a double kill. It's a 5v2. Katal is the last one remaining. In sight, he's been hit for 50, which means they have an idea of where he is. The Monty finds him and is going to just call out for YZN to pick up that third kill. Round 2 Victus.
Oh man, I think the rotation through maintenance there is just, or sorry, through prep, is just a picture clear example of why it is so crucial at this level to have the back of your fellow players. When you have someone playing that close up to the wall, you do even have a sight line from the red stairs, from the red hallway in towards the site. It could have just been unfortunate timing, of course, that both players were looking down towards Bakery and Small Bakery or Wedding. But it just allowed YZN to just walk in and take sight on his lonesome, with the Monty just being a distraction there, just staring at him. It's like, yep, we're still in that corner. I mean, there's no one else there. You can literally just swing and kill him. And he even got the bonus kill on towards the sightline in Red Hallway as well. So I was gonna, I was praising Riddle and thinking like, when we saw Victus against RCTIC last night, it was more down to I was gonna say like the team were together on the attack. They didn't really get to communicate properly. The executions were a bit off, and RIDDLE initially started out with some good like being able to shoot back some a bit closer rounds. It was down to the nades, and we thought maybe if RIDDLE understands that they can just bring a little bit more utility, play a bit more safely, and go for the gunfights in favorable positions rather than jumping out in the new double claymore meta. But it just seems like RIDDLE are too late to read their own game, I was going to say, because they don't have a script. They just threw the script out, and they're just playing a little bit willy-nilly, and it's quite evident. And sadly, it hasn't worked out the way that RIDDLE wanted, and now they're going to be on attack, where you arguably have to be even more coordinated.
Exactly. Moving on to this round, we're seeing the castle, we're seeing a shop hold coming out from Victus, which is that very aggressive hold to deny entry to the map. It's very hard to break it in terms of utility. You've got to expend a lot of utility. As we see here with the, the Sophia stunned, etc., to try and get rid of all the castles, to clear, to just get yourself into the map. And one thing that I want to say is there was an attacker repick from Serpega, from Thatcher, onto Ying.
Okay.
Now, the proof will be in the pudding here. If the castles and things are not dealt with because there's a Jaeger on the board, because there is stuff on the board, such as a Rooney Gate, then that is a bad repick. As the trade does come out, as the jump out happened, Kevin's dead. Oscar's dead. So I really want to kind of see how the Ying comes into effect, because realistically, if we hit the point where RIDDLE are just finding it hard to clear the utility, Thatcher would have been so much better on the board, as Flexi also finds one onto Katal as well.
And they just lost an aid to an ADS as well. We just heard of this. Parrot's going to drop, and YZN is just waiting for him under the red hatch, I was going to say, inside of Piano Bar. And yeah, I mean, we consider talk about the operators, but right now, Victus just completely outclassing RIDDLE at this point. Like, RIDDLE are just playing reactive, which is not what you're looking for at this level. You have to create your openings. You have to take the openings if you find them. You can't wait for the opposition to make a mistake. There we go. Yet another ADS, and this time it was a Candela. And you have two smokes as well. I mean, I understand why you wouldn't want to smoke off there and potentially hide yourself, but Flexi over from the balcony, and Neon does get his first kill of the game. And the Icelandic player is stepping up here on towards the scoreboard. But Flexi, Skydee, Skeptic, I can't see how they're going to give this one away in a 3v1.
No, they're not going to move. They're just going to play their positions, because he's got to repel in or he's got to drop a skylight. The ADS will also be reactivated by this point, so it's just going to be play on crossfires. Neon, the breach is open as well, which means somebody could be close breach, somebody could be either side of the shop door. He's going to just pre-fire absolutely everything he can until eventually somebody peeks him and kills him. I'd be very surprised. There is one Pixel, there's one playing Cocktail and one Freezer.
Whoop,
the Pixel player in Skydee peeks him, gets that kill. Another round for Victus, and that's match point.
Oof. Just
somebody needs to tell RIDDLE that the game started.
Yeah, I also no, but it's true. I mean, I didn't laugh because it was like, oh, harsh spice. I mean, it's true. I mean, it just. I don't know how like it's all cutesy with RIDDLE, like being like, oh, we don't really expect to do much. We want to take rounds and we just want to play confidently, whatever. It's like, but it really is like a couple of things here for them to go back and look at and go like, you know what? If this is about us getting experience, we also have to take that opportunity seriously. Like making basic tier 3 mistakes at this level of play, you're just gonna get completely pummeled by the UK teams. And and you picked Cafe as well. You could see that they were trying to be cute with the runouts and stuff, but it just doesn't work. And with the operators they're jumping out with as well, why would you jump out with a pulse? I'm sorry, I don't get it.
The basic mistake that I see from RIDDLE, and I've criticized quite a lot from RIDDLE tonight. But the basic thing for improvement that I would see for RIDDLE, is to do things as a team.
Yes.
If you look
stupid things together as a team.
Stupid things together as a team. 5 people executing a terrible plan is better than 5 people like just desynchronized doing a great. There could be a great plan, but if you go at the wrong time and you're doing it one by one. I would rather see 5 people executing a bad plan together, and I think that's really what RIDDLE are kind of lacking in terms of they don't really,
they don't even take the default.
Comes up.
Why are you not shooting the defaults?
Bloods.
They're stationary targets. You can hit them. They have all the intel they need on you, and you're giving them this intel. Hello? Hello? No? Hello?
No.
And there's no one on that, because look, it's all...
Oh, it's
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to laugh, sorry, I'm trying to be professional, it's just, I know the real voice, I'm just like, hello? Oh man, this is just going from bad to worse. Kettle should not be able to win that gunfight against... oh, he got that default cam, so that's good at least. That's 1 down. 9 to go. I don't know how many exactly they are. I mean, I don't want to pile up on Riddle, but they're making it hard not to.
I mean, if you look from Flexy's point of view, that minute 15 of gameplay, boys, they've got an Ian, they've got a Twitch, they've got Habana, they've got Sledge, they've got Thatcher. Oh, by the way, I've seen them all on the default cam. Rappel up to the skylight. They're doing a full clear. Let's just go sit just outside the site. We need to do nothing because they're going to spend so much time droning us out up there. Oh, Oscar can get a free kill going out white stairs. Boom, done. And that's the Twitch off the board. It's silly things like that, but as Flexy just found a C4 kill. It's silly things like that, that one loses your rounds because as an attacker, why would you give Victus just so much information like that as Catal's down but not out outside the main door. Again, another 1v1 engagement as Serpega's going to start looking to go in the white stairs, and it's just another 1v1 not together, different timing. Like if Serpega dies before Catal's revived, it'll be a prime example of just how these teams are, going in at different times, taking engagements at different times.
And that is the thing, and I hate to stress it, but like, if anyone's watching, like, yes, Victus is a better team than Riddle. Let's just leave that out there. I gladly admit that as a Nordic chef.
You don't need to shoot yourself in the foot when you go against them, though.
Exactly that. You don't need to give any more advantages. And if anything, learn from what you're seeing here. Have 5 people enter an area together, and that ironic. Oh, okay, sorry. Ironically, that is actually the biggest difference between RCTIC's game against Victus and Riddle's game against Victus, because Riddle are trying too much. There we go, and Nade right back in a 3v1. Let's see if they can get this one with Flexy. Gave away his position now by winning, but keep in mind, he has a sightline. Will be able to rotate here. 5 seconds left. If he can deny this plant, he will win. If it will win the gunfight, he won't. And Riddle, somehow, with the worst possible start, I would argue, to a round. I mean, Riddle won't even know, because they will be like, oh, how did he know that I was all by my lonesome? That was random. Like, they won't remember that they didn't shoot the default cams. But despite this, they were able to win some crucial 1v1s, gain access to the site, and actually get that round. So they actually were able to get more rounds against Victus than RCTIC. But again, I hate stressing it, but it's just like, it's when you see that these players can shoot back, you have to ask, why don't you go for trades? Why don't you push for kills together?
Yeah. It's criminal how Victus have lost that round. I have no idea.
But I mean, all credit to Riddle. Like, again, if they win a round, it's because they won gunfights and because they were able to snatch that one out. And I was gonna say your morale is really low at this point.
It's an FPS.
Yes. So I mean, take the wins when you get them. Like I said, there are no style points. I mean, Victus are more than happy. Like, they would have probably hoped for this to be a 7-1, because imagine the round differences that Victus are gonna have after playing against RCTIC and Riddle. No offense, but it's the truth. It's there on the stats. So, I mean, I just hope that Riddle actually used the break to try and play together as a team and get some basic stuff on the board so they can actually utilize the gunners they have on their teams properly. On the team even, not multiple, sorry.
And the thing is Cafe's a complicated map. As much as, you might like it as a team or whatever, Cafe's a complicated map to pick apart. There's a lot of problems that you've got to solve together, and when you don't have that problem-solving ability, or it's lacking in some element, it gets found out, particularly by the defense. So we're looking at this time, what's going to happen? The Sledge is going to sledge a hatch, and then possibly get C4'd on this hatch. There it is.
No.
Why is it then? He's way too experienced. That happens in Diamonds ranked every single round. And the YZN picks himself up another free kill. That's 10 on the day. As Neon, he's going up the red stairs individually. Might be able to try and catch somebody on a lurk here, just, you know, around the second floor, the mid floor, whatever we want to call it. As Oscar is kind of playing around that area, could end up just sprinting straight into him. He can have a massive impact on this round. Oscar's got a yellow ping, I'm presuming from a Maestro cam. As Neon, he's pushed his way into Engine, will shortly be making an ingress into Train. I don't know if he knows that there's somebody right next to him. He hears the shots as Oscar finds one kill before he gets traded out by Neon. They certainly know Neon's there now. Perry finds another one onto YZN. All hell's breaking loose. The set. Pekka gets one onto White Scares. Skeptic's having to force a rotate with the Jaeger carbine, and Flexy's stuck all on his lonesome in Laundry, trying to cover seemingly every angle.
These are the opportunities that Riddle want. They want to be able to catch Victus off guard. They want to be able to force out a little bit of chaos into the gameplay here and create these sort of, or force these skirmishes, because in a skirmish, it is always a 50-50. You either win the skirmish or you don't. I mean, you could always, of course, just withdraw and just, you know, retreat, but that doesn't win you around. I might have at some point, but I haven't talked to him specifically about this philosophy. No, I haven't. Okay. But if you wanna hitch us up, I'm more than willing, because whew, that boy, man. Where was I? Sorry. Got me thinking about Uno now. Oh, I'm lost.
Oh, that's okay. I'll take over. Right, we've got Neon. He's in pillars. As Flexy finds one from Laundry onto Perry. No. Pega will refrag out Perry. It's all on Skeptic. Knows there's 190. Puts some shots in. Red pig onto the other guy. Knows his Laundry. He's going to get swung at the same time. As Pega swings on the Finker. No LMG. He's playing the spear with the 2 times. Gets a good kill. A good round there from Riddle. It didn't start off too well, but Neon really opened it up by forcing that kind of lurk into the train. Uno is, when I teamed with him, he always said life's 50-50. You either win or you lose. Nothing else.
I thought that was
going to win today?
I thought we were going to a much darker place than that, but thank you for...
That's fun. I don't want to take you to any dark places.
No, that's fine. I mean, I thrive in the dark. I always wear black, and I'm a Norwegian. We didn't invent black metal, but we sort of popularized it. We brought it into the underground scene, mainstream, or whatever you want to call it. But Venom, of course, is UK, so you get to take credit for that as well. So there you go. Sure. But no, I just thought it was going different, like to a different direction, especially since Uno is Finnish, and they also sometimes share our very, very dark humor. So, anywho, the scoreline, I would argue, is flattering to Riddle at this moment, because the 3 points weren't really, 3 rounds weren't exactly won beautifully, with the exception, of course, of Sir Pega's quad kill SMG-11. I have to give him that.
Yes.
But again, as you say as well, there are no style points in Siege. So if these rounds keep going in the favor of Riddle, all of a sudden they're just like a 2 or 1 round behind, and the momentum has completely shifted over to their advantage. Because that's the thing, Siege, because all of it, like a lot of it, has to do with your own mentality, like how you approach a game.
He goes straight on the skyline.
Sure, let's go. I mean, I wouldn't count it out. Oh, the timing. He could have seen his feet maybe there if it was a bit more lucky. That's not down on him, though. That's just unfortunate. But as I was saying, it's also a momentum game. Like, if you're winning 3 or 4 rounds in a row, like, the ones who are about to, quote-unquote, throw the game are starting to sweat a bit, whereas you are getting the confidence that you need to try and get back into this game.
Kevin is, he's bricking it, trying to open that second hedge. There's no
is he baiting the C4, though? Because I see some people, yeah. Because some people are trying to do that. Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, it could be.
Resident's not on a C4 operator this time anyway, so no C4s. Only 1 C4 actually on the hands of Oscar here. So a bit of a better round from Riddle. They're starting to establish what they want to do. They want to open the top red wall. They want to take control of piano. It's all looking very default. They've seen this setup before. They did lose to it, but they've seen it, which means that they can actually start to unpick it. YZM finds an unreal shot onto Qatari, a little fadeaway as he drops down the hatch, and SkyT immediately uses that as a trigger to go and peek Serpega, gets a kill in a 5v3 scenario.
Oscar and YZN has pretty much every single first blood this entire game, with the exception of Ket in round number 5, and I can't remember who it was in round number 8, but other than that, it's all been YZN and Oscar. It's just insane how much they're going to be able to pad their entry stats after this game, but there you have it. I mean, again, 2-man advantage here for Victus. They are looking to clean this one up now. They don't want to give any more rounds to Riddle. They're saying, okay, guys, you know what? Let's get our stuff together and try and clean this one up. Castle Barricade is going to be removed with the Gone 6, of course. Let's see if the Finka LMG will be able to help Neon there. Nope, Oscar with the C4. It's not a nade, but you have explosives on the defense as well, as Skeptic is going to try and contest this Finka. Takes a lot of damage for it. Neon's still alive, but look at this. With all the bullets that he can have, sorry, he can just rain hellfire upon that soft wall, but no one's behind it. Perry's still outside the building. He's going to have to try and rotate and get around to help his teammate there. 30 seconds left, and they're going to have to do a 2v5 with 30 seconds left. It's going to be a very hard task, considering how Victus has played disciplined, as they did yesterday, to a certain extent, of course, before their window jump outs. Perry, nice reactive shot there, of course, expecting it, but still had to land the shots, and were able to. 2v4. About 13 seconds left on the clock, though, so this is going to be very hard. Neon's going to try and vault in, put himself in a very unfavorable position, and Oscar will end this for Victus. A 7-3 win, and Victus, yes, you could argue that they have had relatively easy competition compared to the first 2 match days for many other teams, but this is precisely what you want to see from Victus, trying to get those 3 points, as many rounds on the board as possible for the playoff spots.
You've got to beat what's in front of you on the day, and Victus did that. They did it absolutely royally. A 5-1 attacking half split on Cafe is nothing to be scoffed at. Would have been a 6-0 other than a quad kill that came out of Subpega in the very first round. And then, yeah, Riddle, they managed to find a couple of rounds out of absolutely nothing. I'm not going to lie to you. I think it was always going to go one way after that first half. Victus, worthy winners.
I think there are going to be 2 talking points for this game. It's going to be Victus about how well they played that, how many opening kills were just given to, or not given, but how many opening kills Oscar and YZM were able to find. Yeah. Finn even. Wow, that was Norwenglish for you right there. But the nades and just the way that Victus played and completely undressed Riddle and exposed them. The second talking point would be Riddle didn't do any single favor for themselves there, and I'm sure that although Riddle say that they come in here with no expectations, they're here to have fun and get experience, you can only really gain experience if you don't forget the basics on the way as well.
Yeah, they're going to look back at that, and I know that they've got support staff. I know that they're going to look back on that and think, why did we not shoot the fault cams? Why did we not bring an Aruni quicker, a Wamai quicker? But they'll learn, and I'll say this. I say this often about weaker teams in leagues. They will learn. They will use that experience, and it'll benefit them in the future. Sometimes you need to take a beating for that to happen.
I mean, if you don't learn anything from the tough love that you just saw from Victus, then I don't know what kind of pedagogy will work for you. Maybe they need a little bit of stroke on the shoulder and like pat on the back and be like, yeah, you know what? You guys can work it out. You can beat Victus in a couple of years. It's all good. But someone else will also be able to dissect this game, and that will, of course, be the desk. We're going to throw it right back to them for the post-game match. Segment, even. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Jack, game number 1 done and dusted, and Victus seemed to be a similar story than what we've seen yesterday, Grace. It was just, quite simple for them, really.
I think that's it, isn't it? Like, simple. They weren't doing anything too razzle-dazzly. I don't know if there was anything entirely concrete there that they were bringing in terms of the strategy they wanted to use. It just felt like they're having a bit of a fun time with it a little bit at times. Again, getting caught a little bit off guard towards the end at times with Riddle bringing some more obscure picks against them. But, as they said perfectly during the cast, there's little mistakes that Riddle were making that they really couldn't afford to make, things like shooting out default cans and things like that. If you're going against a roster like Victus, you need to be on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love the analogy. Honestly, stop that. That's you. You're good. That's it. That's all we need. Yes.
I do want to touch on the opening kills. The opening picks consistently that Riddle gave away were entirely unnecessary. It was in the second round. They went for a C4 run out through the bottom of white stairs that was being watched by 2 players from Victus, and just they got shot through windows where they were just running past the start of the round. And it's like little things like that where
default
it's just not going to help you. Default cams as well. Yeah. And it's just, if you're giving away opening picks like that, you're just not giving yourselves a chance. It's if you can shore up those smaller bits, you put yourself in a better position each round. Not necessarily if you're going to play the rest of the round the way that you have enough to win, but you put yourself in a better position than being a man down in the first 30 seconds for no reason.
I mean, Grace, for RIDDLE, they will have easier games, but they will also have tougher games. This RIDDLE thinks in a bit of a tricky position because they still have likes of Heroic and NAVI to go up against. You know, if they can't do it against a team like Victus and TENSTAR, then surely NAVI and Heroic, they'll make quick work out of this side.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of an uncomfortable one. At the same time, I think at first I was like, oh, hats off to them. You know, they're still going for these long. I think it was first round on the bakery kitchen site where they had the long line of sight going into our bakery itself, with the shield kind of behind it, which I was a bit like, okay, fair enough. That's quite an aggressive defensive stance to hold onto. And it kind of seemed like they were going to try and fight fire with fire, but then it just completely unraveled. Again, the default cams, messing about a little bit with not really expecting those runouts at times as well. I think, again, if you see how they played last night, you would expect things like that. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty uncomfortable going against NAVI and Heroic in future.
Well, looks like we're ready for the interview. Let's get Oscar on the screen, someone who I've grown to love interviewing, but at the same time, I don't know if oh, it looks as if that he's here. Oh, it's not Oscar. It's Flexi this time. I was looking forward to seeing Oscar. What's happened? I want to see the one-word answers.
I deposed him. I deposed him from his interview duties. I told him, nah, it's enough. I'm gonna do the interview because I can actually say more than 2 words. And he was like, okay.
Yeah, I think you've already said more than what he's done. So, I mean, Flexi, obviously another simple win in all accounts. You had that 7-1 yesterday, now a 7-3. I thought it was going to be another 7-1.
Yeah.
I thought you guys had it locked up, but then a couple of rounds started to get away from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of trolled those rounds. In my opinion, it should have been a 7-0. I mean, we knew that RIDDLE could have played a bit aggressive, and you saw that on the rounds that they won on defense, they kind of threw us off of the way that they just transitioned from a default push into just pushing 90 to kill the guys on site. So that was interesting. But if you also look at the first round on our attack when we pushed Bakery, it was a bit of a troll on my end, and then Sir Pega got a double kill with an SMG-11 mag. So I mean, it is what it is. Just hope it doesn't bite us in the future with a round differential.
Yeah, it's a solid week for you guys, opening up with 2 wins. There is obviously going to be, I think, tougher games for you guys on the horizon. I think you've got somewhere it's like Heroic, TENSTAR, and NAVI all like back to back. So those are going to be like 3 difficult games for you guys. You know, really at this stage, it's just about build momentum because you're still, you know, a very new, fresh team. I know Flexi, you joined the team not too long ago. Is it just about getting a bit of confidence?
Yeah, I mean, independently of who we were versing the last 2 so yesterday and today, like what matters is that we won the games. I think it's the most important part, getting some momentum. It doesn't matter the level of the opposition. I'm just glad that we're winning, and that's going to give us confidence going into the next play days, and it's what we could have asked for. It's the best thing that we could have asked for realistically. But yeah, those next games are going to be tougher than these ones, definitely.
Anything you want to say to the supporters out there? You know, I think you're starting to get a bit of a following. You know, teams are really starting to be impressed with how you guys are playing Siege.
Well, obviously, shout out to the team. They really performing well recently, and so I'm really glad that we're pulling it in these games. Thank you to the support staff. Thank you for Victus, the org, for supporting us. Thank you to my family as well, and my amazing girlfriend, and thank you to the talent on the broadcast, because obviously without you guys it wouldn't be possible. That's yeah, thank you to everyone, I guess.
It's the first time I think a player's ever said thank you to the talent team. My word, this is a new one. Flexi, I'll not keep you any longer. Congratulations to win, mate. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, you guys too.
Well, it's no longer, a team of few words, because now we have somebody who's, he talks about that old Flex, and he gave us a shout out. Unbelievable.
He did. I love the fact that he started with their like, oh, do you have anything to say to your like fans at home? And he's like, thank you to my team.
He's got a list. He had a checklist ready.
That's an entire vibe. That's an entire vibe. You got to thank yourself first, ladies and gentlemen. You got to thank yourself first.
Yeah, but you've also got to thank us.
Yeah,
like, that
was pretty nice. That was pretty nice. We don't normally get thanked. We just usually get cast to start game. So that was quite nice.
That was nice, and that was a nice win for Victus. That's 2 for 2 in the week for Victus. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back ready to go with match number 2.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders to limited hand movement, so I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA that's 2 button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after I'd been to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then I got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect, and I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
Something
in 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Grandson steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills. All E1 DCUs. And what?
Welcome back, everyone, and we are ready now to keep it moving into game number 2. We've got Jack, we've got Thomas here this time. Fellas just off the back of a cast, and I mean, Jack, we'll just talk about that game very quickly. I mean, Victus, they look as if they're definitely a force to be reckoned with this season.
Yeah, they've got a lot of individual talent. We know that. They've got some players that, are destined to go on and go further above tier 3, and they keep it together. Their challenge will come, don't get me wrong. They've still got an 86, they've still got a TENSTAR. These are teams they're competing for that CL spot with. But 2 wins, you can't complain if you Victus.
Thomas, if you're Riddle, is this where you really need to start finding out what's the issue? Because 2 losses in the first opening week's not a good start, is it?
Yes and no, I was going to say, because yeah, there were 2 losses, but I don't really think the loss against TENSTAR was as critical as this loss, arguably, because it was the fashion that they lost today as compared to yesterday. At least yesterday they had some rounds they were actually able to get an advantage for themselves and were actually, stepping up toe-to-toe against Victus, against TENSTAR, whereas today it just felt like Victus was just always a step ahead, and Victus sort of more than anything fumbled to give Riddle rounds, whereas Riddle, like me and Jack, I mean, we kept harping on and piling on Riddles. I don't want to do too much more, but it was just like the example with the default cam round. It's just like, that shouldn't happen at this level, and I'm happy that Victus actually punished him for it, so that it makes it stands out so clear. So yeah, of course, they need to find their footing, they need to find their wins, but I do believe that they have the individual talent to be able to upset some teams, but they need to do things together as a team, otherwise it's not going to work.
Let's dive into our next matchup, Ambush versus Rook, 2 teams that had wins yesterday, and we'll see who can continue going undefeated, or, well, obviously there's going to be a team getting their first loss in this matchup. Thomas, we'll start with Ambush first of all.
Yes.
A good solid win for them.
I mean, I love watching and casting Ambush, and I've done for the longest of times, because I just love the way that these guys work. I love the all-rounded rosters that they usually tend to have, and we saw it yesterday. I mean, the team got a plant down, I do believe, in almost every single one of their attacking round wins. They play for the objective, they play Siege. It's just absolutely beautiful to watch. I know, I pointed out last night as well, but, Jack talked about how RCTIC plays like pro-level strategy, but they don't really have the executions. But I would say the same thing for Ambush, but even a higher level in terms of individual performance. They always play objective-based. They always play together as a team. They always have something going on, and a lot of that comes down to players such as Coalesce and Defele calling the shots from the background, making these adaptations. And we saw, as the round with the Monty down in the basement, where they left the hatch reinforced, and intentional or not, it really made the post-plant situation so much easier for the Monty and Defele, who was playing inside of Dirt, he rotated over to Dirt, because there was no way for MNM Academy to really retake that, because even if they had gotten Defele, they would have to go all the way back down the stairs and take the site, and it's just like, these adaptations from Ambush are always amazing to watch. So yes, I could talk for hours about Ambush, but there you have it. I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna try and stop.
Let's look at Heroic. Jack, there is a change-up for this Heroic lineup.
They're
actually using the sub that was announced not too long ago. We thought, is Shate ever actually going to get a chance in EUL? Well, maybe not in EUL, but in NPL, yes, certainly.
Yeah, so this lineup that you see on your screen, just down here, is slightly wrong.
Don't worry about Cody. He's not there.
It's going to be Sloth. Gorgona's cut. We've got Shate replacing. Gorgona's out for the purpose of this game. Shate's going to replace him, so it's going to be Sloth, Shate, Benja, Grizzly, and Uno. So I've got 2 of my ex-teammates playing in this heroic roster now, and we didn't think he would get a chance really in this roster. He was picked up as content creator, but of course, Shate is a world champion. He can sub in, and of course, he can do a lot. I've seen a lot of Shate fans already in Twitch chat.
What's he going to bring to the table, Thomas? What is Shate going to bring to NPL?
Tons of experience. Now, obviously, this is not the same competitive level of play that was back when Shatta was competitive. But the thing is, as a content creator, Shatta has still been playing the game. He's not like, it's not like he's stepping out from a cave like frozen in ice. It's like, I'm back to play Siege. Like he's been playing Siege consistently for the longest of time, and he plays with with other content creators, with players like Finnish high level players and other players as well. And I just think the experience for him to be playing alongside players such as Benja and Sloth, like imagine for Benja and Sloth as well, like we've been talking about the generational thing, and with Uno as well, imagine the experience playing alongside someone like Uno and Shatta in the same game can give you. Now, admittedly, not the most strategical probably league to do it in, as it's going to be a national for Heroic, not dissing the other teams, but we talked about this. But it's just being able to play off of his experience and just be able to, I don't know, live and say, hey, I played with Shatta and Uno, world champions. Let's go.
Let's see the head-to-head graphic that we've got for this matchup.
Yes.
Let's see who we've decided to pick out. We've got Nick, who had a great standout performance in his matchup at 2.3 KD. Maybe not so much in the opening kills and deaths, but overall doing a very solid job. And Sloth, who, I mean, for all purposes, Jack, Sloth in EUL will rope that into it. He's been having a fantastic season.
Yeah, and he carried that over yesterday. There's no change from Sloth. I know that we saw Heroic, we saw Gorgona playing Blackbeard and Grizzly getting active on a couple of different operators, but Sloth, he's stuck to his guns, he's kept on that Iana, and he's keeping a very good scoreline. Great opening, great kills, great deaths. Nick, on the other hand, is switching between Thermite and Jaeger on the most picked operator. Had a great day yesterday. As you say, not too great on the KD, but dropped, was it 14 kills to 6 deaths, something like that. Was absolutely insane. In my mind, was the MVP of yesterday. And he also got 2 plants down, and we talked about that, that objective-based Siege that his team play as well. A really good all-round player there.
And I really wanted to bring out Nick as well, because I really want to point out the versatility. I mean, just look at the operator icon changing. That's how versatile the guy is. He goes from Thermite into Jaeger in the same map. And again, like Kilia's alluded to this in the interview, I believe, as well, it's just the flexibility of the players in this team. They play according to their team's needs, not from their own egos. And that's what I love about Ambush. Imagine being Thermite for at least, like, I think almost all the rounds, like at least 3 or 4 rounds in the attack, I do believe he was playing Thermite. He got down 2 plans in 2 of those rounds, which is one of the most risky positions that you play, which obviously can impact your KD or opening KD or otherwise, and he still manages to get a 2.33 KDR and 2 plants. And the second half from Nick, where he got like the flanks, where he got a triple kill, might even been a quad kill, it just shows that Nick excelled even in a role that he isn't really known for. He's not a Thermite main. He's usually the guy going around getting up kills. But because his team needed him on Clubhouse to play Thermite, because that's probably the role or the plan that they have for him, he stepped up to the plate, and that's what I love about Ambush.
Let's have a look and see the maps. See where we're headed to today. Honestly, I think Heroic, they'll be happy enough going really anywhere that they want to. So it's more a case of what are Ambush going to ban out and where are they going to end up. We have a back-to-back cafe, gents. And I mean, this has always been a historic map for Heroic in my eyes, Jack. You think back to the Koana days, this is one map where I think Sloth was kind of, that's where he kind of got to start, was how good he was in cafe.
Yeah, they've always loved cafe, and it's kind of hard because once again, you're not going to see a true map ban out of them. You're not going to see a true map ban, true strategies. There's literally, they're not going to do it. They're bringing us up particularly for this reason, which I think actually presents a really good opportunity for Ambush.
Yeah, Thomas, what do you reckon?
I mean, if Ollie was here, he'd be already like trembling now because he knows what I'm going to say. Nordic Classic, baby. The 2 best Nordic teams in the league. That's right, I said it, on the best Nordic map there is. I know the UK lads love their cafe as well, but if I wanted to see Ambush Heroic on any map, it was Cafe Dostoevsky. So I'm really happy that I'm able to just sit back here and watch this game without having to cast it. Just enjoy the show.
Well, let's throw it over to this game, throw it over to the casters. We have only one Nordic side up against only one British side.
No,
just to make sure you know that. Over to Grace and Dino.
Thank you very much. And I think, Grace, we do need to address this. Is this going to be the first Nordic v Nordic game, or is this still UK versus Nordic? Are we claiming Heroic, or are we...
This is it. This is it. I think we should claim heroic, you know, especially, you know, Sloth's on there. He's a Shropshire lad. You can take the lad out of Shropshire, you can't take the Shropshire out of the lad, and I think that overpowers all of Scandinavia, if I'm honest. So let's get into this, you know, with that being said, yes, I will see this as Nordic versus UK, and Snarl can fight me for it later, but of course we're going to the glorious Cafe Dostoevsky yet again, second time in a row, Dino. What exciting stuff.
I mean, yeah. Normally we get starved of Cafe during the best of one time, and then, you know, we get a whole host of it when the best of threes come around. So it's nice to see it in this sort of shorter format where teams don't have a second map that they can fall back on afterwards. They have to come through here.
They do indeed. But the Ying ban already coming through from Heroic is quite interesting. I wonder if they think for Ambush are going to get a little bit cheeky with it, really exploit that additional Candela that she now has in pocket. Ambush, rightly so, banning out the Monty. This thing they really don't want to deal with that. The Wamai coming through too. So again, trying to depend a little bit on those ADSs. Although, Dino, I would say again, with things like the Aruni gates on the table from map like Cafe nowadays, that's where a lot of that attacker utility burn has to be, especially on that top floor.
Yeah, the Arunis, the castles, and, you know, the shields that can be played all act in one way or another like an ADS. Yes, it's not going to get rid of the flashbangs unless it's an Aruni gate, but by burning through all of those explosives that they have, you know, if you have to get rid of 4 castles and, say, 2 shields, then they've still got Maestro Cams to deal with afterwards. You don't have a lot of utility left around to be able to really approach those in a successful way. So it, you know, you can play the utility game, particularly on Cafe, without having to rely on the Wama Jaeger combo.
Precisely. What do you think Uno on the Warden anyway? Again, obviously, can be a counter to any flash grenades that are brought, but you'd think with the Ying ban coming through, that's quite a precarious one. Again, wondering if that shield is going to be held on the classic Pixel spot then because of that. Or we're going to see Uno kind of holding on to Pixel for as long as possible, and if, again, any flashes come their way, they can just bypass that with that Warden utility. It's a very interesting one for me to see, to be honest. Also seeing Sloth go onto the mirror, so again, that could be quite a classic, dirty little strategy to have around that kind of freezer area.
I wouldn't be too surprised, actually, if we saw Uno play all the way at the back by Cocktail, and, you know, if they throw smokes to try and cross through Cigar or something, typically you would see them with your Warden player with the MP5 with the 1.5 on it, so they could take those engagements at longer ranges. That he's got the shotgun and the SMG-12, so it's going to be interesting to see how he chooses to deal with those longer range gunfights if they do come up, as Cafe is quite often a map where you do get involved into longer engagements. There are these long sight lines that can favor the attackers quite a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Nick kind of entering from the bottom. I don't often see people go bottom up, but I guess that's because they potentially saw Benja kind of lurking to begin with. They heard Batnade come through too on the drones maybe. So, oh, well, there we go. Benja was indeed lurking. Nick gonna lose his life as the opening kill of this game.
And there goes Uno right back trying to push on through Cigar into Piano, and just Rhodey rappelling upside down on these windows there to get the trade. But Nick getting a bit further ahead of the drone than necessarily needed to be, as that drone hadn't cleared out the red stairs platform. A little bit of mistiming, miscommunication coming on through. Maybe the call was already through that it was clear, when in reality it wasn't. So Heroic, you know, getting rid of the Finker early on is a very good start. Losing a Warden in response, you're definitely in the up on that regard.
And again, if you're going in with a Warden, you're not expecting for the util to be used at any point after. But oh, beautiful shot there coming through from Rasting, taking out Benja finally in retaliation for that disgusting opening pick. Now whittling down Heroic to only 3 players, but again, think about how much time they're wasting downstairs right now, and they still have to get up top and go for that bar cocktail take.
Now they've got a minute to go for it, and like you say, it's a 4 versus 3, but they do have these mirror windows to deal with, the shields, the Aruni gates, all set up in position, and there are still ADSs that they have to burn through. Looks like they are going to try and go for a couple floor nades to see if they can get anything from it, and it's going to get Sloth a little concerned for the time being, but Nothing is going to be coming his way just yet. Instead, it's going to be Grizzly to get tagged a little bit by the nade, but DeFell, I think he messed that one up just a touch, as he is now down to just 10 points of health. And with 30 seconds to go, it's looking like they're just going to have to go for a Skylight drop, or at least that's what they're lining up for. The stuns wanting to come on through for the player on Cocktail. Looks like there's going to be Sloth to try and take the fight. No, it's actually Grizzly, and he loses his life immediately to Rhodey. The plan is going to come on through as Shate wanting to push on through the freeze to get in on this one, but it's going to be a double C4 from Sloth. Oh, now it is a 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1. As soon as I say that, Shate is going to get his first kill of this game. Or triple kill in the round even. I am lost at the moment, but it is going to be heroic getting that first round on the board.
I mean, I respect the drop through Skylight. Again, a very risky move to make. 9 times out of 10, you know people are going to be holding those line of sights. Yes, they had the concussion and flashes go out first, and it seemed to work for a split second, but then it was just a case of that C4 coming through from Sloth, and then it was a little bit of a cleanup from then on out. Considering that's only round number 1, I think it's going to really set the tone for the rest of the map, similar to the last map, how that went. You know, Cafe Dovsky-esky, it can be quite aggressive at times, and I think that's the kind of vibe that both these teams are going for. Ambush are preparing themselves to take any fight that they feel is needed to take here, and they're not afraid to go for something a little bit more alternative. You know, again, we did see them try and go and clear the bottom, but it's the fact that they wasted so much time trying to do that. And at that point, it's like, well, your collapse actually has to be coming up, you know, 2 floors away. So that's something I think they need to keep their eye on. Maybe, you know, okay, maybe you don't go and clear. Maybe you use that util and let them push you, or try and bait them into those engagements around those staircase areas, just to be a little bit speedier on the uptake.
Yeah, and sort of the flip side to that from Heroic's perspective is that they obviously don't have the full 5. It was touched on earlier. They've got the Shate standing in, and because of that, they're not going to be playing with their full strategies. Of course, this is NPL, not EUL, so they're not going to be playing with the full strategies anyway. So it's just feeding more and more into that aggressive play style. We saw it from them a lot yesterday in their game against NAVI, and well, we know that they're not going to shy away from it. So I expect to see a lot more action coming through, as Grizzly is going to get the opening pick of the round, and that's going to be Nick being the early fatality. Once again, the Finker gone before any utility. That's the nades and the Finker boosts not used in the first 2 rounds.
This is it. At this point, Nick's like, can I please stay alive for at least a minute, please, guys? Like, that would be quite pleasant for me to do in this game. But again, difficult when you are going to have a bit of an aggressive matchup like this. As predicted, Sloth going on a little bit of a lurky loafing. He's going to try and rotate towards those red stairs and try and cause a little bit of havoc where he can. Actually, no, it looks like he's going for the pillar. Don't say he's going to jump out of this, Dino. Don't say he's going to jump out of this. No, he's not going to. Okay, that is fair enough.
Jump out that window.
Actually ready and waiting with a nade there and just trying to potentially get a free kill for himself, but he is actually going to hold off again. And this is what I mean, Dino. It's like the way that Heroic are kind of already getting into Ambush's head, it's really making this... I wouldn't call it patience, it is just delaying and being a little bit too safe here. And there we go, Bench getting the pick down to DeFele, and that is all of that intel utility taken away from them.
Yeah, it's going to make Rustin nervous about pushing on into the doorway, as Benja he's got the ADSs there to support him. He's probably got an Thunderbird tucked somewhere nearby in case he does get damaged, and with Sloth as well on the assistance, it's going to make pushing this side of the map very difficult. But with a minute 15 left, they don't really have any other options. They've committed a lot of utility to this sort of eastern take, and they have to stick with it. But Uno just swinging around with that shotgun roadie in the dirt straight away, and Grizzly's going to follow up getting a kill onto Rastin. It's now just the ace. He denies the flawless round, the jump out from upstairs, Sloth flying for it, but not able to quite land all the bullets needed, as just keyless left, and well, Shate is going to finish him off with the run out.
This is it. It does get to a point where we are just going to see run out central here. Unsurprisingly too, again, I think when you do have a team that's kind of feeling themselves and perhaps they are a bit more fraggy than the other team, that's when they do start to get a bit cheeky with it, a little bit bolshy with it, as I like to say. But again, the side of Ambush, you're starting on that attack, which can be a little bit hit and miss. Again, they are bringing the nade meta, but it's the fact that you know, yes, they had the Ayana, but that Thinker is dying every single time. And it's the fact that if Nick can keep alive a little bit longer, will that utility help them somewhat? Will that extra boost? Again, though, people aren't really getting downed here. They are just getting immediately deleted off the map, Dino. So I'm not sure how much that boost will come in clutch, but at least perhaps they could go for safer takes and use those nades from the vertical. And that could perhaps be a nicer way of approaching the side of Heroic, where you don't have to really go head to head and take engagements head on.
Yeah, but sometimes this always happens to me with Cafe. I'll have some games where it's fine and I can get in the building and I can play the game, and then I'll have other games where it doesn't matter what I do, where I spawn, what my plan is. I am the first death for every single round, and it's within a minute, and I never get to play the game. And Nick might be experiencing that. He might just have one of those games where never really gets a chance to get the motor going while he's on the attack. He's been very, very cautious leaving spawn, making sure that no one's going to be peeking their heads out of these windows, as you're accustomed to people doing on Cafe.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a thing. It's the fact that Ambush, I feel, are maybe expecting a little bit more. I think they're being a little bit more hesitant on the approach to these doorways. You know, a very different story compared to the last map. You know, where we had Victus versus RIDDLE, and it was like they just were not expecting that at all. I think, again, it really shows the quality of Ambush, and I feel kind of bad for them as well, because this is kind of their redeeming factor, in my opinion, this MPL season. Again, they had a bit of a rough run with Rumble. That was the last time they would have gone against a lot of the UK teams, and oh my goodness! Speaking of going up against stuff, that's exactly what I mean, Dino. This is when Nick can come through with those vertical nades and take these engagements in a safer way, just by falling into that nade meta.
See what happens when you get to use your utility and you don't die straight away.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's a very good nade. That is going to be Benja gone, so that's a key fragger off the board from the side of Heroic, and you know, it does create a bit of an avenue into the attack, because that was the player who was sitting inside a piano. So now Ambush, if they so want to, can push in through that top floor and try and get a bit aggressive. But with Rastin crawling around downstairs, we'll be going for a multi-dimensional take, as Nick is going to be getting into another engagement already. Some shots are going back and forth around the pillars area.
Kind of nice little cheeky waltz around pillars indeed. Xcar's coming through to give a bit of a line of sight into that A-bomb area, as Uno looks like he's going to try and go for a cheeky flag. Aware of the player would do it. Oh my god, actually hitting the shot there. Rody falling down, and now that's going to create, well, I was going to say a bit of a safe flank down red, but if you've just seen Grizzly do the exact same thing, Defeli was ready and waiting for him. How will this go down, do you know?
Oh, we won't have to wait too long to find out, as with only 45 seconds left. Heroic, they do have one of these walls open, but they don't really have a safe avenue on in, as Uno, being upstairs inside a piano with this hatch open, can cause a lot of damage to Heroic, or to Ambush, if things aren't timed well. Defeli, though, is able to get that nade off onto Shate, making this a 4 versus 2, and Uno is now stuck with a bit of a decision to make. Does he try and maintain this top floor pressure and leave Sloth to fight it out alone on the site in a 1 versus 4, or does he rotate down? Sloth's good for 1 through the wall. Defel comes with the trade, and Uno's right there to take it back. With 10 seconds left, the diffuser has been recovered by Nick. He's going to go for the plant safe inside of Reading, and Rastin is left to cover. The flank is coming down the red stairs, and Uno is caught a timing here. He could get away with this, but just at the last second, the Iana's going to make it into Laundry. The nade comes out, as does the follow-up, and Rastin is going to be there to get the kill, as Uno was concerned about Reading, and Ambush finally going to get their first round.
Absolutely. I think they did a really good job there as well, of just finally having to force that collapse a little bit. I think they were probably very aware of the fact that they just opened sight a lot in terms of the players that are actually on it defending it. So you kind of have to take those moments when you can. And of course, once you get that diffuser down, it's just a case of holding those all-important angels. Gonna wait for one of Ambush to have a quick little cheeky restart of their game. I think they're getting a little bug there, Dino. But again, Heroic there. I'm wondering what would have happened if Uno actually went down red stairs in the end. Do you think someone would have picked him off very easily, or do you think he could have actually whittled down some of this attack before that collapse came through?
I mean, it's kind of difficult to tell because the stack was around train and mining and pushing through pillars and fireplace. But as soon as they got those kills and realized Uno's still upstairs, they had that ability to isolate Sloth on sight. And there's nothing you can really do there. If Sloth had maybe retreated out through laundry and up white stairs to support Uno, and then they could have pushed down together or something, maybe provide something different in the round. But I think Uno did what gave him the best chance to have an impact in the round, and just the timing wasn't there for him as the swings came through from ambush.
No, absolutely. Completely agree with you. Again, it's going to get interesting as time goes on, because I do think that at times this can still be a little bit defender favored. We have seen ambush come through with that nade method, though, as I said earlier in the evening. Usually the last 4 to 5 months is where we've seen a little bit of a change of Rooney, and it's been less of a, how to explain it? It's less of a kind of confident statement to say, oh, this is defender sided, this is attacker sided, unless it's something like Chalet, of course. But and again, you know, obviously with that as well, it's like, well, maybe it's attacker sided if the team is good. But when it comes to the way that the meta is at the moment, and again, I'm wondering how things will change as things go on. Again, changes to LMGs kind of being hinted at now, so that's going to be quite nice potentially. Maybe that will see a little bit of a change up again. But for now, these teams have to deal with that nade meta. They have to deal with those guns. They have to deal with, okay, well, I say they have to deal with the recent operator changes, but of course, yes, Ying is banned out in this. So I'm wondering if that would have been something that we would have seen from the side of ambush, and whether or not that could have caused a little bit of chaos for Heroic as well. But
we did see a bit of Ying play yesterday on Clubhouse coming through from ambush, particularly when they were using the Monty in conjunction with it. So
yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised if without that Ying ban, we would have seen a fair amount of Ying play from ambush.
That's true, but I do feel like the Monty was the stronger piece of that puzzle for them. Again, it's the fact that the team going against them weren't really reading into the fact that, yeah, that's not just a giant ominous walking door. That is a player giving live information, and I can't headshot it. So, and it's not like a drone where you can shoot that out either. So that was the interesting thing. I think, again, looking at these bans, the fact that the Monty ban did come through as well. How much that's changing it up a little bit, especially given that was Ambush's own ban. So they were like, we're not really going to bring that this time. We're just going to have a little bit of a chill time with it.
I mean, yeah, but then we have also seen many times the players on side of Heroic in past seasons bring out that Monty and just
true.
demolish games. But Cafe isn't really that much of a Monty map. There are, you know, if you're attacking top floor, you can see it sometimes, and if you're attacking kitchen, you can see it a bit more often. But it's not really a map where you bringing Monty is going to aid you a whole host in comparison to others. So it's not a massive ban in my mind.
I'm smirking because I'm remembering when Heroic were Koano, when they did do the Monty runs in the last UKIN, and I think even the UKIN before that as well, especially on things like Clubhouse, where it would be like, oh, let's be by the book, and then Koano would be like, here's a giant door.
It's the Kavana Classic. The Kavana Classic,
exactly,
bring out the Monty when you don't need to.
That does make a lot more sense. That Ambush have kind of been like, let's remove that. But again, the defensive bans aren't really changing things too much for me. I think that if people were struggling with utility, we would see that Flores comes out. It seems to be a little bit of a run and gun at times on both sides. And again, I think Ambush are trying to go for something a little bit more atypical when it comes to how they're approaching some of these sites at times, because they don't want to contest against the utility. At times, again, we did see them do a skylight drop, which was, again, something I haven't seen in forever, it feels like. I don't think I've seen that in about 4 years.
Smoking skylight drop, that's all you need. Just smoke cocktail, smoke freezer, throw a couple candelas down, plant directly under the hatch, and have one player hold on the roof.
You can pre-fire it so easily, that's the thing. You can pre-fire, like, yeah, you can have like Yings go out and you can flash the players, but again, players, especially the players on the side of Heroic, they're going to pretty much know this map like the back of their hand. They can easily pre-fire
avoid the pre-fire.
As soon as
they're
Yings
blind.
come through.
They're blind. They're going to be shooting into walls. You know, just walk past it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. I think so far this is quite pleasant for both sides. And again, I just want to take my hats off to Ambush more than anything, because I think, Rocky's start of the year for them, admittedly, I think everyone can safely say that they didn't really perform that great in the Rumble. Yes, they qualified for that main season, and again, it's quite exciting the fact that we do have this NPL league now, where it isn't just for Nordics, it's kind of like the UK and Nordics, so they get to kind of go against some of these UK teams again and try and regain some of their confidence back, I'll say. But I mean, I don't really think they need it the way they're playing. I think they have gone into yesterday and today very, very confident, so it's really, again, pleasant to see. It's just going to be a case of, can they secure this dub against Heroic of all people? Heroic, who've just basically given themselves a first-class ticket to the major. So
yeah, I'm going to say that maybe today is going to be out of reach of Ambush. They can put up definitely a good showing and test Heroic a bit, but I don't, even with the sub, I don't really see Heroic letting this one go, because, Kavana, they were known as the big team that never won UKIN, so pretty sure Heroic's going to want to try and at least get one NPL win under their belt at some point, and why not make it this season when you got everything going for you already?
this is it. It's like, well, you can have your cake and eat it.
Exactly.
What's the saying? Bite off more than you can chew and then chew it, okay? We all have the same 24 hours in a day, do you know?
That sounds like a really, really terrible motivational post that someone posted entirely unironically and motivated no one.
It's a very, very old meme that stuck with me since my childhood, so we love that for me. But
it explains a lot.
It does explain a lot, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. And just exposing myself to the ladies and gentlemen at home as someone that cannot stop at all times. And again, we do apologise for the slight stop that we're currently doing. We're just waiting for the players to get back into the lobby. I'm curious to see, again, the fact that this is obviously the second time this evening that we've gone back into Cafe, whether we'll see it going forward for the rest of the evening. Obviously, we've got MNM and Coalesce coming up, which is going to be quite exciting.
Live
and then
cafe night.
But imagine, can you imagine if we actually get that? But I do think we are going to throw to a quick break, so we will save the cafe chat for now, but do not go anywhere. We will be right back after this quick video.
place? Do we need a second chance? Do we need a second wave? You never stop running, it's a battle in neon lights. And the further we're heading, there is always another fight. Is it something that we need to stay brighter? Is it something that we really
Hello everybody, thank you for being patient with us as we were experiencing some technical difficulties. We are going to be getting back on into the game though, and just a quick reminder, Heroic are currently sitting 2 rounds up to 1 over Ambush. Heroic is still on the defense of Cafe, and I'm joined here still by Grace. Grace, how you doing?
I'm good. I haven't gone anywhere. I'm still here.
Woo.
I'm still standing.
Copyright.
No, it's
DMCA.
not. It's not. It's not. If I'm singing it, it means it's a Grace original now. That's how copyright works.
I'm sure there's several lawyers who would quite like to have a word with you on that one.
Moving on then. Looks like Heroic going for some cheeky Pogmat action. We love to see it on this beautiful Wednesday evening. Welcome back to the NPL. Season 1, first ever season of NPL. Very exciting stuff indeed. We are seeing Ambush versus Heroic. And so far, Ambush actually having a decent time at trying to get some of these attacking rounds off Heroic, to be honest, Dino.
Yeah. I mean, they did get that last round, if I remember correctly, before we had the break. It was a bit of a scramble, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I mean, this has been a big momentum reset for both teams. We're basically coming into this match fresh. And then, you know, Heroic do have a leg up, but Ambush, they've had time to sit there, work through things, come up with ways that they want to deal with what's being presented and go for it.
Go for it indeed. And what a sweaty setup to go up against. So if you are Ambush right now, the Rooney Gates, those Frost Mats for mirror lineups as well. Nick, however, getting the first kill down to Chate. It's not bad going at all, putting this pressure here on the eastern wall. As Defele gets to pick onto Sloth as well, so already pretty decent going for the side of Ambush.
Yeah, 2 big picks off at the start, and well, more than 2 minutes still to play in the round. Benj are going to be opening up that mirror window as well. I think maybe to give Uno a little bit more room to play around with. He can stay inside of Freezer, doesn't have to attempt to rotate out, and from there can apply pressure onto Defele. But it does mean that if the play from Piano starts to come on through, you're effectively trapped in that cocktail position. Is no longer as secure as it once was.
Absolutely, and nades coming through, trying to clear some of these defenders and what may be default positioning. Pressure on the south side too. So again, maybe a little bit of a showdown here at the top of white. Looks like Benja might go for a little bit of a rotate though. Looks like he's actually going to try and go for the run out, Dino, of the garage. He's going to try and go for the garage door run out. Yes, indeed he is. Lining up, ready and waiting. Just has to make the commitment to it if he wants it. Nick actually getting down by one of these frost mats as well as Uno and Grizzly finishing off him and Rustin. Run out not coming to fruition just yet.
Ambush have had a 2-player advantage, like a full minute, and did nothing with it other than lose 2 players, and they've gained no ground and have already lost the momentum that they had at the start. So not really the best usage of that. So gonna have to see if they're going to be able to pull this one back, as Heroic getting those kills has meant they've been able to sort of really solidify their positions and can just wait for these last remaining players on Ambush to push on into them, and that's going to be precisely what Uno does. He's good for 1. The immediate trade coming through from Rhodey, but the Defele is still downstairs. He's going to go for a late flank up white, but it's going to be barbed wire surely there to pick up his presence, and it's going to get into an engagement nice and quick, but the shield is going to come to the cover of Benja, stopping that from being a quick kill, and Grizzly eliminates Rhodey. Benja is there for the kill onto Defele, and that is going to be another round going the way of Heroic. I think Grace might be having some issues with her microphone there, so we are just going to carry on with my wonderful voice here as round number 5 getting underway. Heroic 3-1 currently up at the moment, and going into the basement defense, or the kitchen defense, it does lend itself more towards the defense. Of course, this is Cafe. It's typically a defender-sided map. I'm gonna see if Grace is here. Grace, is your microphone up and working now?
5 seconds to insertion.
We'll give her a minute to make sure that she's all nice and connected. As this round, prep phase over and done with. Pretty standard setup coming through from Heroic, as we're going to have Grizzly going for a spawn peek. That was a defining characteristic of those opening few rounds, was Heroic going for that early aggression and Nick not really having a good time with things. Some shots going back and forth, a little bit of chip damage onto Nick, but not enough to get the kill, as Chate is going to be holding this angle inside of the bakery. It's going to be the ace of Coalesce, though, to get the opening frag onto Benja. That was the Capitao who was being aggressive early on. Just more gunfights going on around the map. A lot of aggression coming through from both of these teams. We are still having players upstairs inside of Piano on the top floor ready to go for these peaks, but we are seeing just a very one-dimensional take coming through from Ambush at the moment, trying to gain control of this north side of the map and into VIP, and then pushing on through, presumably, into Freezer. We do have Rhodey over towards the south side of the map, applying pressure onto the white stairs with this hole that's been opened up and denying any rotations, and is going to be the defining pinch factor of this round when the execute does start to come on through. And that means Grizzly's in a very difficult position, as he needs to stop everything from happening around him, as this entire execute is going to come down to just these few players over on the side of the map from the defense. And Rastin is ready and waiting for Sloth, trying to get aggressive down the brown stairs. Nick is going to be there to follow up as well, and Grizzly's going to hit the deck trying to take out a drone. And now it is all left up to Chate in a 1 versus 5 situation. There is 1 minute and 5 left on the clock, and they might not know where he is at the moment with this DMR and the long-range gunfights. He does have a chance, but it isn't going to work out for him. And that is going to be Ambush getting the round.
A flawless round at that, you know, really good going for them, to be honest. And again, really giving Heroic a run for their money here, and really, to be honest, impressing me, impressing you, impressing probably everybody at home. I said at the start of this season, Ambush are the Nordics' kind of best hope at getting into that top 4 position, and you can kind of start to see why some of us were feeling that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ambush have a lot of potential. I mean, you know, we were all being biased British casters yesterday and saying that MNM were going to win, but Ambush have definitely shown themselves to being strong contenders, and they can make Heroic, you know, pay in some rounds where Heroic aren't taking it entirely seriously and are creating or leaving these gaps open for Ambush to exploit.
Absolutely, and again, it's this idea of you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. It's always the way with teams in Rainbow Six Siege. If they can see that little tiny gap in your defense, or they can really play into and read what you're doing,
10 seconds remaining.
it's a sign of a very good team, first of all, but again, it can be a little bit spicy for you if you're then repeating the same thing, because again, the over-reliance right now on these mirror angles, and a relatively similar utility to last time, every single time they go through this reiteration. America just kind of being like, okay, we'll go for like a kind of standard situation, standard setup, yada, 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 and then it gets to the fact that Ambush are just ready and prepared for it. A lot more than probably Heroic were expecting.
Ooh, I like that Maestro cam though.
Very spicy.
See, this is the great thing about watching these tier 1 players, is that, you know, they may not be trying their absolute best at every given moment in time, but they do still go for those little quirky placements of gadgets that you don't normally see and sometimes don't get shown in other places, and that, you know, definitely expect to see that being used a little bit in the future. As I mean, Grizzly trying to go for a very cheeky spot there. That one's not really going to work out here.
Yeah, it is a little bit naughty, and well, what's also naughty is Nick getting that opening pick there onto Sloth. That is the mirror taken away, including that beautiful C4 that could have come up trumps once the attackers got that top floor control. So that kind of leaves only 2 C4s on the table, Benja and Shate, and again, where are they going to be positioned? Will they have to fall back and play those more vertical positions, Dino?
We are going to see ambush again. See, normally we get teams go for a top-down take on Cafe, you know, as you like to call it, the gravity format, but ambush are going for a lot of presence through this basement and then trying to attack up, not challenging the set defenses that you get on the top floor quite as much as we see other teams do. As there's been a consistent presence coming in through the kitchen in almost all of these attacking rounds from ambush, as Benja was getting a little bit aggressive inside of Piano. The Zofia stun going to keep him at arm's length for the time being now, though, as not a whole lot of movement coming from ambush directly onto these defending players.
And again, the timer is ticking. You really have to try and get this. Oh, beautiful play around each other there coming from ambush. From them running forward and that drop down coming through, but someone back to clean it up. And speaking of cleaning up, Uno getting the trade onto Nick, but Defele ready and waiting onto Shate as Benja picks him back up in response. 8 versus 2, Dino, and as I say, 1 C4 in pocket on Benjay, and well, Benjay also SMG11 in hand, taking down Coalesce, so narrowing this down to a 2 versus 2. It's really coming down to the nail now, Dino, but 20 seconds on the clock. They have to set up some form of execute or go for these kills, go for these engagements. Uno taking a significant amount of damage here, as we see that Rodi is getting very, very bolshy with it. Pre-fire for the wall, but Benja actually coming through once again with the SMG11, taking out Rodi, and it's a 1 versus 1. Down to the nail. Rosen has to try and find the head of Benja because there's no way. Actually, he's going to try and stick the plant, but he's run out of time. The pre-fire can now easily come through from Benja, and there we go. The round secured for Heroic.
Yeah, the play from Benja to stay upstairs and leave his teammate in sight to try and fight it out to the last. Uno's doing a good job of wasting time, and you know, Ambush not realizing that Uno was down at the end there meant that they wasted a little bit of time. And those Maestro cams, we saw them, they never got destroyed. They were never directly challenged onto the site, so it just provided lots of information, forcing a rotation out of Ambush right at the end as they were trying to get the diffuser down. That's just a nice, clean round win there for Heroic. But now we are going to have Heroic moving on to the attack. Ambush going to be on the arguably easier side of this map, and let's see if that is going to change the scoreline any further inside of the one Nordics team favor.
This could be interesting too, because again, the way that Ambush played their attack was so decent. Like, they really, really know how to approach this map. So again, when you know how to approach on attack, you would assume you know how to well defend it. Again, utilizing that mirror to their own advantage this time, this could get pretty spicy, but you would assume that Heroic themselves would be able to expect that and know how to deal with it themselves. Again, hair of the dog that bit you, but this is a very, very dangerous dog on the side of Heroic.
I hate that expression now.
Good. Good. You're welcome.
Right, okay, well, as it is, top floor defense coming through from Ambush. They've got lots of cams set up, and they're going to be bringing out that mirror once again. Well, going to be bringing out the mirror again for the game as a whole, but I need to mentally reset here. Whew. Zen. Okay, right. The attack is going to start to come on through. We are having Shate placing down some claymores on the outside to prevent those jump outs. Uno is being very concerned of that white stairs run up, but there's no one there to really support him. Ambush, though, looking like they're wanting to play this one safe to start off with here, Grace.
Safe indeed, but again, you've got the fact that Heroic do have that Flores in pocket, and this is what I mentioned at the start of the map. Even if you do have those ADSs, yes, they have the WAMI ban as well. The Ambush themselves chose. They now have to play around that on their defense, and they are aware of the fact that they're only left with those ADSs, and this is why Heroic have brought the Flores, probably clearing a lot of this utility. Doesn't matter if you bring those castles and Aruni gates as well, because the Flores can make neat work of those as well, and As you can see, Heroic already making their way into this piano area. They do have the mirrors to contest around that bathroom area, but as you see nades coming through, they know how to try and deal with it. They just have to get these nades and potential shots to land.
Yeah, I mean, Flores is something that we didn't see come through from Ambush. Nick getting aggressive is going to be good for one, but Chate with the immediate trade is going to eliminate him as he attempts to run back to safety. And I mean, that's a very impactful kill coming through from Nick. That is nades gone. Benja out of the game, and losing a Jaeger who's already placed down their utility isn't the biggest loss in the world, but it does mean that Sloth has been able to push up inside of Cigar and can get a little bit aggressive onto the players over in Cocktail. Looks like Rustin has taken up that position inside of the bathroom as Defeli is going to take down Sloth as he was probably trying to peek that doorway again, and Heroic's attack is being stopped and kept in place for the time being.
Again, 30 seconds on the clock. Grizzy getting the pick down to Defeli as Rastin falls to Uno. Also, it's all down to Coalesce and Rody now. And they have all of these players of Heroic collapsing nicely. The plant is going down. Uncontested for now. Rody is going to get the pick onto Chate, but there we go. There is that sound to confirm Diffuser is indeed planted. Grizzly gets down as Uno has been picked off. The retake coming through from Ambush. I think they can go for the safe defuse. I'm not sure if they're aware fully, but Grizzly, well, then now they certainly are. Rody finishing him off, Dino. So there we go. Beautiful retake there by Ambush.
That has to be the fastest retake I've ever seen. Diffuser was down, and the second anyone started to move, they were just immediately shot. So, I mean, yeah. Ambush.
I mean, we see in chat just then they were nearly shooting each other, and then Defele saying nice panic. So it's interesting how under these pressure situations, Ambush just they go into full-on fragfest mode. Let's just land these shots and try and get the retake from these kills alone. And those kills alone, they did indeed get, because yeah, as you say, that was cleaned up very, very quickly, Dino.
Yeah, I mean, I do like to say that the best shots you ever hit are team kills, because you're just in that pure fragging mindset, and when the panic starts to set in and then you almost take out your teammate, maybe it would have been a nice shot for the highlight reel, but it didn't happen, and they were able to secure the round as Heroic kind of got stuck. They lost that first player of Benja as they attempted to come into Piano and Cigar. And yes, they did get the trade, but then Sloth got taken out, and they really didn't have much pushing power after that. They were able to get on in, and it was Grizzly with a nice couple kills to then go and give them the opportunity to put the plant down, but they hadn't established any serious control around it or forced the players from Ambush out of their positions. So a solid defense coming through from Ambush, and while yes, Heroic were able to put the plant down, they didn't have much to go along with it.
No, they did not, but well, we're going for the cheeky hatch C4 situation. Will this actually catch Benja off guard? Only time could tell. No, it doesn't. A little bit too early for that, but again, it's going to leave Benja waiting a little bit for that Pillar's potential peaky run-out situation. But now, the players of Heroic relatively safe. Although, again, it's this idea of, again, the head of the B, Dino, you know, the aggression that came through from Heroic. Ambush are now doing that same thing. They're feeding themselves, they're feeling fraggy, they're landing some of these shots to almost their own teammates' detriment. And they're about to put up a very, very good fight against Heroic. And this is where Heroic need to, you know, pull their belt up a little bit and be like, okay, they're serious now. And, well, certainly so. Rastin getting that beautiful pick there onto Benja, and that's a lot of nice nade utility taken off board, and that all-important verticality when attacking these sites.
Yeah, but it's going to be quickly traded back twice. Grizzly and Una with a kill apiece, including one onto Rastin. And Nick going to go down as well, so that Thunderbird utility that has been positioned on top floor won't be able to be moved to Shate. He's inside of Laundry. He's going to be able to potentially catch someone off guard here if they don't know where he is. Shooting out that cam is going to alert them all of his presence due to the sound cues, but no one from the side of Ambush is looking like they want to do anything about it at the moment. Just going to let him stay in here. There's no rotate into raiding, as this is actually a fireplace and mining defense, and White Stairs control has been completely forfeited over to the side of Heroic because there's a minute left to go.
Absolutely, and again, that's pretty good going for Heroic, considering how intense Ambush were prepared to be at the start. And well, that's really nice to see Uno getting the swing out onto Defele as the nade comes through onto Brody. And it's all left down to Coalesce now on this move. They do have a C4 in pocket, but well, there we go. The beautiful crossfire coming through as Grizzly shuts him down. And that is Heroic, another round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Ambush sort of just lost their gunfights there. If Defele had been able to take out Uno inside of reading as they were going for the swing, would have meant that they'd been able to challenge onto Chateau when they wanted to go for that nade kill. And just this is where Siege is an FPS. If you lose your gunfights, you're gonna lose rounds, and that was one where Ambush didn't necessarily do anything wrong. They just didn't get the kills that they needed to.
They didn't indeed, and again, it's a shame really, because I do think that they were trying to fight back with all the power that they had. It's just a case of Heroic then clocking that and being like, okay, we'll take it up a notch now. This is such a really entertaining matchup so far, Dino. And Heroic now only one potential round away from match point. Very exciting stuff indeed, and again, I really want to reiterate my point from earlier, where I'm just so impressed with Ambush and how they've really brought the fun to the table. I was kind of poo-pooing them a little bit, I think, just because of how they did in Rumble. To be honest, again, it's really no offense to them, but I do think that when we see them going against, you know, UK and other European teams in that, and then it's like, okay, well, they're going into this now, and it's going to be a little bit of a sweat fest with some of these UK teams who really, really have so much to show and so much to prove. But I think Ambush have played this really, really well, considering, again, it's against Heroic, who are absolutely on the top of their game, of course, not using those shots for stuff, but their plan is already going down, Dino, as the shotgun's coming through from Uno. Uno getting traded out, but Sloth getting the pick there, Shate falling as well, so they have come off the defuse, and now Rody's going to pick one onto Benja, and goodness gracious me, Diffuser is planted actually, Dino, and the C4 coming through to give the line of sight. Nades plenty. This is chaotic as anything. Trades coming through, a 1 versus 1. Sloth versus Rastin in a post plant right now. Sloth getting, why are you getting aggressive? You don't have to get aggressive. Dino.
Yeah? Yeah, alright. I mean, the Heroic just... sometimes that push is there, that rush is there. You just open up the 2 doors, you go for the plant because everyone's too busy with everything else. But then you've got to have the cover in place, and it just wasn't. And then Ambush, you know, in the previous round they lost all their gunfights. In this round they won all the gunfights that they needed to. And, you know, Heroic maybe trying to have this one put to bed nice and early, but not going to be the case. Ambush not letting this one run away from them quite so easily.
That was very silly sausages then from Slotho, you have to admit. Again, there's no, in a post plant like that, you can fall back a little bit and play time. It's just, again, the fact that they're feeling themselves a little bit, they're feeling a little bit cheeky, a little bit naughty. It is a Wednesday night after all, but that's just unfortunate. Again, Ambush now, another round on the table. If they can try and pull this back to even Stevens, that's going to be a little bit embarrassing for Heroic, but the fact that they were able to rush in like that and choose the plan, I love to see it. I really love it when teams will just give the old razzle-dazzle like that and throw something different into the works.
Well, that certainly was different. I'm not a fan of teams going for the rushes. You go for a rush maybe on the first round, and that's about it in my mind. Because if you go for rushes after that, it tends to not work out as well. That first round, if you want that big initial hit before you then get into the long slog of the whole game. Heroic, it felt like they were just trying to get this one over and done with, get onto match point, and then, you know, do something cheeky for the final round and not let this one slip into a potential overtime, as this is one of the closest games that we've had over the first 2 Playdays in total. So, I mean, we could see overtime here.
I mean, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? And well, the Claymore's coming through. Rody in for a cheeky run out, getting caught off guard there. Of course, Uno getting the pick there onto Rastin as well, and Dino, those Claymores have had changes. We now get 2 instead of 1.
Yeah, and that's the power. You can have one player bring Claymores and they'll get both windows, as Nick was trying to stay undetected there, but the drone did turn around, so now he has to go for a long rotate meaning that there's only going to be 2 players on the site, and Heroic are going to recognize this and probably try and get a little bit aggressive here. We're seeing lots of shots coming through, and Coalesce is going to be the next to fall as Sloth just walking on in, gets a double. Nick is good for 1 with the C4, but it's now a 1 versus 4, and Heroic, when they take it a little bit more safely and, you know, Ambush jump out a bit more, the round goes their way. No need to rush it, boys. You can just take your time.
I was very concerned at first, Nick kind of lurking in the ground floor where the side of Heroic had spotted him out, but it really did come to just with how fast and furious they went about taking that top floor. At that point, they'd killed the majority of his teammates. You then have to go for that massively long rotate. At that point, you know, a new number of flank drones have presumably spotted you out, and they're just ready and waiting at those staircases for you. I think that can sometimes be the downside of Cafe if you are doing that really heavy extended roam. There are only 2 points of really movement throughout the map, and it is those 2 staircases. So if you do get into a situation where it's you and a 1vx and you have to go up on those staircases, 9 times out of 10 people are waiting and holding that angle against you, and it's an uncomfortable one, isn't it, Dino?
Yeah, Cafe player disadvantage is one of the hardest maps. I mean, being at the player disadvantage is just, you know, obviously a disadvantage to you, but player disadvantage on Cafe when it's even just 1 is so difficult to try and deal with, and then retakes as well are difficult because there are so many spots that can be held by the attackers. And then when you start getting down to 1vx's, you're just really without a hope in hell. There is Ambush. We were talking about the possibility of overtime, and now they've really got to fight for it, as overtime's their only option if they want to walk away with a point here today. As Heroic on that 6 rounds wins in their favor, they just need to get this 1 last execute to go.
Absolutely, and decent setup coming through from them again, utilizing those Aruni gates, even bringing the Legion for a little bit of goo mine action, just in a bid to slow down the potential of a rush yet again. I think this is the point where Ambush are like, okay, they're gonna keep going in fast and furious now. They're gonna keep going for the jugular, and well, that's unfortunate, actually. Shate getting down, but is immediately res back up by that Thinker boost. So Util starts to come through, but a C4, beautiful from Kelly there, taking down Shate. And that's a nice little opening pick going in the favor of Ambush.
Back-to-back C4s out onto that front door, and Nick as well was able to sneak up, get aggressive behind the overturned bookcase, and just land that headshot there. And 2 opening picks now going the way of Ambush. Definitely a strong start for them, but we've seen this happen before where Ambush get that player advantage and then nothing really comes of it, as Heroic are just going to be, or have in the past been able to just walk in and get multi-kills from just 1 player, and the whole round turns on its head and it's back in the favor of Heroic.
Absolutely, and yeah, this is where the verticality can really come up trumps as well, though, because you do have that sledge, and well, you have to sloss the diffuser and Uno in the same instance, but Benja actually getting that pick onto Rody in retaliation is going to be good going, but now they know where you are, and there we go, Defeli getting aggressive up the stairs, taking down Grizzly. Benja getting that pick onto Coalesce, though, and this is a thing, Dino, a 1 versus 3, you bait out these engagements, and that's exactly what he's going to do, taking down Nick, trying to go for some free fires. Do any of you want to challenge it? And actually, it looks like Ambush are going to be quite patient with it, Dino.
Yeah, they don't need to get aggressive here. Benja, as we all know, is one of those players who can just pop off and get an ace in any round he wants, and he's going to have to do it in this one, as that is going to be Defeli going down. But Raston is going to play it a little bit more safe. The diffuser is outside, and Benja has to go through that barricade, run all the way out, and pick it up off the car. This is going to give Raston a lot of time to relocate. Is going to choose to remain behind this long bar here, not wanting to push on up, as there was a drone that previously spotted out the other remaining defender, and a little bit of ring around the Rosie, as we are going to have Benja work his way behind Rice and is going to be going for the plant. It looks like Raston isn't fully away, seems to have clocked it now and can see the foot, but doesn't get the shots down in time, and it's going to be Benja with the ace to give Heroic the round 11 win, and that is going to be the match going their way.
Oh, that was such an incredible round there. I love to see that. It's again this idea that yes, if you're in a 1vx, it can feel impossible 9 times out of 10, but all you have to do, Dino, is bait out those engagements, bait it into multiple 1 versus 1, and it increases your probability of coming out on top tremendously. As we just see, you can come through with the ace and you can secure not only the round, but the map dub for your team.
I mean, of course it happens the round after I talk about how difficult it is to win 1vx's and how important the man advantage is on Cafe, but Benja, he's just one of those players. He can just go off and get you 20 kills in a game. He didn't quite get there today, but definitely that ace at the end to win it out was a sight to watch. This was an incredibly aggressive game from both of these teams. A lot of incredible shots and gunfights going on throughout the entire match.
And that's it. It was an incredible match. I think, again, Ambush just really impressing me with how much they're coming through as Nordic's main hope here. And you can really see why, again, of course, yes, Heroic not really playing to their full strat book and their full standard, but they're still doing a really, really good job. And they're still one of the best, EU teams at the moment within the European circuit. So the fact that Ambush can turn around and be like, yeah, maybe we're a little bit of an underdog in this situation, but we're going to come in all guns blazing and really make you work for it. And there were moments where some of these rounds, even that Heroic, won, they were really coming down to the skin of their teeth. And yeah, it's really exciting stuff.
Talent shines through. And, the individual skill that the players on Heroic have, just being able to overcome the setups and the strategies from Ambush. We saw it happen yesterday as well, where it was Heroic versus NAVI, and Heroic just were able to work together in those 1 or 2 player situations against, the other team. And I think that's going to be a defining thing of Heroic throughout the rest of the season. But here to, probably argue against me and disprove everything that I've said so far today, we're going to go back to the desk for a bit more of a detailed breakdown of that game.
Thank you very much, Grace and Dino. What a way to finish things off. Benja with the clutch ace. I mean, Thomas, that's phenomenal. Also, Jerry's here, because Fresh is having some internet issues. Just, we'll get that out. But I'm sorry, Jerry, you're not as important as what Benja's just done. Thomas, just how do you play against that?
You don't take Benja to Cafe, because it's like I've said before, Cafe is a Nordic classic. If you bring Nordic players and Nordic teams to Cafe, especially Finnish ones, you get these kind of games. You get ace clutches, you get 1-taps, you get incredible C4s, you get incredible nade kills, and Benja is just showing why he skipped a leg. I was going to say he skipped Challenger League to go straight up to Tier 1, and he proves exactly why, because he is just that level above the rest of the competition.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Jerry, Ambush, they gave it one heck of a go against Heroic, a side who you would expect to win quite comfortably, just the pedigree that team has. But Ambush, they didn't make it easy for them.
No, they didn't. There was a lot of fight in them, and you've got to look at Heroic and say, do we expect more from them? Do we expect them to wipe the floor with Ambush in this situation? But then you also, balance that against the fact that they do have Chate coming in as their sub, quite a sub as we saw, but still there's, it's difficult to weigh up, and I think that was the result we expected, but not necessarily the journey that we expected.
I mean, what does this mean next for Ambush, Thomas? Because it's a loss, but they will have easier games than that. That's that's a big one out of the way.
I like I've said backstage, some people would read into this and say Heroic aren't playing to the best, they're not even the best lineup, they're just playing willy-nilly, they're all over the place. And yeah, sure, Ambush kind of gave away that final round to Benja, because Benja took and made an amazing play out of that one. But there are plenty of positives to come in here from Ambush, and I love the fact that we got to see the side of Finnish in the community that I really love, like the murro, when someone is doing the play. For those who don't know, it means hi in Finnish. So when Uno is jumping over a banister to shoot 2 people in the head, it's like murro, and then Rodi just throws it right back at him. This is what I love about casting the Finnish community. And Ambush, they're going to be looking at these VODs. Rondo Sando is going to break it down into pieces, and they're going to be like, okay, all these things were great. We were gunning out against Sloth and Benja. Benja's machine, just scratch that. Look at the positives that we did in terms of strategy. Look at the rounds that we were able to win and clutch back against a team such as Heroic. It bodes well for Ambush for the rest of the NPL.
Yeah, we'll see if Ambush can pick up a few more wins, because they look as if they can definitely do some damage in this league. For Heroic, Jerry, obviously they're going to be looking at big picture stuff. You know, MPL is a side project for them. You can see it in their playstyle. You can see some of the players such as Grizzly, such as Uno. You know, they're out and about. You know, they're playing really, really well. Whereas we're used to seeing them take a bit more of a backseat role in the UL, where it's more Benji and Sloth doing a lot of that heavy lifting. You know, Gorgie, he's able just to say, you know what, I don't want to play today. In comes Shate. They just look as if they're just here for a bit of fun.
Yeah, and it's similar to their mentality when they were playing in Yukin, right? They did play occasionally, in fact fairly often, with a sub in, and usually it would be either Ride at the time or Mr. Officer. Now I think actually having that sub in their lineup really strengthens them, and it allows them to continue to make this National League their playground. And with the form that they're on currently in EUL, they have every right to do so, because before it was a little bit shaky last Yukin season. It was like, oh, should they be doing this? But now, yeah, I think they've earned that.
Let's see if our interview is ready. Yeah, I think we have Shate ready for his interview. Obviously, this is his first time playing competitive in quite a while. Shate, you're back. It has been how long? How long's it been?
It has been, I think, 1.5 years, approximately. It has been a while.
Yeah. Does it feel good to be back? You know, playing. Obviously, it's not as if it's a tier 1 competition, but it's still competition.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. It was a blast. Of course, I feel bad for Gorgona because like he's sick at the moment, but it was fun opportunity. I took it as a like you like take the most out of it, and yeah, it was just fun, and the boys are great. They were very welcoming, and yeah, it was just fun experience after a long time.
Is that kind of like the general vibe that Heroic are going for in this competition? It's just to have a bit of fun. You know, obviously we know that they have to deal with major preparation. Obviously EOL still ongoing for them. Is it just about just having fun and almost a bit of stress relief?
Well, yes and no. I think the boys really they want to win. They treat this as like good like practice for like making the team chemistry work, and like teamwork and like communication, stuff like that. Because of course you cannot show like every strat in this league. You need to save some strats for the like majors and stuff like that. But I feel like they really want to win. But of course, you also need to have fun on the same time.
What about Benji? Like, he's just unbelievable what he was able to do in that last round. You've been around a while. You know, you've seen a lot of players come up. The kid has something special.
Yeah, I mean, he has shown talent for so long, and then you see like he does what he does. Like on the last round, he's just he's a beast. He has such a huge amount of confidence, and he knows what he can do. So it's beautiful to see in game 2. It was nice to spectate that.
Spectate, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything you want to say to the fans out there? You know, your own community. Obviously, there's quite a few people running around with an old 7-7 charm on the guns. Anything you want to say out there to the community?
Well, hey, I love you guys. I hope you enjoy the game. I hope you like to see us play. And yeah, I just want to thank everybody again. It was a pleasure.
Perfect, Shate. I'll not keep you any longer. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see if Heroic can continue that form next week.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, he actually answered a question that I think was one that was on my mind. It's, what's the kind of game plan for Heroic? Yes, we can easily write them off and say they don't really care about this EUL major, that's where they want to be, but whenever Shate's saying that they do want to win this competition, and I think it kind of comes back to that storyline, Jerry, is we've seen this lineup in, past in Yukin for a lot of seasons, but never have won the championship. They've always been beaten out by either MNM or NAVI, so there has to be something. Obviously, you can say, oh, we don't care, we don't this. There has to be a little part of you thinking, come on, we can finally win one.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I mentioned, the form that they're in EUL would kind of back that up. This is the kind of place where they can show off. And if they continue in this sort of vein, they're 2 for 2, keeping pace with Victus now, then they've got every possibility of winning it at the end of it. And you look at, for instance, the fact that MNM, they're fielding their academy side, so they may see that as one less sort of competitor for the very top spot. And you wonder, are NAVI going to sort of right themselves? They find themselves in a little bit of a rut, already a match down in the standings here. So yeah, I think they fancy themselves probably as the favourites right now.
Any disagreements with that, Thomas, or do you think Heroic, this is their season?
I don't have anything to add except for the fact that it seems like Shutter played his trousers off because they were lying on the bed inconspicuously there, so you know it's a nice little detail there. But no, I think it's like I have a keen eye. I might be old, but you know. Anyway, no, I think Jerry hit the money there. It's right. I think Heroic are looking like a stronger roster, generally speaking, and I think Heroic has also had two relatively strong matchups in their first games. Like they had NAVI in the previous one, and Ambush. I know like a lot of people have been sleeping a little bit on Ambush, or it might be an unfamiliar name to the casual viewer, but Ambush is a relatively strong team. So for them to be 2-0, like compared to Victus, who are 2-0, who had by far a much easier two matchups in their first two matchups. I think Heroic are looking strong.
Well, that's game number 2 done. Again, apologies for the delay that we had earlier, but we'll try and keep things moving as quick as we can. We're going to another quick break. We'll be back with game number 3.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills, all E1 DCs. And what?
Welcome back. We're ready to move in now to our third game of the evening. It's NAVI versus RCTIC. Both sides suffering losses yesterday, so a chance for one of these teams to move up in the standings. Grace, we'll start with NAVI first. Yes, they did lose yesterday, but remember who they lost to. It was Heroic.
It was indeed Heroic. Again, Heroic on absolute top form right now. NAVI, again, it's still that tier 1 team. Yes, they have lost Doki, but they still have, you know, the likes of Blur, things like that. So it's still going to be the same kind of energy, the same kind of aggression, realistically.
Yeah, Dino, it's a side that, again, still has that pedigree. You know, there's still so much talent on this roster. Obviously, a loss to Heroic, how much can you really look into that? I think, again, if you actually analyze the game, it was so close. You know, a lot of it came down to just 1v1 individual engagements, and both sides were fortunate with some, both sides were unlucky with a few. It's just how the game works sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was a little bit of the Heroic revenge tour, as, you know, Heroic lost to NAVI. Their only loss of EUL was against NAVI, so they wanted to make sure they got that one down. So I feel like NAVI were at a bit of a disadvantage in that one anyway, but yeah, NAVI is still going to be able to come through, and I'm fully expecting them to finish as one of the top 4 teams at the end of the season.
Let's have a look at RCTIC and Grace. It's a side that didn't really get into the server, it felt like, at points during their game yesterday. Victus just kind of threw them about.
This is it, isn't it? It's an unfortunate one, really, because I do think when you look at this roster, there's a lot of potential there, but it's the fact that, yes, they're not really having the best of matchups to go into this with. And as I say, yeah, they might get tossed about a little bit again this evening. Realistically, it's again this idea of, can they match that aggression themselves? Can they deal with that aggression? And it is going to be NAVI they're going up against. Perhaps they're going to be a little bit rattled already going into it. Regardless, it's still a very good learning experience, and I think that's where their main focus probably will be.
Yeah, there's going to be better games, I think better matchups for this side as the season starts to go on. Dino, it's NAVI, it's going to be a big task for them. Obviously, realistically, we're not expecting this team to come out here and absolutely pound, but we want to see, I would say, a better improvement. We want to see something better than what we've seen yesterday from this side.
Yeah, yesterday it was a 7-1 to Victus. The only round that RCTIC won was a round where it started off as a 4v5. So I'm really hoping that we get a better performance out from RCTIC today. Maybe it was just a bit of a shock to the system. They weren't prepared for the style of play, the aggression, and just the step up. And maybe today they'll be a bit more with it, a bit more prepared for what's going to be coming their way, and we'll be able to have a bit of a show against NAVI. But NAVI are a cut above Victus, so I think we could potentially see a similar scoreline to what we had yesterday.
Let's see our head-to-head graphic, and we'll see who we're going to be highlighting and who to watch out for during this matchup. Oh, looks as if we actually don't have one for this matchup. Instead, we'll just go straight to the map video then, and we'll see what the maps are saying. I mean, Grace, if you're a side like RCTIC, you want to try and go back to basics. Oh, and that's...
There we go.
That's exactly what you've got.
There's your basic demo. Exactly, there's your basic. Again, they wanted either a clubby or an Oregon situation. We are indeed going to go to Oregon. And it was Navi that actually gifted that to them, banning out Villa there as well. So, you know, RCTIC are going to be starting on that defensive side too, which might favour them a little bit, help them get their bearings a little bit there as well. Again, I really do think they should go into this with a bit of kind of joviality and just see it as a learning experience. But if they can really bring the fun to here, I think they'll just impress a lot of people.
Oregon, Dino, what do you reckon? Do you think NAVI obviously had the chance to go to Villa again? That would have been 2 villas in a row for RCTIC, but not an Oregon from them. Maybe just a preference for NAVI, maybe just wanting a bit of an easier map to play rather than Villa, where you kind of have to think a bit in many contexts.
Yeah, you can't really turn off entirely when you're playing Villa. You have to still be with it. It's so big, it's so much going on around you, there's so much roam potential, you have to stay with it. So just going for Oregon, plain and simple, you know where the attacks are going to come from. No one's going to reinvent the wheel attacking you on Oregon. So you can just fall into very standard defaults, go for those plays that you're already well accustomed to and won't be showing anything new, which is going to be a key thing for NAVI. They're not going to want to go delving into the strat book just to win an NPL game.
Well, the game is ready, so let's go back over to the casting desk. It's Thomas and it's Jerry.
Thank you so much to the analyst desk and audience. Do not rub your eyes. Cloning technology has arrived, and yes, we are in fact the first successful outcome here. Jerry, going to be an honor to cast with you the first time. Unfortunate circumstance, of course, with Jack losing his internet and I think half of France as well, according to what he said to us. But I'm excited to get to cast with you, and I'm really looking forward to this matchup as well. NAVI versus RCTIC. I don't know if you saw the matches yesterday. I do believe you did. So what are your impressions here for this matchup?
Yeah, I was hanging out in Twitch chat. It was a good couple of games that they put up, but obviously on the back of 2 losses, and RCTIC didn't do themselves very many favours with their display. Whereas NAVI, I think we know, definitely the favourites coming into this. Also, I'm not going to just ignore your little compliment. I'm looking forward to casting with you two, Snow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the Nordic quals, well, which became the NPL quals, I guess. Yeah, RCTIC, they did impress during that time. So I'm not too worried about their sort of general performance here. They can definitely put up a fight if it's their day. South Park is, I think, a pretty terrifying one. I remember casting RCTIC a long time ago, and they had a player called Vip who just tore everything asunder. And
Vipe or Vippy.
Vipe, yeah. And I saw them competing. I was like, oh no, they don't have him. What's he going to do? And then within minutes of watching this team and watching South Park, I was like, oh okay, it's good. They found a viable replacement for Vipe, and South Park was tearing up the server. So yeah, he's definitely a talent. And if NAVI have anyone to keep their eyes on, in my opinion, it's him. But I think Monks has been singled out as well. So yeah, lots to look out for.
Lots to look out for, and like we discussed yesterday as well, Monks has been considered somewhat of a little bit of a bellwether here by our inside man in the Finnish community, Uberos. If Monks do well, the rest of the team does well. And I do enjoy this Finka ban coming through from NAVI, just to get rid of an operator that has become incredibly oppressive under the current circumstances. I mean, I think Grace and Dino somewhat touched on it in the previous matchup about, like, you could argue that the attackers have so many things going for them right now in terms of guns, weapons, utility clear, yada yada yada, that could we, like, for almost the first time in Siege history, at least since the Glazing meta, talk about an attacker favored or preferred sort of meta?
It's definitely, you know, it's circling the drain pipe of discussion, shall we say. But yeah, I think I agree with you. The Finka ban is something that I want to normalize and ranked. A lot of people are saying it's like the most oppressive operator. Surprising not to see her receive any sort of nerfs, although, of course, there is the acknowledgement that LMGs are going to have something done about them in the near future. So we can only hope. Ying, again,
we can pray.
Yeah, we can pray. Ying is another good one as well, because obviously with the attacker repick coming in, she occupies this incredible spot in the meta, especially with 4 Candelas now, where she's always accessible, she's always there. If you have a strat for her, you can use her, and it's a good idea to get rid of her now, if anything. But look at what it leaves on the board. You're bringing double hard breach here, Hibana and Maverick, and that's certainly normal on Oregon, but it just opens up so many options for you, and it does mean that overall the attackers do have a lot more going for them. And it's NAVI attacking first here, so I do worry a bit for RCTIC.
Well, we're only going to see the pace here that NAVI are going to bring out, because Blur is going to be rocking the Amaru. Once again, we saw him rocking it on Chalet yesterday, and he actually won a gunfight against Benja, where Benja, the guy who just aced Clutch, you remember him? Yeah, he got completely outgunned by Blur on this Amaru, and that one particular round, of course. And then, yeah, sure, that's the one thing I remember. Blur's going to use, of course, the Garo hook to get up top on the tower, or inside the tower, of course, and just miss out a little bit on the timing here. But RCTIC are going to do a somewhat standard, I'm going to say, freezer hold there, where they have a couple of players holding just outside the hallway here. Freezer, going to try and stall a little bit of a time, and around roughly 30-40 seconds, you will see the players playing in that corridor start to pull back on towards Freezer, just to make sure that they don't lose any, like, too many numbers, because on a basement push such as this, having all 5 members alive when the attackers have to push is a massive advantage.
You say that, but look at the timer in the sense that NAVI, they've gained full map control, the top 2 floors, within 40 seconds. RCTIC offering it all up for free, essentially. And that just means NAVI can do their thing for the next minute or so before they can even, you know, have to think about laying a finger on the site. And they've got all of the utility left to do so. This means that RCTIC are going to feel very claustrophobic at times, already spending a C4 there, and it will net nothing as you know, that utility is going to dwindle. A pocket mirror, though,
wow.
to the way that Na'Vi are going to be approaching this on the soft wall towards the rear stage tower stairs. That was a long sentence. I feel like I haven't cast in like 2 months, and I may have forgotten how to speak, Snur. So you take it away now.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, I barely speak any English whatsoever, so it's all good. But we're going to see the flashes coming here, and the ping, of course, on towards South Park, who has been rocking this, of course, a shoddy on Albi this time around. That's what he is known for, but Thunder will cut him down. It will strike twice, almost thrice. It shall be thrice. And Nikki is the only player left alive, and he can't see anything, and should be an easy cleanup. And Thunder, the 4K. Well, you know what they say about lightning, but Thunder follows lightning strikes, and that was certainly a hell of a rumble.
Yeah, and Thunder struck 4 times there in basically the same place. He was all around that sort of pillar drop and then highway area, and they just couldn't contain him. He took every single fight, but you have to credit Na'Vi, the way they collapsed on the site from all directions. It didn't really give RCTIC much of a chance there, and Thunder takes the spoils for that round, but it could have been anyone, quite honestly, on the side of Na'Vi. That was really quite suffocating, and that's what happens when you give a tier 1 side like this so much time to work with. I want to see RCTIC adapting when we move forward and seeing them, you know, step up to it, not give Na'Vi so much respect. These are Finnish players, they can gun, and if you want to try and take it to a Na'Vi side that arguably are probably the least fragger heavy out of any EUL side right now, then they might be feeling it, right?
Spice.
I think so. I think that's a fair assessment to make. They're a very kind of support stacked team right now, Na'Vi.
They're heavy on the supports. They're all like just putting each other up in each other's backpacks and just waiting for someone to lead the charge. Is that what you're saying? Like, five backseat gaming people are just sitting there like, okay, who? Like, I want a drone. Like, I want a drone. I want to do the dirty work.
They are. They're 5 team players with no like standout stars amongst them, and they can get the job done. Certainly, we just saw it. But yeah, I reckon RCTIC can show them a little disrespect. I want to see it.
A little bit of disrespect is what Jerry has prescribed, even for this RCTIC team, and I have to admit, you know, with okay, that was a very quick armor coming through, but a missed opportunity for Nikki rocking the SMG-11. We saw Sarpega do a amazing quad kill with that earlier tonight, but Nikki not being able to repeat that, but someone else on the SMG-11. It's going to be tricky, and oh wow, that is a tricky Finn. If I've ever seen one, he should not get away with that one. Look at the blood spatter there. Nicely observed by our sub-in observer that had to step in when the French internet went, well, just all the way, I was going to say, and we had to have a step-in caster and observer as well, so massive shout-out to both of you for being able to step up on such short notice. And again, for Tricky, but Thunder, continuing here with his 5th kill in 2 rounds, is not ready to lie down just yet.
3 versus 4, Na'Vi looking a little bit shaken there after a very pedestrian first round, and they do need to find a way back in. The nade will come up from underneath Tricky, though, and Thunder strikes yet again. Wow, a triple on the round puts him at 7 overall for the game. Blur takes out Monks, and now it's all on to Nikki. This is flipped on a dime right here. 1 versus 3. Can he make it happen? Comes down the white stairs, and Thunder's not expecting it. His reign of terror is now ceased, but Nath and Blur, the 2 UK players left on this side. My mistake, Yak is also UK. Nikki will find Nath, however. 1 versus 1. SMGs at the ready. Who will be the one to emulate Sarpega first here? Diffuser dropped inside a master, though, and smoke set down inside a trophy. This is buying Nikki plenty of time here.
Plenty of time in a 1v2, but that will of course favor the attackers here as they still have drones to throw out here and try and get the intel onto Nikki, who does have a gun, of course. I was going to say, well, obviously he has a gun, but he has a gun, so that's good. He's you know, he's not out of bullets or anything. He does have the SMG-11, that was going to be my point. Not a lot of ammunition in that one, and forcing a 2v1 against someone with an SMG-11, obviously it's going to favor you. As I say that, Blur is actually going to be rocking the SMG-11 as well with the sidearm, but he does have a shoddy, and this is good play from Nikki, understanding that the shotgun will, of course, be far superior at such a close range here. If you just land that one crucial shot, you will be able to put him down in the 1v1 here. So, good play by Nikki, but he does get a little bit antsy, and I know that you wanted to disrespect Jerry, but I think that was just a bit too much.
So close there, but a fantastic response from RCTIC after what was just being slapped about on that first round. We saw a bit of fight from them. We saw a surge, but then the response from Na'Vi equally important. And Nicky again turned it back. That was a very back and forth round when you think about it.
Yep.
Over the course of the 3 minutes, it was swinging the pendulum from left to right, and eventually it fell on Navi's side. But yeah, it could have gone either way there, and that is hope right there for RCTIC. They're going to head back down to the basement, and I'm excited to see how they adapt, or if they adapt at all. I hope they do, because yeah, they can't let Navi get away with what they did in the first round.
Can't let Thunder get away with
No.
what he got away with. I was gonna say, like 7 kills in 2 rounds. Woof! How's that for a support player? I want that support player on my team. I also want. Hang on, I just want to make sure I get the name correct here. Sorry about that. It was gonna be a nice little throw for myself, and I just completely botched it. But there we go. Schreichel. I also want him on my team to support me and observe. Thank you so much. He's the guy who's observing. I didn't know his name, but production kindly told me his name. So again, massive dub to Schreichel for stepping in here on such short notice to observe this game for us between RCTIC and NAVI, and of course for the rest of the evening. And yeah, so like I said, let's hope we see some adaptations coming through here from RCTIC. It does seem like it's going to be relatively standard in terms of tactics or strategy here, in terms of still going back to the tower there, just having a player there. Let's see if Blur or anyone is able to pick someone up. But South Park is going to try and contest this, not rocking the shotgun this time around. Does seem like the Shower's hallway hold is going to be a little bit heavier this time around, but let's see how much time South Park is able to stall, because as you pointed out earlier, there was perhaps just a little bit too much time to allow Navi to get full map control there and prepare the execute. But look at Blur on the flank here. This pincer is risky, and the timing is off because the cover is not looking the right way at the right time, and Blur is going to pounce on South Park and take advantage of that, and that means South Park and RCTIC are already 1 player down.
Not quite sure what that nade was about.
I was going to say, isn't that his own player?
Yeah, now Tricky punishes him there. Just a bit of a few loose connections there between the Navi players, and it seems as though Nyak has managed to sneak his way into monitors. Does know that Tricky is inside a kitchen, but he will grab his second kill of the round, punishing Navi here. Secretly finds one, and Tricky finally goes down to Thunder. Navi regaining their composure, it would seem, as a 2 versus 3 now in favour of the attacking side. Nicky Woot now looking to scale these stairs and make a play. It's a pair of SAS operators once again. Just seems like a day for SMG-11s, if you ask me, Snur.
Certainly does, and hopefully for RCTIC it might also be a day where they can copy an amazing clutch and 2v3 situation. It's not impossible. We have, like you said, talented players on this Finnish roster who are more than capable of shooting back, but it's just the difference in terms of experience and of course the synergy on the team. On Navi, tons of experience between the players, of course, as the electric hatch is going to be open here. See if Nicky's going to be able to get himself a little cheeky kill. No, he's not. Gonna pull up a little bit, 1 minute, a little bit of a pre-fire coming through. I do believe the rotation on the elbow is still open, so Nicky should have a way to get himself out of there. Or did they reinforce it? No, it's still there, as Nicky's back onto site. And thank you so much for putting that one out, Schreichel. Now, let's see for Navi how the setup here for this final execute. Are they going to spread out thinly and have 1 player dropping and 2 players pushing from the sides here? Are they going to try and push together and go for the trades? You have a number that's an advantage, but you do have some good angles being held up here by RCTIC that can be very difficult to contest. But this is where the numbers advantage comes in with the trades, Jerry.
Yeah, Navi maybe spreading themselves thinly. RCTIC spreading themselves thinly with an F. Haha, joke. Mark's taking a bit of pain in the form of some bullets sent his way, though, into Freezer. It's actually the MP5K that Monks is rocking. Very useful for holding these long angles, and he does have a sightline all the way across the site. Diffuser isn't ready to go down. That smoke is choking out C4. He's on such low HP. He needs to try and get in there. Finally, it dissipates. C4 isn't down to Monks, but it's a bit too far. Can he get across? No, he can't. Thunder holds the angle. Monks might be able to get the angle onto the fire, but he can't. Nath holding from inside of Freezer. Just the right position. Navi setting that up perfectly, despite the timer working against them. They did just enough.
That is that was very important there, to be able to force the player inside of Freezer further away so that he doesn't get the angle there towards the door. And like, obviously having the smoke canisters means that you don't have to hard force that angle and try and take that contest and potentially lose and have a 1v3 situation. But it also means that you are not in an angle where you can safely yeet out the C4 and deny that plant after the smoke. That is a round that could have been won with that C4, but because of the setup for Navi, because they had the time to make that setup and communicate the situation and agree on where they, where they had to put their foot down, they were able to execute that perfectly, and that's the difference, right? Like, if you give that much time to a lower tier team, you might not get as punished as you are against a better team such as NAVI.
Yeah, and it really is just the experience that's showing right now, because it's in those crunch moments as well that RCTIC are just letting it slip. They've been pretty decent in the early round for the most part, whether it's by virtue of surviving just by playing passive, or getting a bit of a cheeky entry, or maybe punishing some miscommunication from NAVI. But it's in that chaos that ensues immediately after, the bit that is not quite the mid-round, but I'm going to call it the mid-round anyway, because it's in the middle of the round-ish. And they find themselves at a numbers disadvantage after all those sort of tense opening moments quite often. And it's just a few little adjustments, and maybe just getting their head screwed on straight, that would actually see RCTIC competing with NAVI here. There isn't honestly too much separating the teams, if you ask me right now, and NAVI, I think the 3-0 kind of flatters them.
It kind of does, but it also means that the lives aren't going too fast away, or snuffed away too soon for the side of RCTIC, because 30 seconds into the round they already lost 2, and Nath is inside already trying to plant here with the Amaru, and there's just no answer here from RCTIC, and this is the downside. Like you said, if you play for the map though, you can get exactly this. A nice read by NAVI, and they execute it flawlessly. They see something, they want to take it in a 2v4 situation in a post plan, and your only ways of getting back onto site are 2 staircases, and you're going to face off nades and 2 corridors and guns from the side of Yak and Thunder. Yeah, not favorable, but Safberg is going to be able to pad his stats with a kill on towards Nath, who was getting a little bit greedy there perhaps. Oh, the timing could have been great, but the timing was, alas, not on the side after all. Secretly will clean up the 2 final defenders on the side of RCTIC and go up 4-0. And I do believe that you have a point, but I'm seeing a tendency here that RCTIC members are dying too early in the round.
Yeah, and I feel like I might have cursed them there, because that was the cleanest one that NAVI have even managed to produce. We were 30 seconds into the round there. I was doing my analysis of the whole game, and I was like, oh, wait, they're planting. What's happened here? RCTIC, you need to be keeping a better eye on things overall. That was, yeah, a big punish from NAVI. And now they've gathered 4 attacking rounds, and the analyst in me says that this game is over. That's really difficult to justify for RCTIC, right? You want to be on Oregon at least achieving a 3-3 split, if not ideally a 4-2, and now the most that they can get on defense is 2. So they want to keep this game going as long as possible, if not for the fact that, you know, they might not necessarily win it, but they want to gain as much experience against a top tier side like NAVI as possible. So keep on fighting, RCTIC, and you know, maybe in a world where NAVI just get a bit rattled, you can turn it round. But my hopes aren't high anymore.
I mean, things can turn around in a round, like turn around in a round. That was not very thought through. But
round, baby, round,
necker, baby, round. But they can.
We went for 2 different songs there.
Well, maybe, but I mean, I'm older than you, so I called the dubs on that one.
You spin me right
round, baby, right round. There you go.
Someone thought it was a good idea to put us on a cast together. I don't know who.
I blame Jack because his internet went, you know. So blame him.
Yeah.
So, you know, I hope Rich and the rest of the production team are taking notes there. It's like, okay, karaoke night with Snur and Jerry. Let's not put them together.
Let's make that
Signed.
happen.
Yeah.
I am.
That's gonna happen. Just don't do any karaoke nights with Grace, because she's gonna be rocking Drowning Pool's bodies and just scare the living crap out of everyone.
She has one hell of a screamo on her.
She does. She does.
Yeah.
Viking, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anywho, back to the game. And I believe that what you said, like, getting experience here against NAVI is important here for RCTIC. And I was going to continue on a point saying that, well, you never know, because if, for instance, RCTIC get 2 rounds now, I mean, Rainbow Six is a momentum-based game as well. Like, am I saying that I think that RCTIC is going to reverse sweep NAVI? Not at all. But I'm saying that there are ways to unrattle or to rattle them and to get in their heads a little bit, and at least get some rounds on the board so you can create more of a VOD for yourself and see, okay, where were we actually able to stop NAVI, and why did we actually die to them? Was it individual performances, or was it just NAVI? And look at the setup. This is so classic as you can get it almost. And now with the addition of the Osa as well, and you have the Monty additionally in the shower corridors, you have so many shields and so few ways to break it down. But Tricky, as I say that, will take down Thunder. That means that at least one of the shield players is still left alive. Osa shield should have been removed with that C4. Now this is the onslaught waiting. Post-ban situation where almost everyone was alive. all the way through as Nath cleans out Tricky. 30 seconds left here for RCTIC to try and defuse and get rid of 4 players on the side of Navi. Pulse band situation against Monty. Is Nikki winning that one? As I say that Secretly and Blur will be cleaning out here. 20 seconds left though. Monks has not got the best of situation here for himself. But Southbar could potentially going for flanker. Someone's still prone on the foot. Will be able to clean it. No. 3 seconds left for Monks. It's going to have to go huge. This is not going to be it. And with Monty cleaning it out on the end there as well, things happen so quickly. Left, right, up and down. I might not even have gotten the call right on who killed who in that gunfight that we saw happen vertically, but hey, still doesn't change anything. Navi 5-0 up.
That was about as close to a pacifist round at the start as Navi could have managed as well. It was a 5v5 plant. I think there was 1 kill just before the plant got set, and that was from a player on the side of RCTIC, or the Vigil, I can't remember the operator. Excuse me there, but it was or the player rather than the operator. It was a Vigil. Either way. Yeah, that was basically Navi executing a kind of scrim strategy. They wanted to see how well they could get that diffuser down, how easily they could cover their angles and make sure that the plant went down safely. And they achieved that, and they played for that post plant, and RCTIC were certainly fragging in the retake, but it was all down to the timer essentially. And Blur, last man standing as the Monty, is a brilliant situation to be in. He's not the, you know, the Titan that he used to be in a post plant, where, you know, you can get in close and melee that shield and create the stumble, get the leg shots, but if you've only got 12 seconds left, that's a bit of a moot point. So it was very well played by Navi. They didn't even really need to take much control in that entire round. It was just small tower, wall open, plant down behind Yota shield, get out and wait. Textbook.
Swapping one shield for another, they're taking out the Blitz. Of course, a far more aggressive pick here, and that just, again, highlights... Oh, as I say that! Okay, well... That just happened.
That's round over. That's done.
Okay, well, you know...
bring on the second half.
25 seconds. Analyze that one, Mr. Analyst. That was, yeah, okay.
Prisma activated outside.
There
was a lot more than that activated outside, I tell you that. Look at the mess. Shields everywhere.
Who's gonna clean that mess? He's in splits.
He's in splits.
Yes, the 200 IQ play is playing with a Nook, and then you have your teammate saying, no, he's in split, and then Blur is just waiting and see, like, okay, he's gonna come on.
Blur played this exact spot, I believe, as a Cav on like the opening day of EUL. But the situation was a little bit different, let's say that.
Really?
Zero trust.
Zero trust. But yeah, I wonder why.
I wonder why.
I wonder why.
Right. By the end of the season, these guys will all trust each other.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the most pacifist run being replaced by the most bloody one. So, yeah. Let's not kid ourselves here. Let's not suggest that RCTIC are going to get around. They're going to be looking at that, going like, okay, guys, so what did we do good? Like we were all around blue, and we threw C4, South Park shotgun, very good. Repeat, rinse, repeat. CL spot secured.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's right. Yeah, I love the Legion mines going around the diffuser as well. Just that added security.
Look at Nikki. Look at Nikki. Benja did an ace. Like, hello.
That's a good point.
Throw the gauntlet.
You've got a minute.
He's being outed by his own team. Oh, and himself actually. Never mind. I just saw that he outed himself.
I think Blur just enjoys.
Oh, man.
He's activated the screensaver mode for the NPL broadcast.
Yeah, I think the teams don't really care too much about us being behind schedule. They're like, nah, it's this one trust.
Yeah, TENSTAR are just watching this and going, come on, Blur. Like, we will DDoS you if it comes to it.
It's a tactical timeout, okay? Let's just. This is where like you're not saving strat. Like you're not saving strats. You're not saving your KD. You're doing a tactical timeout. It's just like, okay, guys.
Really, though?
Deciding
what flavor of rushed.
Secretly sitting there right now, like, guys, we have to Uber analyze it. Oh, he lost it as well. But it's like secretly, he's like sitting there with his Swedish giga brain. He's just like, guys, what went wrong? What possibly went wrong in that previous round? Like, what could we have done better in that previous round, guys? Tell me. I'm a Super Siege player. I've been around since day one. Explain to me why that one didn't go right.
I have a suggestion. Don't rush blue.
I mean, you can.
I mean, they were so ready They were so ready for it. They had player in E-Box, they had the player, or Shaiko at least, they had the crossfire on the door. There was no way that Navi were getting away with that. And RCTIC, they get the round that they deserve, quite honestly. Navi will be like, well, you know, that's fine, that's free. But they've got their defensive half to come to now, and like we said, a 5-1 attacking split, that's... You're dreaming, you're laughing. So, Navi, they'll take their time. They've got a couple of interesting picks here. Oryx on Oregon is... I mean, he has his uses. There are some useful... hatches to go up and down, but I feel like that's more of just a comfort pick from Blur as he's looking to
they made the changes on him as well, so you never know.
That's true. Well, he got a nerf.
Well, yeah.
Like, someone decided that this operator needed a nerf.
I mean, I don't know what ELO they were looking at, but apparently in one ELO they're playing a lot of rugby, because I don't think I've ever been like run down by Blur or like anyone actually as an Oryx player, and I'm just like, well, you know, I don't know. Sure, if there was a need for it, then okay, I trust that.
This isn't the only format of competitive Siege. It's not just, you know, first
that
to
is
7
very
bomb.
true.
I am being
very elitist.
There are 3v3 secure area competitions that happen, and I want to see if there's a rugby one somewhere on the depths of the internet. There must be a rugby competition.
See, that's the thing. If this was secure area, I can definitely see his win rate rise heavily. Like, all right, let's see if Yuck, however, will be able to find someone trying to rise to the occasion on the outside of tier 3 here and get himself a kill. Oh, nice little setup here. And this is why you usually don't want to play a suicide up the top of tier 3, but this is well played by RCTIC. Like, there are many ways to scoff this play, and luckily for South Park, they don't. No, sorry, for RCTIC. Why do I keep saying South Park? It's not like he's the entire team. I don't know why. It's just me and names. It's a weird little thing, but it's good to see from RCTIC, and this is very standard RCTIC that they're just going to have the entire team gathered around and just, okay, guys, we're going to work this together. We're going to just push from this side of the map, and we're going to be here and trade each other out. And I don't know if you saw the RIDDLE game against against Victus, but
I did.
Yeah, so I was referencing there like the difference in terms of playstyle between RIDDLE and RCTIC, and perhaps you're now seeing what I'm getting to or getting at.
Yeah, it's definitely very different.
Oh, so close.
Very, very close there to punishing Blur. Of course, the Oryx, he has the opportunity to go up that hatch, which would be tantamount to suicide, quite possibly, but the option is there.
Yep.
4 versus 5, though. Navi, they don't have it all under control, but RCTIC are taking their time about things. They want to get this right. They want to make sure they don't let Navi onto match point quite so soon. Secretly still holding on to blue, and it looks like most of the bodies are stacked around, but Nath, he's up in attic, and he is caught out there by the sledge. Tricky lands the follow-up shots onto the Melusi, and the lurking play there, trying to gamble on a bit of an extended roam there, even at the man disadvantage, and now they find themselves at 2 down, and this is going to be quite tough for Navi to just stem the sheer tide of bodies that are going to come their way in the next 40 seconds.
But compare this to the amount of time that Navi had whenever they were going to go down laundry, and with the kit still lying in tower, but they have players around there, so they got it. South Park's got it. You know, it's good. It's good for the observer to remind them. But again, the time difference there, 25 seconds left. Sure, there are only 3 players left alive on the side of Navi, but this one proper kill, I was going to say, one kill on the right player, on someone who's got the kit, for instance, or trying to rotate or whatever, might stop the entire round. The kit is still on the floor with 15 seconds, 10 seconds left on the clock. Okay, I don't know what's really going on, because Blur is just seeing it as an opportunity to run up. What? The kit is nowhere near! South Park picked it up, and they left it down. They're going to go for the kills. Blur is yeeting out of there, because it's always He peeks the hatch, and Tricky is just like, can you please peek me? Yes, thank you. And the round of Bizarro World has just played out in front of our eyes. What?
Oh,
wow, okay.
If only you knew.
Oof.
If only he knew. If only he knew. That was
South Park.
That was
Don't you dare, South Park, take credit for that round in any way. That yeah, sure, you got the kills. You left the kit inside the corridor with 10 seconds left to play. I mean, I think someone was gonna go get it with the remaining 10 seconds, and then Blur just swung up inside a meeting, and oh yeah, 100% improvement. That's actually true. They actually had 2 rounds now with Navi, which is 1 more than they had against Victus. So, Oof.
Correct.
There you go. There's a round difference for you. Tricky is very happy with that one, so that was probably what they were chatting for. And I was like, no, RCTIC, you didn't do well. You were actually very lucky at the execute there. I have to say, though, the roam clear at the beginning, you could argue say that Navi, you know, they're all over the place and they're just trying to stall time. But I still think that they did a good job of clearing out the roamers, relatively speaking.
They did, yeah. That was a round that really... it should have been a lot more comfortable for RCTIC, quite honestly, right? Considering the advantage that they had, and they just took too long getting down there. And yeah, it was a stroke of luck at the end that they managed to put it through. I don't know what was happening in the comms. I'd love to go back and hear them. But where we are right now is 5-2, still Navi just sitting comfortably, and they're happy to have a bit of fun with it. I wouldn't push it too much though. Yak, this time instead of lurking tier 3, he is on tier 2, or sort of halfway down those stairs, and playing it a tiny bit safer. He does, however, have a few extra bodies in tow. That C4 does not quite stick to the floor. It was just a millimeter shy of sticking to that floor and catching South Park completely, but it seems as though that little dip in height protected him somewhat, and he's going to be good to go with a smidgen of HP for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I was going to say, that must have been the C4 not being able to stick, because I was like, wait, surely that's a kill, but it's like, but that's a good point. It was probably did not stick. Nath throwing back inside of Pig here, and then close to Dorms, just trying to stall time as earlier, but this time around, all the Navi players are still left alive, so this is looking a lot better for Navi already, even though South Park didn't die. He did lose a lot of HP, and they are stalling quite a lot of time here, and if they don't clear out the second floor, you will be able to see, or you might see, the same kind of rotation that we saw Blur during the previous round, but from the other side instead. And with the hatch from Attic being open as well, it actually gives Nath another opportunity to peek down, or it doesn't seem like RCTIC are aware of the fact that Nath didn't withdraw all the way back. They might assume that he did because of the level of play that he usually plays at, but they're risking this. Tariq is going to try and peek this though. He is pre-firing it, so that's good. At least they are aware of the fact that it can happen. So it seems like Tariq is going to be playing the whole flank watch here for RCTIC.
I think he's hungry to get this kill as well, but this prone, if he goes for the peak, he's at a massive disadvantage here. The Legion will see him first, but it is instead Nath who swings, and he's punished for it with the prone angle held there by Tricky. Always the one to make things happen, it would seem. This player on RCTIC, 9 kills to his name right now, rivaling Thunder, who off to a thunderous start at the very beginning. You could argue Tricky's been the most consistent performer throughout this game, but still 3 rounds down, and that's what will matter at the end of the day. Nikibu sending in those Florist drones, but secretly able to get rid of it before it reaches the shield and can latch to the floor. So he's going to keep protecting this. Does miss the shots on the second one though, and that means he can send it over to Electrical, remove some other... Oh no, he actually just did a little loop-de-loop there, went hit behind the wall and then went for the shield, so that is elbow disabled. But with 20 seconds left, they decided to drop the fuser yet again. Well, are they just going for frags? No, they cannot do this again. Secretly goes down, Monks expects the push from Shaiko, but Yak gets the kill anyway. Nikibu with the refrag, but the guns are lighting up in favour of RCTIC. Thunder, the last one alive with 5 seconds left, holding the angle down long, but he just needs to hide. They can't get to him. Thunder dies to an Aruni gate. The plant is going down. Nikibu needs to hold on cover, but Thunder has the angle, and that's enough. He gets the down Navi. They push themselves onto match point, Thomas.
Oh man, it's like the sacrifice there as well. The guy with the low HP is going to run through the Aruni gate to get it down so Kusik can go in and plant, but because they didn't have enough time, Kusik was left wide open, and with the intel there for Navi as well, the live red pings, and with the angle not being correct for the flank, for the holding, or for the cover there, sorry, it was easy pickings for Thunder, and right now Navi are just cruising into what we assumed would be, and what seems like a very comfortable Navi win.
I do wonder about that cover at the very end, whether perhaps the Flores thought that the push would come through the freezer hallway, and thus was holding a kind of a softer angle, if you know, for want of a better word. It seems as though he wasn't expecting to push down highway, otherwise he would have been holding that a lot more aggressively. But yeah, thank you, Shrako, for showing off the angles that he would have been thinking out. Just tucked into that sort of secondary plant corner, expecting the push down freezer. That would have been enough. That position would have been good enough with the plant spot right by electrical door. But that's not how it worked out. And again, RCTIC somewhat undone by the timer there. They were lucky to get away with it the first round, but there they have been punished. And now Navi, they move on to the secondary site, which we haven't seen from them yet. And this could be it. This could be the final round.
I feel like I'm establishing a little thing here now as an NPL caster, because I feel like every single game that I've casted have had some really crazy shenanigans going on.
That might just be NPL in general, to be honest.
Well, I mean, or just the fact that I've been casting RCTIC twice and RIDDLE twice. I mean, I'm no offense to them because I love them. I'm a Nordic stan till the day I die, but you know, yeah. So
they're entertaining.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like if you want to be entertained in one way or another, you come and watch the RIDDLE and RCTIC games. 100%. Like there's no question about it. So
and if it comes down to the fact that you're entertained more by like the really really close fights, don't worry. Next 2 games, I honestly the whole of the Talent team is split on predictions, so that's going to be really exciting. South Park with the opening frag onto Blur, that's a good pick, and punishing the. Again, Navi, they're playing fast and loose. They want to have a bit of fun with this league, and it does mean that they're going for these roams, and Blur, taken down early on, gives RCTIC yet again an early advantage, but they need to carry it through. We haven't seen them truly dominate any round at this point, and I want to see them show their true colours here.
Thunder. I feel like Thunder's got all his kills done and dusted away like the first 3 rounds of this match.
After 3 rounds he had 9 kills, and since then he has 1.
He didn't want to steal all the Thunder. Get it? Yeah, I'm smart. Yeah, dad joke. South Park though with another kill, giving a number advantage for the rest of his team, or actually increasing it because he did get the first one as well. But we've seen some, let's say fun executes coming out this game, so I wouldn't count anything out here. And as I say that, look who it is! Caster Curse 101. Thunder gets the kill onto Nikki Woot, and that is a good pick up there. That is the Maverick taken off the board, and Nikki is an incredibly talented player, so a good pick off there. But let's see if Tricky can find someone with the nade from below. Thunder, just above here as well, so the sound might be a bit off there for Tricky because he is standing right next to a hole and he didn't hear that one, but still. Nice attempt there by Tricky, but that was, of course, his final grenade as well, to the best of my knowledge. Yes, it was indeed. So, Mongso, the good opener there, on towards Yak, means it's only Thunder and Nath left to play here on the side, and I say only, but Nath answers right back. Less than 40 seconds now, 3v2. This is not impossible whatsoever for the side of Navi, because it is Navi. No more smoke canisters left. Those 30 seconds are actually what RCTIC will get here for this execute. Nathan Thunder playing or holding, but you see Trick as well going to try and hold the cover here. The bulletproof cam is up, though they should know he's there. Kuzik is going to give himself a little bit of a pre-fire so he can get himself into position. Navi can push this though because they have some semblance of intel. They rotate, and Thunder and Navi are going to clean this up here thus far. There's only one player left. Is Monks. He's going to have to clean up both Nath and Thunder, but they're just dancing ring around the rosy right now, and Monks won't be able to get a single kill, it seems like, and there you have it. Navi will finish Oregon and take down RCTIC in a, well, fashionable manner, no matter how you want to put it. 7-2.
Beautiful performance. Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, you saw that final move as well from, I believe it was Kayak. It was just moving in through the smoke, beautifully done. Absolutely genius. To move through the smoke and get the rotate into Trophy, completely catching the plant off guard, and that's how you win a 2v3. Brilliant stuff from Navi, showing their experience overall in that matchup. RCTIC were, well, lucky to get away with a couple of rounds, but early on they did show some fight, so I'd say it's a fair scoreline, and yeah, it's what we expected. Some crazy kills along the way, some crazy rounds. That one really a standout with the 2-minute tactical timeout in the middle. You gotta love it from both a scheduling perspective and a spectator, but that's just how it plays out.
I could hear Rich grind his teeth all the way over here from the UK. It's just like, why isn't he moving? We're already delayed. We don't need this. But I guess, maybe this is a conspiracy, of course, because I stand every Nordic player that is here. So maybe it is because Jags is going to be playing in the final matchup for TENSTAR. Maybe Navi is just like, I placed my bets on V86 on Viperio, so I don't want Jags to be playing, any earlier than 3 a.m. local time. So there you have it. But to this game, though, I would say, I would like to pretend to try and break this one down, but I think this is pretty much what we expected to see. Navi just playing and having a lot of fun. And RCTIC, sure, they got 2 rounds, but it's not really too much to really bring out here for the RCTIC boys. I think it's just nice for them to be done with this matchup and be able to look forward to the next week and get a whole week of prep there.
Yeah, and that is their first win on the board as well, Navi, after losing their first week. So, very important step for them to make. But we will be just sending it back to our desk now because they are ready to try and dissect a bit of a crazy game and have our player interview. So, Demo and the gang, take it away.
Thank you very much, Thomas and Jerry. Well, Navi being able to bounce back after the loss yesterday. It looked, again, quite simple, I think, for this side. It's really difficult not just say, Grace, oh, well, that was easy. But in reality, it really was for Navi. You look at those first 5 rounds, it was so dominant.
I think this is it, isn't it? It's the first 5 rounds, and then, the 6th round, they just made the silly mistake of going for a blue rush when you have all that utility against you. So RCTIC were able to quickly get at least one of the rounds under their belt. And I do think when RCTIC went onto their attack, though, they were doing a much better job than what I expected them to do, considering how the defense went. But it's just the fact that this is Navi Demo. Of course, they're going to probably turn around and do what we just witnessed. I don't think there's any surprises there, but at the same time, I think it's a good thing for RCTIC to actually get that experience under their belt.
Yeah, Dino, for RCTIC, we wanted to see a little bit of improvement. Did we get that today?
I think we did. Their attacks definitely felt a bit more coordinated. It's easier to control things happening when you're attacking on Oregon because there's less windows for people to jump out of, basically, compared to Villa. So I do think that we saw a bit of a better performance coming through from RCTIC. They were able to go for some of those plants. It then just came down to the post-plant cover or even during the plant, the cover being there or lack thereof. And it's things like that if they can improve, they should be able to get a couple more rounds on the board, hopefully.
Well, we're ready for our interview with Navi, so we'll see what the kind of attitude is in the Navi camp. We'll see how they're feeling about, after their first win in NPL. Secretly, congratulations on your first win in NPL. Must feel good to get on the board.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, always feels good to win, It's maybe a bit underwhelming. Like I don't know.
True,
it is what it is. We came
Win's
in,
a
we
win.
closed the game,
Don't let
took care of
yourself
business.
down like that. Obviously, secretly, you're coming into this league. EUL is obviously going to be the main focus for you guys, and you've had an okay season considering obviously the circumstance what happened with Doki leaving almost whenever it was about to begin the season. So we know that obviously you guys are still trying to fit in and work things out. But you guys seem pretty crisp today. Those first 5 attacks were brilliant.
Yeah, we kept it a bit serious just to get some momentum going, and then towards the end we started losing our minds a bit.
What was Blur up
too
to?
much. We started having a bit too much fun maybe, so we had to tone it down a bit towards the end just to be able to actually close out the game eventually.
Well, that's your job, isn't it? That's you're supposed to be the dad of the team.
Yeah, and that's what I told them. Cause after we lost that first defense round, I just told them, "Come on, let's just close this game out, get it over with, so we can go and do something else."
Obviously, NPL, it's a long season. There's plenty more games for you guys to play. I'm going to ask you kind of a similar question to what I asked Sloth yesterday. Is there's a lot of new teams coming up, a lot of new players. Is there anyone out there you think that we should maybe be watching out for?
Well, I know the Coalesce. I think that's how you say the name of the org. I know that roster very well. I think they have some good talent up in there. Noah just turned 18, I think, so he's definitely an upcoming player. So I think keep an eye on that team for sure. I think they're going to be probably the dark horse right now. And other than that, I'm going to be honest, I'm not too well versed with the players on all these teams in NPL right now. I need to get some more information in the coming weeks on what teams are strong and who's going to be towards the bottom, and I'll get back to you on that.
Maybe you might be playing against some of them, then you'll come back to me and you'll say, you know what, actually, that guy was pretty good. He actually killed me a few times. That might be the case for you. Is there anything you want to say secretly to the supporters out there? Anything to say to Navi Nation?
Yeah, thanks to all the fans as usual, and I'll see you next week.
I'll see you next week. Strong words. Right, I'll see you then secretly. Pleasure having you on. Until next week.
Yeah, see ya.
Oh, his confidence. They've got the confidence. Like secretly said, they want to get in there, get the job done, Grace. And they did that through the first 5 rounds. And, well, in typical Navi fashion, they thought, you know what, let's have a bit of fun.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is the main thing for them here. It's like they can kind of exercise their fragging skills a little bit, but they're saving that main strat book for the T1 situation.
Yeah, and again, you know, Navi, they kind of showcase the mechanical skill that they have. You know, Thunder was he was playing really well today. You think about his entries on the Iana. I think he is sitting on 9 kills after 3 rounds. You know, you can see the talent is there.
Yeah, Thunder had an exceptional game just personally, but like you say, the entire talent across everyone on Navi, it just goes to show sort of the levels that you can get within a tournament like this, a league like this. You have, you know, Victus, who showed themselves to be a good cut above RCTIC yesterday, and then Navi's gone on and shown another level beyond that today as well. So RCTIC have got a lot of learning to do, but Navi just doing Navi things.
Well, that's going to be game number 3 done. That was a quick one from Navi's camp, and we'll see if we can move on to our next game, game number 4. And still, we have one more game to go after that, game number 5 as well. So please stick around for both of those games. We'll be back after a short break.
My name's Nikki. I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before, didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, I mean, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. You know, I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, you know, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Lafar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Chris steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills. All E1 defusers.
What?
Welcome back, everyone. Ready to move into game number 4. MNM Academy up against Coalesce. And, well, this is an interesting matchup that I know has piqued the interest of a lot of people because it is certainly one that you can say is a bit of a coin flip. Both of these sides have shown they're capable of getting wins, but not just quite hitting the mark. So we'll see who can get their first win of the season. Thomas, will come to you first.
Yes.
Let's go over the MNM Academy lineup. First of all, we'll talk about, you know, the caliber this side has.
I mean, if we're gonna look back from yesterday, there's only one player to really talk about when it comes to the tournament stand-up performance and getting the first ace of the season as well. Of course, Skitty. I mean, you guys were talking about him. I wasn't too well versed in the UKIN lineup, but like when I came over here, people were like, oh yeah, watch out for Skitty. Skitty's gonna carry this team. Just you wait. And with RCTIC as well, like I was hoping to be able to talk a lot about RCTIC when I was doing any MNM Academy games because I really appreciate RCTIC as a player, but it's just Skitty was the name of the game last night, and I do see the potential in this team. I do see the individual performances that can step up here, but I am a bit concerned about some of the mistakes that were made yesterday against Ambush and the way that Ambush were able to dismantle them. And I do think Kilias pointed that out in his interview, that we knew that they were a fairly new team. We knew that there were a couple of things there that we could abuse and sort of like punch through the hole, I think he said even. And I think they really illustrated that well. And I think MNM are going to be looking to make up for last night's performance. Against Coalesce, it's going to be a tough one, though. I don't think Coalesce is going to be that much weaker than Ambush. The only difference would be that Coalesce has less experience as a full roster together than what Ambush does.
What about Coalesce, Jerry? This is a side that did not have a good first half. A 5-1 split. They went down against 86, but they were able to pull a couple of rounds back. They're a team that they're not afraid to play the kind of rat play style where you've got Yings being brought into the mix. You know, you're not afraid to abuse some of those powerful operators, but maybe if they rely too heavily on them, they can be easily countered. You know, an operator like Ying, if you're heavily reliant, what happens if a Ying ban comes out today?
Yeah, we just saw one on Oregon, didn't we? So it's certainly not out of the picture. They're a strong side, this Coalesce lot, and they're also a team in formation, like MNM Academy are. So this will be scrappy, I can imagine, this fight between them. But you look at the roster and you say they're definitely capable. They've got experience, they've got talent, and Noah singled out earlier during our cast as someone just turned 18. Looks like he can really sort of rock the boat potentially. And this side, they've shown fight as well. Yesterday, like you say, they fight from 5-1 down and show that they can really attack. So I don't know, a lot might depend on the map choice here. I think for such new sides, the map pools are not necessarily very wide. We may end up going to another bread and butter map potentially, but I don't want to jinx it. I would love to see a skyscraper or anything sort of out of left field. That would be beautiful.
Let's see the head-to-head. Who are we going to be watching out for? I'm sure many people can probably guess the MNM Academy player to watch out for. It is, of course, our MVP from yesterday, Skitty. Stand-up performance, even though it was a loss. Still got an ace on the boards. Put up some big numbers, didn't he, Thomas?
He really did, and he got the first ace of the season as well as we spoke of, and it did actually spark a little bit of a debate in our post-show as well, because we're like, well, can you give the MVP to a team that lost? And I would argue, actually, yes. In this instance, I would say so, because there was, in my opinion, with perhaps the exception of Nick and a couple of others, no individual player that really stood out for the team to the extent that Skitty did. Now, on the opposite side, I mean, I can continue on Skitty, and of course let Jerry continue on Zeus, of course. I'm not meaning to steal the entire limelight here, sorry. But the opening KD and everything for Skitty, the ace that he got, and he just performed in every single round. And it's like we said during the cast as well, or we're sitting in the background, it just feels like Skitty just decided in the matchup against Ambush to really put the entire team in his backpack and try and run to the goal finish line. Sadly for them, it didn't go all the way.
Yeah, and I mean, on the other side of things as well, like Zeus, again, you're looking at a team that so far their stats only from a loss, right? These are two teams that lost yesterday, but against stiff opposition, so both hunting for their first win. And to lose and still have a KDR of 1.14, that's pretty impressive. He was clearly doing his duties yesterday. But I don't know about you. I feel like I'm favouring Coalesce going into this. Certainly, the talent projections are completely split when it comes to these last two games. So, yeah, I feel like Coalesce have the edge, but it could just be that this old ITB roster, the MNM Academy, they show up today. They were very sort of hot and cold during UKIN 2. Today could be a good day for them.
Maybe the maps could sway your opinion, Jerry. Maybe that might give you a clear-cut view of who's going to take this matchup. And there we are, a theme park. Jerry, you wanted something a little bit wacky, and here we are. I believe theme park it's the only map that has not been played in EUL, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say that we haven't seen theme park yet in EUL, so it's been a good while since we've seen theme park inside of Europe just in general. So it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. I don't like using that word interesting, but it is going to be. But Thomas, theme park.
Yes.
Both of these sides, they must feel comfortable because this is not a map that you just play if you've never played it before. You need to know your basics for this one.
Either that, or it's a map where you can let someone like Skitty off the leash and let him run around and have a little bit of fun with the attackers on the defender side here. I actually missed who was going to start in the defense there for a second, so if someone could remind me, because I was taking notes because I'm silly because I don't really.
I didn't spot it either.
I'm the host. I don't. That's
it's
not
for the casters to think about.
I've done that. Until next week, I don't pay attention.
But MNM starts in the defense, right? So, for instance, having Skitty running around on the defense there for the first 6 rounds could be massive, of course, depending on the role. But it's like I said, perhaps this is a map where neither team really has a lot of set strategies that might have to play a little bit default. But it is also a map where you could be like, aha, we fooled them over to theme park. We didn't expect that. We got something special up our sleeve. But I've always liked theme park since it came back into the competitive pool. So I'm really excited to see these two teams play it out on theme park.
Yeah, Jerry, being theme park, it's a map that kind of revolves around a lot of operators that can be brought in. I think Mira is an extremely strong operator for this map across really all the bomb sites. You think about the upstairs hold that you can do to deny verticality for a basement. Obviously, your Thatcher, your Mavericks, the ones who can be opening up the walls, they're going to be target banned. So there is, it's very Clubhouse-esque in terms of the hard breachers need to get rid of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to throw another name into the mix, that Osa. If we see any Osa on this map, you can definitely expect her to have some impact. But again, with new teams, it might not be that they've stratted out on this relatively new map. So it could just be anything and everything that we get to see. Like you say, it's Defender's Playground. So MNM, they'll be looking to rack up those rounds.
Well, that's enough from us. Let's throw it over to the caster desk. We've got Grace and Dino standing by. They're going for a theme park. My word, I still can't believe it. Theme park is where we're headed to.
I'm pinching myself. I have to make sure I'm not in a dream.
I am well
excited. We're going to theme park, Grace.
We are indeed. I'm super excited for this. I think that's a great pick for them. I think it's a great pick in Seed in general, to be honest. Again, as I said, we haven't really seen it in EUL yet, but I personally really love this map, especially for attackers. I think there's so much you can do with it. Again, maybe you do go a bit more by the book and you push from that cache area every single time. A lot of like the demo already mentioned, but it's very similar to Clubhouse because it 100% is. Ideally, you want to be taking that top floor from one side of the other. But again, similar to Clubhouse, maybe where in Clubhouse you would focus about CC, Breach Reef, and CC, and also Gym Bedroom. It's similar in the way that you would attack on theme park. You want to get that cache control and then expand outwards, or indeed do the verticality if you are attacking thrown below. So there's so much that can happen here, and I'm stoked for it.
Yeah, and like Demo was saying, it's been a long time since we've seen it inside of Europe. Yes, it's been played in other leagues and other places, but European teams generally put their own spin on things. Every region does, and so being able to see what these teams, after all of the changes to the operators, to the map, what they're going to bring to it is really exciting. And these are two teams that, this matchup in particular, I'm really excited for, because MNM, they've got to come out and prove themselves. They've got to come out and show that this new project, this group of them working together can pull it off. And Coalesce, they had a decent showing yesterday, but it did kind of look like they were just playing a map that they knew and feeding off the mistakes of the other team, not necessarily them putting in an exceptional performance. So that's what I'm looking for both of these teams today, to really come through as teams in their own right and do well.
And this is a spicy thing too. They both let this go through to the end. It wasn't a case of like, oh no, we've kind of messed up our bands a little bit here, and now we've accidentally let Clubhouse, let Theme Park through. This is a full-on. We've let Theme Park go through to the very, very end, and then Coalesce taking the initiative there to make them go to Theme Park. And realistically, if MNM Academy didn't have a plan themselves for this map right now, I'd be very, very surprised. Standard bans coming through already, the Thatcher being taken off the board, and the Maverick. We do still have those Flores drones, though, available for the attackers of Coalesce to use if they want to clear any utility off walls. Relatively straightforward, again, to do on this map, as long as you can get them in through those tight little choke points, such as CCTV, bathroom, things like that, if you're going to try and get any kind of utility off the wall. And of course, the Kaid being banned is certainly going to benefit them there, Dino.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really ban Thatcher and Maverick and then leave the Kaid on the board. That would be
a little bit silly.
Yeah.
Silly little guys.
Shooting yourself in the foot to spite your face. Yeah. I mean, and Mirror getting gone as well, pretty standard. The only thing that means, though, is that Valkyrie will be left on the table. We're going to see Relaxing pick it up straight away, and this is a map that is sort of akin to Bank in that there's lots of corners, there's lots of debris, there's lots of places to throw those cameras where it just becomes an absolute nightmare for the attackers to try and deal with it.
And speaking of nightmare, we're currently, unless they're going to go in for the attacker repick, we are seeing the Glaz and Carly, but that Haban has actually been picked off onto the Glaz. So double sniper being brought here, which is quite a curious one in my opinion, Dino. Again, usually if you are bringing that Glaz to the table, you're combining it with a lot of... there we go. They have indeed swapped off onto the Capital now. I was kind of confused as to where they were going to go with that. I think 9 times out of 10 when you see a Glaz being brought, it's that old kind of Glaz-Ying combo that you used to see back in the day. But yeah. So, sorry, did I just give you flashbacks? I'm very sorry.
Yeah. Vitality, Oregon pushes. No.
Yes, yes, exactly. No. But we are going to see the repick onto the Thinker as well. Again, still retaining that innate utility, but swapping that intel for the cheeky health boost.
Yeah, and the Kali makes sense. If you don't have a Thatcher or a Maverick, you've got to have some way to deal with those mute jammers or bandit-wise. We are seeing the mutes being brought out this time around by Eco, so you just fire one of those javelins at the wall, boom, Bob's your uncle, and they are. You can open it up with your other hard breach that's coming through, and we're seeing the ace being brought in. I would have liked to have seen a double hard breach here. We were talking so much, and the desk was talking so much about the importance of the hard breach. I feel like you want that second option as well to be able to get 2 of those 3 walls with a little bit of wiggle room.
We have the tin cans on the Capital, though.
True. That is very true, as we are going to have Pat get the opening kill of the round. Eco, who was going on a bit of a roam on the top floor, attempt to slow down this Coalesce take, being eliminated within a minute, so not going to be doing too much to slow down the push from here.
On Skiddy, trying to wait very, very patiently. Again, patience is a virtue, ladies and gentlemen, but those drones are going to come through thick and fast. Of course, Vigil's ability allowing you to kind of get away with kind of lurking around a little bit, but you're still going to get the cue that someone is kind of in the area, aren't you, Dino? And, well, Relaxing is aware of Noah's area because they are going to fall as you... Well, retaliation pick there as Kane B gets another one onto Skiddy as well. And as I say, yes, that Vigil utility can be useful for, hiding yourself from the drones, but if people start chasing you out with the face check, that's where things can get a little bit squiffy.
Yeah, you can only hide from the drones while you're alive. As soon as you're dead, that gadget doesn't work, and well, not going to be impacting the round anymore, as those little tin can openers are going to be used by Zeus to get this Eastern Throne wall. So going to put Nerf in a little bit of a precarious predicament for the time being, but there's been no pressure applied over towards barrels or main lobby from Coalesce, so it does provide them with a safe area to play around in this sort of junction between the 2 rooms where we see Ikari in at the moment, as Nerf is being really forced out of his positions, and Kane B coming in late is going to aggress from that main lobby and is good for 2. Finally, Relaxing is going to trade him out and get the kill back, but this gives opportunity for Zeus to get the plant down as Pat is there with the cover, and Lurie is going to be the one to get the kill in the round.
Really nice and clean from Coalesce there. Again, just setting up very nicely, clearing a bit of the map, getting that set up around site, going for the collapse. Execute going down as you go for the plant, holding those all-important angels, and just finishing off the remaining defenders. They try to deny that plant going down. It's quality siege. Do you know it's quality siege? Good stuff already. How will MNM kind of retaliate here? They are choosing to go to bunk daycare now. They're bringing the frost mats out. This could be an interesting one as well. Again, you really want to be on your drone game when you're going against that kind of utility. There's the wrong mist drone and you can go flying into it, and that's an immediate down.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the switch to the upstairs. I feel within competitive, playing that throne room area is so difficult because you have all you have to do is open up one of those 2 throne walls, and all of a sudden there's no real space for the defenders to play inside the site. Yeah, you can see these walls being highlighted here by our wonderful observer Schreichel. Thank you very much. This is
10 seconds remaining.
you just have to open that, and these teams are going to have the coordination and the communication to deal with any players who are sitting around in these areas, and that's precisely what we saw in the last round. Whereas when you go to the top floor, you can extend so much further. We're seeing players and setup inside of initiation and all of this nice wide space that you can take to slow down with utility.
I mean, speaking of utility, really pleased to see the OSA coming through. Again, smokes in pocket and those shields. So again, that's really, really beneficial when you're going for that final collapse onto site. Go for a cheeky little bit of the plant. Again, we've seen that so much in Tier 1 at the moment where it's worked so well. And I think when I actually saw the utility when it first came out for the first time, I was very excited for that reason. I was like, this is perfect, like, collapse utility coming through. Yes, it can be situational if you are kind of faffing around in ranked and unranked, but I think we're really going to see Coalesce, especially given how clean cut their previous execute was. This could be pretty nice for them, and already these Selma charges from the window. Actually, one at least gets shot out there by Relaxing, but one still provided a line of sight on that window, and this is where you've got to be a little bit careful around these windows because you don't want to be caught out too early.
Yeah, Relaxing just missing the spray as he goes with a quick peek, but no one from Coalesce is going to hold down the angle, so it's going to be something that they can come back to later, and it's going to be maybe applying a bit of pressure to MNM Academy psychologically, but without anyone there to punish them, MNM are pretty soon going to figure out that they can play around that space and potentially even start to use that breach to their own advantage when these players start to push on up. So it's going to be interesting to see how that gets dealt with as we see the Ocean Shield get deployed. Relaxing too slow with the challenge to be able to get the frag on that one as the wall starts to get opened up. Relaxing just runs away and hides inside a vault. Nerf is there with the cover to take down Lurie. And he's still going to be able to stay alive and slow down this push as we are getting towards that final minute, Grace.
We are indeed, and once again, Coalesce setting up really nice for XQ. X-Karos going out to provide additional areas of reach and lines of sight. Again, Toxic Babes coming out from the side of MNM, but they've got one Toxic Babe left in pocket. That's going to fall, though. Relaxing, doing a little bit of work there, pulling out from the vault back into the office.
Oh.
Kane B's going to tally with a pick there onto Skiddy
He's just
as
in
well.
sight. Kane's just in sight, and now he's just got to hope that his teammates can make it to him, but it's just Noah left alive as his other teammate gets taken down. Oh, no. Oh, Kane gets eliminated as well, so it's just Zeus and Noah. Noah with the sniper rifle takes the head off of Relaxing. It's a 2 versus 2, but Akari playing around the objective is going to get the kill onto the Kali. And now it is all left up to Zeus. He has the diffuser, he has 15 seconds, and he has bullets in his back as Eco playing on the yellow stairs is going to pop up at the right time for the kill.
Yeah, and that was a good show by MNM. Just being a little bit more patient with it, falling back where they needed to try and just allow the attempt and execute to come through while they're holding these really nice lines of sight. Again, a little bit chaotic around initiation at times, Dino. Not really sure what was happening there. Just maybe a little bit of a miss here on both sides. But again, the fact that we're actually seeing Carly's main gun get used for a kill at times is a little bit sweaty as well. I think sometimes when people are bringing Kali, you do rely a lot on those secondaries, don't you? So the fact that we're actually seeing a kill come through from the primary is a little bit of a spicy biscuit for me.
Yeah, they did make some changes to Kali's primary weapon a little while ago, so for those of you who are out of touch, it doesn't instant down anymore. Instead, it deals a pretty decent percentage of your health, so it's not as reliable as it once was when you get into those closer... Yeah, it's not as potent as it once was when you get into those closer range engagements, so you really have to make sure you hit your shots, and those headshots especially, as that's what we saw in the previous round. Is that... Oh, they're Goyo packs. For some reason I thought they were Malusi Banshees. I'm like, why are we putting 2 Malusi Banshees on the same door? But no.
They're Vulcans. But I like the fact that we've just seen the repicks come through, the Jackal, Osa, and Flores being bought instead. There's, like I say, yes, I understand bringing the Kali to help you get that breach wall nice and open, but I do prefer the Flores for things like that. And again, you do have... Well, I was going to say nades in pocket, but no, Goodnight Kane and Skiddy is going to take you out as the opening pick for this round, and... There we are, no more nades in pocket for the side of Coalesce. They do still have the advantage of the changes to the Claymores, though. 4 Claymores on the table. That could be pretty nice going into this.
I've got no idea where Kane died from. I guess... Yeah, okay, so he was being aggressive in that hallway and just got peeked from yellow stairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer Man, as that is going to be a good opening pick there from MNM. And it's really going to, like you say, slow down Coalesce's attack. They won't have that soft destruction. They won't have those frag nades to deal with it. And when this is a very vertical dominated site, as in you can apply a lot of pressure if you have control of upstairs, and you can deny the plant if you have control of upstairs, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But Pat, just with the perfect timing, swings on around, and Skiddy, who's really not had a lot of impact this game, is going to get taken out nice and early. And Pat's ready with another one, but the fight's on the stairs. Not enough bullets in the primary, and Eco with the running shot is going to get this one to a 4-on-3.
I mean, I respect getting the pistol out when you run out bullets like that, but that was a bit of a chaotic fight yet again. I really do think these two teams are just going to be running and gunning at each other a lot of time. It's going to get pretty nasty. And again, the Osa Shield can use a little bit of cover to gain a nice position here, just to give a little bit of breathing space as the rest of your teammates can hopefully come and try and join you.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Again, you really need to start setting up this collapse towards the main site itself, and again, for use of utility, Noah trying to come... Well, I swear I've got a curse here going, but Noah is going to fall. I was about to say that utility can be very useful going into this collapse, giving you that intel needed, but that is completely removed now, and Lurik's going to take down Eco in retaliation, but it's still a 2 versus 3 in the favor of MNM, and those shields can come out, but you need to have someone behind you, or someone at least applying that pressure to get those initial picks to help you go for that final collapse. And look at the amount of pro-niche going on site, Dino.
Yeah, a lot of people just hiding in little corners. Those Vulcan shields get popped, and that final gas canister goes on out. So there will be a little bit of time at the end of the round where Coalesce won't have to deal with any of that utility when they go for the push, but they will still have to deal with the bullets, and it's going to be Akari to take down Lurie, and now it's just Zeus. He got so much control with that shield, but couldn't do anything with it, as that is going to be MNM getting another defensive round on the board. A bit of a rare Drug Lab appearance coming through.
It is, and it's again interesting because we did see that very heavy setup around Cafe for a good reason. Normally the best idea you want is to try and get that top floor control and work that Verti, especially into that kind of drug lab area. But the fact they couldn't do that, they had to go for a little bit of clearance. They had to kind of push through Throne Room and Spit, and I think they did a really good job of it. It just really did come down to just getting caught off guard a little bit in these gunfights. Which is quite exciting, really. Again, I think this is one of the matchups that we're all most excited for out of the matchups of this evening. Obviously, the final one's going to be probably the top tier Barnbear, but this is the one where I'm like, this is really going to set the momentum, in my opinion, for how the rest of that season's going to go. And I think this is a little bit of a preview at how that mid-table is going to end up looking, in my opinion. And I know it is only Playday 2, but I really cannot stress enough how much I really think that both these two teams are going to be very telling for the rest of the teams playing right now.
Yeah, these teams are good indicators as to sort of how the middle of the table is going to shake out. We've got the teams that are definitely going to sit at the top. We've got the teams that at the moment are looking like they could filter out to the bottom. So, you know, it's how the rest of the table stacks up and whether those intermediary teams are going to be able to get a bit of an advantage over each other. And like you say, this could be a very good momentum setter for both of these teams throughout the entirety of this season, as we are going to be getting on into this one back down to Throne Room, and we are going to see an extension more so upstairs and a much better hold coming through, I think, compared to what we saw in the first round.
Yeah, and again, this is down to the fact that, you know, you really do need that top floor control before you then go for that final push through one of those walls. I would like to see Coalesce go for a bit of a pizza take here, you know, get that yellow stairs wall open, especially if they have the fuse charges on the wall. Because the Kaid is banned, you can't really tuck those electroclaws into the kind of little pizza oven situations that you used to be able to do, and that would be very, very annoying. Again, very difficult to shoot out, but they've only got a mute jammer defending that, so you really want that fuse cluster charge to come in clutch from above, and to do that you need to get that cache control, then get that CC control, office control rather, too.
Yeah, but they aren't having any issues getting the east wall from supply opened on up, so that's probably going to be their main line of attack, as Zeus does have this extra angle holding down that long hallway, preventing any flanks that could potentially come through from the MNM Academy, as Kane has managed to find his way upstairs and is going to be on a little bit of a solo clear at the moment, making sure that there's no remaining defenders hanging around, but it looks like they have all rotated back down onto or near site. Akari being the only real roamer at the moment, and he's inside of the bathroom next to Drug Lab.
This could be an interesting one. It's a nice little crossfire, but it's how much that is actually going to pay off, because at the moment it looks like, you know, Coalesce, they're just going to try and get that wall open and go for a straight up kind of horizontal collapse, it almost looks like, as well. Not really bothering too much about applying pressure to the upstairs. If you, to be fair, respect to them, because if you can cheese it a little bit, then fair enough. And here we go. There is verticality now coming through from that cache and office area, and C4 already being wasted. Was it a C4 or was it a nade? I think it was actually a nade, Dino, being wasted already. And like, this is where I want the fuse cluster charges to start coming in all over the shop, because it could be quite a chaotic thing to see. But instead, we're going to see Zeus and the fuse kind of make their way down the corridor. Maybe get caught out a little bit. Yes, indeed they are. Skiddy going to get the kill there. Eco getting one onto Kane B. Pat trading it out, but relaxing, taking out Pat in retaliation. Lurie coming through with a pick there onto Nerf, and it's all left down to Lurie now to deal with a 1 versus 3 situation. But there we go. Akari to finish it off. Good stuff, Dino.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They had the Capital in the first round. And when they opened up that supply wall, they then firebolted the back of Throne, forced the Maestro out of his position, got that kill, jobs are good, and you've got your entry in. They also took that top floor control nice and early on. Nice and early on. This time around, they brought a fuse, which, yeah, you know, take upstairs, clear out all that util, the Maestro cams, the barbed wire, the mute jammers, yada, yada, yada. Fine, do that. Do that in the first minute. Do that in the first 2 minutes. Don't go for your top floor clear with 35 seconds left to go and leave your fuse holding down the hallway rotate. Have your thinker hold down that rotate and have your fuse go upstairs. They've got the same gun, so you're... It's
the awkward thing
mismanagement.
Yeah, the awkward thing is, again, I really do think that utility would have been better upstairs anyway, and I think maybe going for a different collapse in a different direction. Again, I don't understand why they haven't tried to contest that pizza wall, because it would be relatively straightforward. And again, you can cut off so many rotations there too, especially if you have someone kind of in lower arcade and you are cutting off that split rotation. The only way they can really come from is Throne, and again, you're going to have so much control from that yellow corridor to just hold again those angles, and it's very, very difficult to retake that plant. That's the thing. That pizza plant, it is the hardest one to retake, in my opinion. Would you agree with that? But I do think that that's maybe something I would have liked to have seen Coalesce do that time. But nonetheless, we're going back to kids and bunks, so let's see what MNM do differently this time.
Yeah, I mean, this was the first round that MNM won, and I think a lot of that came down to just how much time they were able to waste, as we did see Relaxing get to basically run away and hide inside of the vault and just had a crossfire set up the entire time. If someone gets themselves into that vault position, good luck, really. Especially if they have an ADS or something with them. Have fun, because that floor is not destructible. There's only one destructible wall, and that leads out onto the yellow stairs. So trying to get any form of control around there to force a player out of that vault is really, really difficult. And this is where the speed and being able to hit your shots as you push in through, because we are going to see Coalesce go for another eastward take. They've got to be on point clearing out each of these rooms, and that's the big thing about attacking Theme Park. That's why it's one of the more defender-sided maps, is that you've got a lot of rooms and a lot of corners to clear out, and you can't make many mistakes.
Precisely, and here we go, going on the way. I'm wondering if that, there we are, yeah, they're getting a bit of CC hatch open just to get that early intel. Was also starting to apply pressure to that cache room as well, so good old-fashioned horizontal take. I'm wondering if there might be a later rotation or presence towards that cafe area. Looks like we're having a little lurker-rooney around that doorway just to maybe keep them on their toes a little bit, but again, I don't think anyone's going to be pushing that anytime soon, given the setups that we've seen previously from MNM. A little bit of pre-fires through walls coming through, as Relaxing getting aggressive in the bathroom, looking for the heads of the players of Coalesce, but again, they're all coming out pretty much unscathed, but Relaxing has taken a lot of damage, Dino.
He has, and Pat's been able to take a lot of space. He's good for one, but the trade is right there from Relaxing. He was inside of that vault position as soon as he got tagged up, ran away to safety, but is going to choose to reposition after that gunfight just to try and keep Coalesce on their toes and make sure they don't get lazy with the droning, as Lurie is trying to take up some more of this control and work through the center hallway. Opening up this wall has really sort of created a problem for MNM in that they now have 3 angles to watch at any given time, and well, Skiddy's going to be the next one up to bat as the pressure being applied through security and the hallway at the same time, as Relaxing trying to go for a swing just gets eliminated by Kane B, and now it's all left up to Skiddy to hold down this eastern side of the map. As well, less than a minute to go, he's getting aggressive and gets the flank off. Kane is going to fall, and he's going to be able to safely get away, not just into vault, but all the way back towards the yellow stairs and towards the site itself.
Yeah, and 3 versus 3. 35 seconds or so to go now, and this is a moment where you really want to be pushing up more through that initiation and office area. We do see the location of Noah applying pressure to this wall that does have a little bit of a tin can hole in it at the moment. So again, looking for the feet of any players and maybe around Eco. Essentially giving away their position now. This could get awkward very quickly as Noah takes down Akari, but Eco actually able to trade it back onto Noah there. And a second one onto Zeus. Goodness gracious me. Okay. Skinny coming through with that final kill. And that is a very, very swift cleanup coming through from MNM, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure the attackers had a vague idea of their positioning on site there. So very, very good going to actually win out on those gunfights.
Yeah, to me, a lot of that came down to Skiddy and just his ability to reposition throughout all of that, you know, being able to apply a lot of pressure onto initiation, then rotates all the way around, takes out a player inside a cache, then rotates all the way back towards yellow stairs, and it just leaves Coalesce scrambling, trying to find a way to deal with him, try and find out where he is, and they weren't able to do that. Eco on the site does a good job holding down his angles and just playing the kills as they came to him. And MNM looking very solid here today.
They are, and this is the thing too, because I think that Coalesce are also looking very solid. And again, I did think going into this, it would be very insightful as to, you know, the rest of the season for everyone. The fact that MNM have come up a little bit more on top here, again, if they can secure this final defensive round, it should be pretty decent from on the attack. Again, we need to consider this current nade meta that we're in, Dino. We need to consider the current utility meta that we're in too, and how the destructibility of a map like this can really favor the attackers at times. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see MNM really play into that advantage really on that attack.
Yeah, I mean, We've both seen the nade meta for the last few months and how strong it can be and how much it gets used within the UK scene. I'm fully expecting MNM to come through and use it as much as they can. But they've still got one more defensive round to get through before they can get theirs. They are going to be going back on over to the drug lab. They've got that full setup around Cafe once again, and once again Coalesce are choosing to completely ignore it, which is 3 ADSs, 2 Goyos, a shield, and probably several were my discs as well. All being used for now to Skitty once again is going to get the opening pick, this time onto the Hibana with the diffuser from exactly the same angle as last time.
It's as if a wall being nice and opened, and if Skitty can kind of, well, I was going to say if he can stay there, it might be a bit aggro, but Lurie takes him down as Pat gets the pick onto Eco as well. The players of MNM getting whittled down to 3 versus 4, and that's a little bit uncomfortable, do you know, but they do have a lot of time right now, and they can kind of fall back to site if they want to. And again, the attackers having the favor here, they're the ones that are going to set the momentum. But Akari lurking in throne still, if they get a little bit cheeky with it, a little bit lazy and decide to rotate and take a shortcut here, Akari could come up massive.
A little bit of whiffage there from the Eco, stopping that one from being an easy kill, but Ikari with a good impact nade, denying that second Selma from going off. So they may have a sightline into Throne, but I don't think they have a full rotation. They've had to use all 3 of their Selmas now. They've only just gotten a sightline into the throne room. They won't have an extra one to be able to use onto the actual site wall itself to give themselves an extra angle, and relaxing is here as well. The timing, the angle, but Lurie is ready for it. That is going to be the ace getting that frag, and it's a 2 versus 4. There's 45 seconds left to go. Nerf still has 2 of those toxic babes left in pocket, which can deny a lot of time here. Just need Ikari to hold down his angles, and that's going to be good for 1. Noah is out of here, and that's a diffuser on the ground, but Pat with the off angle standing up on the desk is good for 1 of his own, and Kane is going to be there outside the window to catch the smoke when he's not looking.
Yeah, I think that's a decent, you know, attacking score to end up on for Coalesce, and even better really for MNM, because again, as we say, if they really play into this meta now, they could run away with it because they do have that, you know, slight round difference up their sleeve. But Coalesce, I think they'll be relatively happy to at least have not been, you know, stomped about too much. And the way that those rounds were coming down so close to a T, it's a very, very good sign indeed for Coalesce. And again, my main curiosity is, first of all, how they're going to play this in terms of aggression, but also effect of MNM, how are they going to play around that nade meta and things like that. They're already bringing... Okay, this is interesting, Dino. They've got the nades on the Iana, they've got the nades on the Sledge, they're bringing the Thermite, I'm going to assume, with smokes. They're bringing that Nomad out as well, but they're bringing that global utility on the Lion. Which 9 times out of 10, that implies to me they're going to find a little spot to really sternly do that collapse from. They're going to pop that global and try and fudge the objective as quick as possible.
Potentially, but the counter to that is that on a map this big, where there's so many rotations, so many doorways, so much movement that the defenders can have, you know, look at these rotates they can just move through. If you're trying to go for an execute and you're like, I don't want anyone to run away right now, I need to pinch them in their spot, or I need to find out if there is going to be a rotate as we're progressing through the map, slap that E1D and you know exactly what's going on. But it is going to be the rush coming through. Noah's good for 1, but it's going to be Skitty and Eco to chime in with kills apiece, and a lot of damage being dealt onto Pat as well through this drug lab, well, through the barrel storage room. But Pat is going to be able to get the trade onto Akari. Relaxing immediately follows up, and now it is all left up to Zeus. 1 versus 3. He's upstairs inside of the arcade. He's got this hatch here to work with. You know, MNM have 2 minutes to either try and figure out where he is, or to just get the plant down and wait for him to drop, and they know exactly where he is already. They can just go for this.
Precisely that. Again, the drone spots you out. Everyone knows your positioning. They have your number, but that diffuser in a very, very precarious spot right now. This is where you need... There we go. The flash is coming through. The global utility coming through as well, but again, Zeus is really holding on to this angle for as long as possible, and no one's willing to contest it just yet. How does this man have so much power? I know his name is Zeus, but he is not king of the gods. He is just a siege player. You can try and push him, send some utility up the hatch potentially, guys, but there we go. They got the diffuser. Well, they did fight it, Dino, and there we go. Skinny taking him down, and really, you know, predicted relatively well there by myself, if I do say so. But again, it's the fact that they actually committed to it and it worked out well because, you know, I think when you're trying to fudge things like that, it can go one way or the other. Again, they didn't really get the plant down. It was fudged a little bit in that regard, but they did still manage to win from the gunfight. And I think even if they had escaped with the diffuser and got the plant down, that's still a very difficult situation for Zeus to be in, because then it's a post-plant retake when, again, you've got all of these lines of sights coming towards you. They know roughly where you are. Very, very complex.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. They won the round. That's the key. How I would have done it would have been slightly different, but that's not important. The important thing is that MNM were able to get that round, and the aggression was really what did it for them. Just immediately springing into action at the start and taking advantage of this open rotation from thrown into barrels. It's a dangerous play for Coalesce to go for. It's very, as you would put it, Grace, risky biscuits, and I'd personally prefer to have that closed off and an upstairs extension as opposed to having that open and trying to use barrels as a space to rotate directly.
Yeah. But, you know, the pressure's really going to be on for Coalesce now, because MNM Academy, if they get this next round, that is match point, and Coalesce, ideally, they don't really want to be put in a 7-2 situation. I think that'd be a massive shame, again, especially given how close these rounds are going in terms of the frags and the trades back and forth. That's one thing too. Coalesce doing a really, really good job of actually trading out a lot of kills when they happen in a significant amount of these rounds. So it's an interesting
I'd say that's something that both of the teams are doing well. Whenever there's a kill, there's normally some form of refrag coming through quite quickly afterwards, regardless of which way around it's happened from. So it really goes to show sort of the balance that these two teams have, and sort of the ability to play together as a team and win, which is something that I think I myself was questioning after the games that we saw yesterday in particular.
Ooh, there we go. You spot out Kane B there, and you have to go for that gunfight, but here's the one that's going to take your head clean off. Sorry, Skiddy. And again, that's all that Jackal utility taken away. They do still have the Nomads. They do still have that Verti on Akari on the sledge also, and they do still have the Fuse if they want to use that to go for the kind of utility clear and giving a bit of breathing room around. Well, I really hope they are going to go for a pizza wall. Well, there we go. Nice trade coming through. Zeus getting a second one there onto Akari as well. As Relaxing trades it back onto Noah. A 3 versus 2. Looking in their favor of Coalesce this time, Odina. Well, I say that, but there we go. Relaxing coming through with the pick there onto Zeus, and a very awkward situation to be in if you are both these teams right now, because again, Coalesce, they need to try and get back to site and hunker down, because they know that a very scuffed collapse is probably going to come through. And here we go. Here are those cluster charges, Dino. It's going to really deal damage. Well, not only to the utility, but Pat is going to fall as well. And it's all left out to Lurie here. Alder in hand. Apology video now, MNM. I want tears and crying apology video, because that was just nasty.
Apologize for nothing. Take everything. Eco, I think that's the first time I've seen a fuse charge kill in a comp game. As, yeah, like you say, it's now just Lurie left, 1 versus 2, Relaxing, trying to come in to help, but he's going to be too late. He's got this barricade to get through as well. There's a Melusi Banshee, and Lurie has been able to take out his teammate. It is Relaxing with the diffuser, but this wall with the hole shot out from the bottom is going to provide an obstacle as he tries to cross it on in. Lurie's position is going to be known, but with 10 seconds to go, Relaxing doesn't have any options. He has to bait out these fights, take this space, and get this kill. And Lurie's trying to play the time, trying to play the angles, but the shot from Relaxing, the flick at the death of it all, the very last second, going to give MNM another win. Bailing his team out there like a man with a bucket in a sinking canoe, just chucking all the water out. That was a dangerous round for MNM there.
Well, splashy, splashy, sploint. We're now on match point. So, yeah, beautiful
is
round there by
horrendous.
both. I know,
That
it was
is-
so
that is
bad.
horrendous.
I was like, sploint isn't even a word. You can tell it's late now, can't you, ladies and gentlemen? But no, I respect it. I respect it. M&M have pulled this to a very good position. It is now match point. They have the 4-round differential. They're on defense. They're on attack rather. They're able to use a lot of the utility they're bringing to their advantage. It's chef's kiss. I think Coalesce, despite the fact that they had a relatively convincing attack themselves, it's been a little bit rocky lately.
Yeah,
Especially getting onto the second half.
Yeah, I definitely think on their attacks, I mean, the big round that stands out to me from Coalesce on their attacks is the round where they bought the fuse and didn't use that utility really at all. And it sort of shows to me that they may have a good idea of sort of the rough understanding of what you need to do on Theme Park. It's then how do you properly execute it and manage your utility. They just didn't have that there. And M&M seem to be a bit more well-versed on this map.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's for sure that I really want to stress that I do think Coalesce have turned up and done a really good job here. I just think M&M have showed up and been the better team today. And I mean, it's great when it comes to kind of us arguing against Snarl for those UK bragging points, but obviously not as good for the Nordic fans right now. And ooh, Pat getting a little bit tagged up there as he was droned out and kind of pre-fired, and rightly so. He's going to safely pull back to upper arcade and potentially back into that bunk area. You are on a tiny bit of health, and sometimes you can try and contest it a little bit if you're feeling cheeky, but I think ideally at that point it's best to kind of swap out a little bit with someone.
As we are. Pat, not really in much of a position to do anything other than panic and try and stay alive, as M&M look like, yeah, they're applying a lot of pressure through Cafe or over towards that side of the map, which isn't something that we saw before. And yeah, coming in through the drug lab and wanting to aggress onto these main stairs, as Pat is still hanging around. This is very, very dangerous.
Dangerous indeed, especially the fact that he's actually willing to take the risk of being there yet again when they're already aware of his positioning before. But I do think they're aware of his repositioning there, so it could be massive actually if he makes this work. But again, potentially the kind of reading into the fact that, okay, no, but I think they do know someone may indeed be there, or at least they're trying to cover for it, but no, they don't! And the shot's going to come through, kind of nearly almost with nade because of that. And there we go, Skiddy able to finish him off. Again, a type flick, and you could probably take him down because that's how little health he had. Relaxing, taking down Kane B as well, Dino. And we're going to get into a bit of a furious one here as 40 seconds are on the clock.
And it's looking like M&M are going to be the ones to walk away with this. This is going to be Akari with the double, and Relaxing with the final frag for the flawless round. And that is going to be M&M and A getting that opening, or getting their first win of the season. Good job coming through there, as both of these teams definitely stepped up from what we saw yesterday.
Oh, 100%.
And it was just the guys on the MNM Academy who just came through with the more consistent rounds and the more consistent trades in those rounds.
I mean, this is it as well. Like, I do think that Coalesce kind of had me a little bit thinking that they'd take a lot more attacking rounds than what they actually did. Again, maybe the Carly use was a little bit unwarranted and they would have favored a different operator picks there. Again, I guess maybe it sounds personal preference, but I really do think that that was a really lovely map. And I think, again, if that's anything to go by, the next matchup's going to be even more insane. But one thing I want to touch on is the fact that not only is this the first time we're properly seeing Theme Park in what feels like forever, certainly at the Natty leagues as well, but it's the fact that, you know, they've both turned up and done a very, very good job of it. They've both turned up and played it to a very, very good standard, in my opinion, as well. And that's quite exciting. And I'm wondering if we're going to see more Theme Park going forward.
Yeah, I hope we see more Theme Park and more of the other maps that have been added in as well. I do want to see a good juicy bit of Skyscrapers. Being able to apply these different strategies, different operators, and sort of a different way of thinking that a lot of these teams are used to always makes for much more exciting games, in my opinion. As I mean, UK Massive. What else can you say? UK Massive.
This is it. I was about to say, like, I know we're gonna come across as like, oh, biased UK casters, but it's like,
Yes.
I think all of us, but I was especially feeling quite sad in my heart about the way that M&M kind of had a time yesterday. I was a bit like, oh, they're not quite to what I know they're capable of. And I think today, the fact that they can turn around and get such a decent round differential for themselves as well, that's made me very happy. And that's perked me up somewhat. And I'm assuming it's going to perk them up as well. Again, this is a roster with so much potential. We've seen a lot of them in various differentiations of different teams. And I think that now they're in this MNM Academy roster, not only is a very, very good org looking after them, but it's the fact that this is a time to really shine and show what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, these players have been in a lot of different teams, a lot of different homes, and hopefully this will be the one that works out for all of them. They'll be able to go on and make a real big impression in this league and in the future. But to break down that game and all the wonderful theme park excitement that we saw, it's going to be Jerry, Snurreleaf, and Demo, if I can get my words right, to break it down.
Thank you very much, Grayson, Dino. Theme park done and dusted. It was a quick theme park from all accounts. A 7-2 for MNM Academy. Thomas, what a way for that young side to bounce back after yesterday.
That was exactly the game that MNM Academy needed, and that's exactly the game that Coalesce did not want whatsoever. I think actually, did RCTIC take more rounds from NAVI than they took from MNM Academy, and that is not the kind of thing that you want to see here now. Like, I did vote for Coalesce to have a bit of a performance there, but it just felt like on their attacks, they weren't really as like up in terms of synergy of what they were doing. MNM were just amazing at holding those power angles and power positions, and a couple of shenanigans, of course, as well as Pat like running to study a fuse grenade up close. You know, like you can't really expect that, but it's like we said before, like sometimes it's just up to the day. You might not be feeling it. These are best of ones, and I do feel for Coalesce, but this is absolutely a game for MNM to really take in the bag and just go for the next weeks to come.
Yeah, that first half, Jerry, MNM, they had the game plan. I think they played that theme park very, very well. They wanted to go for their own game. They gave Coalesce nothing. They wanted to go for these off-site holes. They had the manpower scattered around. They were getting the refrags, you know, like Thomas said, holding these strong angles, these strong positions, and Coalesce just, they couldn't handle it.
Yeah, you put it well there as well. Like they seemed more disciplined than yesterday against Ambush. They weren't overextending and taking risks. They were actually being very reserved for the most part, and rewarded with that 4-2 split. We were watching that thinking, you know, that's par for the course defending on theme park. What really impressed me was their attacks, right? They gathered 3 attacks straight away, and that's the game done, right? You don't expect that on theme park. You especially don't expect that when Coalesce are the ones picking theme park, right? So yeah, a little bit of back to the drawing board, I think, for Coalesce on that map potentially.
Yeah, I think overall, like Thomas, like I said, for Coalesce, is it worrying? Should you be worried if you're Coalesce? Because realistically, that's a team that you would expect that you should be going up against, you know, and contest to get in towards the top flight.
I mean, and when it comes to the teams that played thus far, I think the result against Ambush was probably more... No, sorry, that was MNM Academy, of course, but like the result yesterday was probably like just as disappointing, especially after the second half that they had. But like when it comes to being able to be closer to MNM, like you said, being able to fight against them for the playoff, I agree. But it is worrying when you see the way that Skitty and the rest of MNM could just abuse the extended hold into Blue Barrel. They just immediately identified a weakness in their defenses, immediately went in and took it, and then the longest part of that round was just a little like 1v3 for the castle, just holding a hatch, and then just like, no, we're not going to push him around on bunk, we're just going to sit here and try and take the gunfight. So I am a bit worried for Coalesce. I do think it's just a matter about finding their footing. They are also still a team in formation, but I did expect more from Coalesce, but hopefully next week they will be able to bring something better to the table.
Jerry, Coalesce is a side that, you know, I think secretly earlier on he was kind of talking about and saying that, you know, they're a skilled group, but what is it that you see right now? If you had to say, okay, one thing that we're saying that they need to improve on, what is it?
Well, the simple answer is defenses, right? Like we saw yesterday on Bank, they were able to pull back so many attacking rounds, and they looked decent on attack today, but when it's on the defensive half, whether it's Bank or Theme Park, they just can't seem to rack those rounds up. They've got one defense so far across 2 maps. You can't be competing in a league of this caliber without some strength, especially if you're picking the map, right? You've got to have something prepared. So that's the key area that it doesn't take a genius to identify is the weak spot at the moment for Coalesce.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
I think if you look at obviously Coalesce, they need a bit of time, and we have to remember there's a lot of games to come. There's a very, very long road ahead of every team here. Thomas, I mean, for MNM, for this kind of new fresh team, being able to get that first win must be so important for this side.
So important, and I think it was also important for them after Skitty sort of trying to lead the charge yesterday to see the rest of the team sort of step up their game as well. Relaxing had a really good game, and to see some really coordinated team efforts coming through here from MNM Academy. And of course, like Jerry pointed out earlier, the discipline on the defense, they're not taking these unnecessary risks. Like yesterday, we would see Ed Cody stepping out in a rotation hole from behind the perfect safety of a mirror window that was still intact. So I do think that this is more reminiscent of what we're going to be expecting from MNM Academy going forward, like when they're playing teams such as RIDDLE, RCTIC, and arguably some of who would be the weaker UK teams to sort of the stronger ones to beat MNM Academy.
There are none. Okay.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Like it would be like TENSTAR and Viperio. The next game is going to be really interesting, and when we see these UK teams start to really battle it out against one another, because right now we've had a lot of these Nordic versus UK matchups, but when we're actually going inter-regional, I was going to say regional teams facing off against each other, that's when we're going to start seeing things really start to shape up, I think.
Interview time. We are ready now for MNM Academy to give their verdict and give a bit of insight. It's going to be, of course, Nerf, who I know that, Nerf, you volunteered as tribute for the remainder of the season. I know that your team's a bit camera shy, and unfortunately you've been stuck with this job.
Yeah, interviews aren't really my thing, but I guess I have to do it now. So
we'll see if we can break you into it, and hopefully, bit of confidence, almost like your game, that gives you guys a bit of confidence today, your first win.
yeah, really happy with that performance. I guess you could tell yesterday we were a bit nervous. We kind of came in relaxing Eco's first T3 game, so there was a bit of nerves. We didn't really play our own game. Today was so much better. The comms were really good. People played really well individually. Just really good game.
Obviously, Theme Park is a map that we don't see all too often, especially inside of Europe. Any reasoning for the Theme Park pick? Is it caught us by surprise? We weren't expecting Theme Park today.
Yeah, it's always been a strong map for us. We used to play it before before it got removed, and we've been practicing a lot since it came back. And we also saw them play it in the qualifier, so it's a good map for us to go to.
Overall, for your side, you've got a lot of promise. Obviously, Skitty is the player that we have to mention, someone that has really taken attention of a lot of people. I mean, Skitty, honestly, a bit of a quiet game from all accords for his standard. I thought relaxing, get that big 1v1 clutch that he had against that Maestro. I thought that really showed the character. Apart from Skitty, who else have you been really impressed with that you've been working with?
Yeah, it was much more of a team effort today. So relaxing and Akari really showed, and Nico as well, played really well today, showed what they're capable of. Yesterday was kind of, none of us really showed up except Skitty, but today was just better overall. Everyone really played well.
Anything you want to say to the fans out there? Obviously, you're now part of the MNM organization. They have a massive following here in Siege. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, just a massive thanks to all the supporters out there. It's been really amazing, honestly, seeing all the support now we joined them. It was such a big move for us, and we're just really grateful. Yeah, it's really good.
Well, Nerf, I'll not keep you any longer. Congratulations on the win, and who knows, might see you again next week to keep practicing your interview skills.
Yeah, thanks, hopefully. We'll see you later.
All right, take care, Nerf. Take care. So, Nerf is quite happy with that. I think you can see just the expression on his face that they're happy to get that win, aren't they, Jeremy?
Yeah, why wouldn't they be? I mean, they're finally off the starting block. I was saying chopping block. That's something completely different. Wrong idiom, guys. They're off the starting blocks and in good fashion. That's a really good victory for them. 7-2. The way they managed it, like you hinted at there, the clutches that came through. There were big rounds from most players. Relaxing will be very happy with his sort of first tier 3 win. And next week, I mean, they're up against TENSTAR, who we're about to see next. So that will be a really good one. Those two they're beginning to get a kind of rivalry between them, this core of like the old ITB team, now MNM Academy, and TENSTAR. They've been battling out so frequently. So yeah, that's going to be a great one for sure.
Yeah, obviously, Thomas, it's not just about, the big NAVI heroic rivalry that you had, but it's these other ones that are starting to form amongst the younger guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we love the Nationals, though, because we get these new narratives. We get to see these rivalries sometimes within the same region, but hopefully also across the regions now that we've merged these regions as well. And like you've said before, like we have like people like Jegs, for instance, playing for a UK roster, playing against other Nordic teams as well. And for you guys to obviously get to see the same rosters or cores duking it out against one another season in, season out, that's what makes this so fun. That's what makes Tier 3 such a great scene to follow, because you get to see the same cores, you get to see the same players, the same time, like the storylines, and sort of see the rise of young talent as well. So, 'tis the season to create new rivalries and storylines, absolutely. And I can't wait to see more from the UK scene, because I haven't been able to pay too close, detailed. Wow, okay. It's getting late for me over here in Norway. I haven't been able to pay too much attention to it in the past due to other work obligations, etc. But I mean, I can see why I should start sweating as a Nordic shill. That is like, okay, if this is a firepower you're going to bring, like, okay, sure, I'm going to build myself a fort and raise my flag and stand tall. But really enjoying this siege that we're seeing this far.
Well, if you want more UK action, it's coming up after the break. We have TENSTAR versus Viperio 86, a big match of the day coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Grizz steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills, all E1 defused. And what?
Welcome back, everyone, and we're ready to now dive into our final game of the evening. It's a big one. It is Viperio 86 up against TENSTAR. I have Thomas and I have Grace with me for the desk from this one. Let's go straight into the Viperio 86 lineup. Thomas, will come to you for this side. They had a very, very solid opening half on Bike yesterday, but then the second half started to slip away from them just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, when we looked at the first half in the bank last night, we were thinking like, okay, this Viperio 86 lineup is definitely not here to play around. They are here to win, and it was an amazing performance in the first half. And then they started slipping away a little bit in the second half, looked a little bit rusty or shaky. Could have been the first day sort of nerves on the rotation there. But we saw some good performances, and of course, for people who are like me, a Nordic shield to the day you die, you know, seeing someone like Vito with so much experience, of course, from tier 1 level as well, playing alongside talented players such as Astro, is absolutely going to give you a roster with a lot of firepower. Now, Curly, Groovy, and Noodle, like, help me out here a little bit, guys, because these are relatively new to me. Like, Grace, could you give me a little bit of backup on those 3? Because they did look promising yesterday.
So Curly is probably the most long-standing one in 86 at the moment. Groovy and Noodle also joining later on. And so that's like the 3 that have had the most experience within the 86 roster. And obviously Vito and Astro being the new ones. Again, we've seen them do some really nice stuff in the past previously. And I know that it is difficult sometimes when you do have a roster change up and things need a little bit of time maybe to iron out some of the kinks, and I think maybe that's what we're actually seeing now. I think yesterday felt a little bit flat for what I was expecting from this roster, but again, it is a entirely new tournament. You know, you've got a lot of different teams from 2 different national leagues coming into it, so I think it's one of those vibes where no one really knows what to expect until, you know, week 2 or 3 or something like that. So again, tonight really will be a chance for them to redeem themselves.
What about TENSTAR, Thomas? This is a side that again won their game yesterday on Villa. Yep. They had some strong plays. I think 2v5 clutch was thrown in there just for good measure also.
I mean, that was a Riddle game, and I think Riddle really ruffled their feathers a little bit there. And Kangaroo Kenny did mention a little bit in his interviews, and of course the post-show and the debrief as well, that their day number 1 has historically been a little bit shaky. They need a little bit of time to find their footing, and that's why I'm really excited about this matchup between them and Viperio, 2 teams that looked really good for like a certain part of the matchup, but then sort of fell off at certain points or parts of it. So imagine if both of these teams have sort of found their footing now for day number 2. I think we're going to see a really good UK brawl, and of course I always love to see Jegs in any roster, you know, Finnish powerhouse stepping up now, playing at 12:30 local Finnish time. I mean, he's transitioned over to gamer hours for sure, but seeing Rolo, Savage, Azur, and Leader, of course, backing him up as well, it's certainly going to make wonders here for the TENSTAR lineup.
Let's see the head-to-head now, and who have we pitched? I believe it's the 2 support players for either side. Curly, who has transitioned certainly onto that hard support role from kind of where he was on 86, and then we're seeing Rolo also as being highlighted, kind of known for playing that Habana role if he can get himself onto, and of course that trusty smoke that he does enjoy. Grace, 2 players that are the real backbone for these sides.
Yeah, I just want to point out that KDR currently doing Curly so dirty. It's only, match 2. So it is, yeah, well, 3 plans. That's, again, the thing to really focus on yesterday, obviously, getting that objective secured for their team. But again, I think those stats are going to get a little bit more padded out as time goes on. But again, on the side of, TENSTAR's Rolo, a cost already at 80% and a KDR of 2. After 1 day, that means you've come in with a pretty decent performance under your belt, and it's really down to a factor of whether he can maintain that same standard.
I see plant stats, and that's all I'm happy about. Like 3 plants on a game. That you know, I mean, I understand that Viperio, you know, they didn't really get what they were hoping for necessarily, but 3 plants and 1 in the same game. Like, there's not many other people who actually had that amount of plants. I do actually think 3 plants might have been the highest yesterday then, because Nick and Kilias for Ambush. I mean, Ambush did a lot of plants last night, and for Curly to get 3, it might actually be one of the highest, if not the highest individual number. So, you know, good on him.
Let's have a look and see our map veto for this matchup and see where people are going to be favored on, and are we going to see another spicy pick? It was very close to Skyscraper. TENSTAR had the choice, but instead they went for a bank. So 86 back to the map that they won yesterday. And, well, we kind of talked to Kangaroo Kenny yesterday. You know, he's very meticulous in being able to figure out opponents and making sure he gives that respect. So he certainly must have studied very, very hard last night to prepare for this map specifically. So you would expect that TENSTAR, they have some counter-analysis you would expect, Grace.
100%. You're expecting Kenny to have gone full Kenny mode, to be honest here. And again, the fact that they were given that decision to bring it to bank themselves. Often when TENSTAR left to decide the map, you know that fun's brewing. Because as we say, Kenny would have gone through some counter analysis. The team will be fully prepped on what they need to do going into that map against their opponent.
Yeah, Thomas, I mean, to bank, it was a little bit touch and go here or there for 86, but still they managed to come on top.
See, the thing is, I really start to believe the Kangaroo Kenny hype, because people keep mentioning it, like, this guy is really thorough. But the thing is, like, the risk about the analysis, like, even if he does, like, the 200 IQ giga analysis and has all the setups and everything for his team, the team still has to play. And this is almost like assuming that Viperio will do the same things that they did yesterday, that they might, you know, do a couple of slip-ups. I mean, there are definitely weaknesses there to expose. But the thing is, like, to which extent do you go that you rely on slip-ups from the enemy team in your counter analysis? Now, obviously, Kangaroo Kenny 10 times more experienced than I am or ever will be as an analyst, but I think that this is going to be a close matchup, and if not, I mean, if TENSTAR just takes it away, Kangaroo Kenny can just, like, yeah, that's all me, you know, just analysis, big brain.
Is it going to be close? Let's find out. The game is ready. Over to the casters. It's Jerry and it's Dino, fellas. Have fun at bank.
Thank you very much, and I mean, we're getting on into our second game of Bank, I believe, of the season so far.
Yeah, that's that is, I think, what's happening. I mean, yesterday we had V86 player, right? That's the whole thing that we just talked about on the desk, is that this is Kenny just prepping, right? He knows that they're going to come here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see, if we do see any just big counter strats. Basically, it was just you know, looking over that performance from V86, they were big fans of heavy roams when it came to the defense. Six picking a lot to like Nook and just trying to slip in on the attacks. So that's something that no doubt this TENSTAR side will be alert to, and it will be drilled into them in the pre-game comms. But now, like has been mentioned, they are alone. They don't have any sitting over their shoulder, and you know, as much as we do praise him a lot of the time, he himself has said, you know, we give him too much. You know, it's the guys in server that get the job done, and that's what it comes down to here as we go to Bank for our final game of the day. And this really is a proper nail biter, the Rainbow Rumble final that never happened, Dino.
Yeah, I mean, didn't happen because Viperio 86 lost.
Yeah.
They didn't get there. They didn't qualify. They lost to then LFO, now Victus. But I mean, it is going to be a good matchup between these two teams. I definitely feel like TENSTAR's got maybe a bit of a chip on their shoulder about wanting to finally get one over Viperio 86. And
oh, absolutely.
Viperio 86, they're going to want to rectify the mistakes from yesterday. Their defenses were really quite poor and gave Coalesce an opportunity to get back into the game. So with Viperio starting out on attack, they are going to be doing themselves some favors, but they will eventually have to defend. And will they have made enough changes in the last 24 hours to rectify the mistakes that they made yesterday that TENSTAR would have picked up on?
And it goes both ways, right? By this point, you know, 86, they are not an experienced roster in the sense that they haven't played together as much as a full five, but they all share a lot of experience, and they are experienced players individually, and they got good backing. And I reckon that honestly, this side will understand the threat that TENSTAR poses, right? This is a team that prepares and over prepares and counter prepares, and 86 will know that. They will want to play a mix-up game. They'll want to be unpredictable, and they're going to start on the attack. But of course, this lineup, it may be deceptive, because of course the attacker repick is, you know, it's thrown all of my casting know-how out of the window. I usually sit here and like, oh yeah, the Thermite, the Yana, no, ignore it could change.
Yeah, you have to sit there and wait for the round to actually start before you can start commenting on what the attackers are going to do. And I think, you know, that's quite a good thing. It does provide an extra level and allows the attackers to really model what they want to do around what's being set up in front of them. As you know, I can see a basement defense come through first, and Jegs running through many different walls to start off.
Yep, as a good Oryx should do. And, you know, he's got that 10 extra health that being a 2-speed gives you, or 2 armor more specifically, I suppose. You know, it's expendable. He's got 100 health to work with, and of course the Bailiff for any rotates. He doesn't want to, you know, cave his own skull into maybe. And it looks as though that roster on the attack has been mostly stuck. Well predicted for that site. They are prepared with the double hard breach and plenty of nades in tow. Our Viperio 86. TENSTAR on the other hand, they have extended into open area. They've got the castle that they've extended all the way to the top floor, of course, with Azza and Jegs on the roam. And well, these are the two certainly to look out for in the early round. Savage as well. They can certainly make an impact, as we've seen in the past. But at the moment, they're fending off back from all directions, it would seem.
Yeah, I do want to briefly touch on the bans. We didn't really discuss them as they were coming up, but TENSTAR getting rid of that buck is a massive ban for them, as we did see Vitaline being a really impactful player on that buck all through their attacks yesterday. In fact, the attack that they lost was one where Vitaline was killed pretty early on, and they couldn't gain that vertical control. But as I've been going on about that, the kills have been going back and forth already. Noodle is going to get the frag onto Jegs after Astro had been taken down by the man himself just before. So with a 4-4 split, nades off the board from the side of Viperio 86. TENSTAR, you know, they've still got the ability to rotate and use these hatches to drop back onto site when this execute starts to come through.
And that was an important refrag, not only because of the man advantage generally, but also the operator of choice, Jegs, going down on the Oryx. And you may be sitting there wondering and be like, oh, you know, Oryx, not a very powerful operator typically. On bank, not the case. This is a brilliant operator on this map to be able to just retake any gained ground that the attackers have taken in the blink of an eye. It means they have to watch constantly for those hatches, and now with Jegs dead, that's something that Viperio 86 don't need to worry about necessarily. And they have full control here of the top 2 floors, it would seem, and they can begin working their way towards the site with about a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Curly still holding those exothermic charges. Looks like it's going to be a fairly standard push through blue. Open up those walls, which have been left soft, interestingly enough. So those exothermic charges may be able to be shot out, or perhaps you just get Vito to have a good swing in it with that old caber. That's exactly what he will do. Shoots out the Banshee as well, and Curly, with 43 seconds left, can begin attempting a plant, but of course he has to bait out the swathes of utility that will be sent his way by TENSTAR.
Yeah, there's another 2 smoke canisters ready to be thrown out by Rolo, and that one actually lands on the precise spot that you need to throw it to stop the little tuck plant from coming through. So Curly is going to have to wait a bit longer, and that's going to be the 3rd smoke canister used just a little bit early, and Curly is actually going to try and stick it. It's not dealing any damage to him, and Vitaline is going to be able to eliminate Rolo. Finally, Curly gets downed, but he gets picked back up straight away by the Finker boost of Grubby, who's working a flank down the main stairs. He's going to eliminate Leader, but it's the flank counter flank from Azza coming through, and now it is just Azza left alone. 1 versus 2. The time is running out. He needs to try and deny this plant from going down. The impact is going to be thrown on out, but isn't going to get anything. He's switched on over to the pistol. No bullets in the primary, but he didn't get the down onto the first player, and now both of these 2 attackers are on low HP. Noodle is just a single flick away from death, and Curly is only on about 25-30 points himself, so just over 1 shot. But they've been able to rotate around upstairs and get a hold from the hatch, which is directly above where that diffuser is, and it really doesn't look like this is going to be a round for TENSTAR, but as it's good for 1. And he seems to have an idea that we do have Noodle upstairs, and Noodle's just trying to play the time. He knows that Az is out of attempts to go for the fake, and this is going to be a round now for Viperio 86. It's confirmed at this point, and Noodle's just going to get the kill to secure it.
Excellently played. Held his nerves at the end there, Noodle. That's what was needed from them. In a 2 versus 1 situation as well, that was certainly winnable for TENSTAR. Certainly winnable for Azza, who pulled off that flank at the death. But very well played by the 2 remaining Viperio 86 players, just to send themselves deep into different directions. One going for the hatch, one going all the way into Vault, and it was a bit too much for Azza to try and work with. And like you said, by the end, 15 seconds to try and bait out however many peaks that gives you, maybe one, maybe two. And Noodle just handled that very nicely. So a good round overall from Viperio 86. After getting that refrag at the very start, which feels like an age ago now. I don't know about you, Dino, but that round went the full distance. And I hope that's an indication of the kind of battle that we're going to get between these two, where they're slogging it out round after round for every second, every inch of map control, because I feel like that's something we've been missing potentially from our NPL games so far, as a real barn burner.
Yeah, that was the full 4.5 minutes of 45 seconds prep, 3 minutes for the round as the diffuser went down, actually after time had expired, and then another full 45 seconds of the post plant. As, like you say, Viperio, they did a good job on their attacks, and especially that recognition with Azza on the flank. You have to run deep inside of the site. My only thing is that they left it really late. A second later, and Azza probably would have flanked in time to be able to save that round for TENSTAR. So these margins are awfully thin, and Jegs is going to take down Vitaline immediately. That's the sledge gone, that's nades gone, that's the verticality gone straight away.
And Jegs with yet another opening kill, playing the same position in Trump. It's really difficult to fish him out, but at the moment he's trying to survive. It is a bit of a suicide spot as well. You don't have too many unexposed routes of exit, so you do just have to fight for your life and burn the time down. At the moment, you can see Grubby having picked onto that Nook as a favourite move of his, it would seem, and we've got someone creeping up the stairs. That is him. Going unnoticed, perhaps. Jakes maybe expects it. No, he doesn't. The FMG9 is enough to seal that delayed refrag yet again onto Jegs, and about a minute 10 gone. Grubby, though, drops the hatch and finds Azza again. That's huge for Viperio 86, getting that man advantage in their favour now.
Yeah, we are going to have Savage immediately swing on around, and that's Noodle gone. So, yes, you've taken out 2 of the roamers from TENSTAR, but you've lost nades, soft destruction and verticality, and now hard destruction if you're Viperio. You do still have 4 sets of nades left and thermite charges to go, but it does make the rest of this round a little bit more complicated, particularly if those walls down in server are going to be left soft. You can't go and open them up with breaching pads or a sledgehammer. The thermite charge is going to be shut off, so getting into the objective, if they go for the same server take, is going to be pretty difficult for them.
You're right to pick up on that. That is a huge loss. And Savage looks like he's hungry for more, but there may be a drone on him potentially, as it seems they're wise to the push up the white stairs, or the square stairs rather. Savage will bail, knowing that probably a bit too risky, and they still have a lot of things going for them on this defense. Lots of time wasted by the roam leader, though, still unaccounted for in Cafe, and he gets caught on the sofa trying to retreat. Astro again with the refrag, so back and forth these rounds, but the smoke is still alive with 2 canisters in pocket and only 30 seconds left. This is going to be a dicey execute for Viperio 86.
Yeah, Grubby has gone above the server hatch and dropped on down into server now. He's used up both of his nades and is the one with the diffuser who's going to have to try and go in through this doorway, but there's still 2 smoke canisters left and only 15 seconds left in the round, and Roller's just going to throw it on out to make sure as Grubby now forced to push all the way on into the site. The timing on this flank down the main stairs has to be pixel perfect from Astro, and it's going to be as Grubby doesn't go for the plant, instead peeks on into the vault and gets the kill onto the player sitting at the back. TENSTAR. How do you let that one go?
Wow, they're going to be scratching their heads about that one, aren't they? That was a tactical victory for them. Throughout the round, they traded, they burned time, but at the end, Viperio 86 making the call, just go for kills, and it worked. They won their ones. They isolated each a couple of defenders and found the victory. Unfortunately, it seems as though we may have to go for a rehost, as there's some issues with the pause, and we had a player drop out, so we'll see what happens here. But let's take apart those rounds for a second, because they were very similar, weren't they? We had 2 basement defenses, and 2 heavy roams by TENSTAR, and 2 victories for Viperio 86.
I mean, the roams from TENSTAR in both rounds were very strong. As particularly in that second round, you know, being able to get the player advantage. I think maybe Leader didn't just get stuck on the sofa, but like he kind of lagged out a bit there. Might explain why the disconnect came through. But
At least he got the kill before that. That would have been so unfortunate if he just lagged out before getting a kill. So there's some goodness there, but yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow. I think that one.
Even still, losing in that situation, that's going to be a rough one to try and deal with. As 2 versus 2, you still have smoke canisters, you still have time on your side, and still letting that one slip, it's definitely indicating that maybe TENSTAR need to just tighten up a little bit on their defensive end. Although, we recall our minds back to Bank's game yesterday, Bank is now looking a lot more attacker-sided than it has done in the past.
It's true, and I feel like Viperio 86, they're looking very composed at the moment. They seem unflappable, no matter how many times Jegs gets an opening frag, they are slapping back. And this is a really interesting matchup in general, because I've been waiting to see these two sides really slog it out. Like I said, we didn't get to see it in Rumble, and these were two of the real favourites once a lot of the tier 1 sides sort of dropped out of that tournament. But now these are the two sides alongside, I would argue, Victus, that we're looking at, and we're saying they should be fighting for these Challenger League spots definitely come the end of the season. So we may look back at at the end of the whole double round robin at these games, at this particular match, and say it could be a defining factor. These 2 rounds could really make the difference. If we end up on a 7-5, or somehow 86 push it to overtime, or just win in general, then this is one way to start a good victory.
I mean, that is very true, but to me the big test is going to come through when 86 move on over to the defense, because they let 4 rounds slip against Coalesce, and we've just seen Coalesce, they had good performances, but not exactly convincing performances. They weren't able to sort of solidly put a flag in the ground and go, we are here, we're a serious contender at the moment. It's been still a little rocky. How's things going to play out for the rest of the season? And for me, 86, this is going to be a big game for them. If they can come out and beat TENSTAR succinctly without, losing a lot of rounds when it comes to their own defensive half, then that's going to be a very important sign from them. But it does mean that at the moment, TENSTAR's going to have that little bit in the back of the head going, we can bring this one back. If we just get a couple rounds here, when we move on to our own attacks, we'll be fine.
Yeah, that's the mentality that TENSTAR have to go with right now. Obviously, the disconnect isn't ideal. It's clearly affecting what Leader can do in server, for instance. I think he had a similar problem yesterday, but it still gives them a little bit of time to try and iron out any creases and get back in with their heads screwed on. Not to say that they've been playing this mindlessly. This really has been a very entertaining game so far, and we're only 2 rounds in. It feels like they're two sides that are bashing heads, and it really is coming down to those final few moments and just a bit of composure from Viperio 86. Grubby in particular as well, I want to highlight him so far. 4 kills across the 2 rounds, and he's, clearly that means he's having a massive influence on the outcomes of these rounds.
Wasn't it a 4K in that last round?
I'm not sure.
He got the kill on Jegs, Azza, and then the final kill on the player in Vault.
I had it in my head that he got a kill in the first round at least, but if it was a 4K, then yeah, sure. Those with the benefit of being able to go back in time and have a look at that round can correct me in Twitch chat. But yeah, either way, he's shown up today, and he was a big factor in yesterday's win on Bank. So I mean, he's very comfortable here. He's flexing onto that Nook, which is catching people off guard. It was that key refrag that we saw at the very start against Jegs. So yeah, it's definitely a place where he feels very comfortable, and this is one of the newer players onto the roster, so it's great to see him making an impact already.
Yeah, absolutely. I just kind of want to talk about things from TENSTAR's perspective for a moment, because yesterday in their game against RIDDLE, it did take a couple rounds for them to get settled in, and that was on Villa, which is a map that we know historically TENSTAR are very strong on. So I think potentially it's a bit of them still getting into that mindset of this is a match day, these are officials, you have to, you can't let these mistakes slip, you can't go for those aggro peaks like you would do in a scrim or something. So maybe there's still a little bit of that, a little bit of shaking off the rust. Maybe it's a little bit of they want to get one over on Viperio and it's costing them a little bit in the mindset. But we'll have to see if, as this game goes on a little bit longer and they get a touch more settled into it, maybe TENSTAR will start to come through and be able to close out these rounds.
Yeah, and closing out rounds and closing out games has been something that TENSTAR sort of in the more distant times historically have struggled with, but the same goes for Viperio 86. They never make it easy for themselves, these two teams, at least sort of during the previous Yukin season, for instance. Since then, over Rainbow Rumble, TENSTAR, they actually sort of undid that curse, started winning best of 3s 2-0, started winning maps 7-3, 7-2, and getting the job done very efficiently. And now I'm looking at them and, you know, their slow start against RIDDLE, their slow start here. I'm wondering if they're slipping back into old ways where they rest on their laurels, they're not warm right off the mark. And that's worrying, because this is a team that, coming into this season, have so much momentum and have so much sort of positive mental energy behind them that a couple of bad results early on could cost them, like, in the long run mentally. So they do need to right themselves here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was sort of a like you say, a defining factor of TENSTAR and LFO/Victus as well, is that sometimes it would take them a round or two, or a map even in some cases, to really get warmed up. As 86, they're warm and ready to go, as they're going to get the open kill in this round, trying to be aggressive and just take the fight straight to them, but it's going to be Leader to just mow them down. Savage as well is chiming in with the opening frag. It is now a 4 versus 1 as Jegs gets vitalized. Savage sitting on the top floor still is going to close us out, as that entire round happened in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, polar opposites to the first round, which went the whole distance every single second of every single phase. And that, oh, it's a bit of a failed rush from Viperio 86, trying to find that weak spot in the armor there. And it wasn't there. Leader, you know, he comes back from this disconnect, and I don't know, maybe he's had a couple of turkey dinosaurs, potato smileys, spaghetti, alpha beta spaghetti, I was gonna say, and he's raring to go now. That was a really nice hold down there from the Maestro.
Yeah, just yeah, if you're going at a Maestro, you're going at a fire hose of bullets. What can you really do about it? You just have to shoot first, really.
It is a gun.
Hold down mouse 1 and you've got 81 bullets of pain going exactly wherever you want it to. So maybe don't open the door right next to the Maestro. maybe throw a nade at him or something. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah. I would hazard a guess that maybe Viperio 86 didn't know that there was an Alder staring them down on the other side of that castle barricade, because if they did, then that was somewhat suicidal of them. But you know, yeah, I'd imagine they just had no clue. Here we are, though, on the top floor now, as TENSTAR leaving the basement for a while. They're going to put that site back in the fridge for a bit, and instead try and rotate through their secondary, their tertiary. Certainly worked for open area, so now they've got this roam beneath, it would seem, from Azza, trying to hold under the site. Despite the fact that we've eliminated the Buck in the ban phase, they still consider this important ground, perhaps to deny any sort of up-nade tomfoolery from the attacking side of Viperio 86, and they have, well, fewer than usual to work with since they've moved on to the Zero. A very strong pick on this map. Gives you a lot of intel, of course, for going a couple of extra nades. Another strong pick, though, is the Osa, and they're working these windows quite well. 3 on Repel, just making sure that that site is very difficult to walk around, but Jegs, with those castle barricades, is somewhat protected inside of the B-bomb site. Leader, unfortunately, disconnecting once again, and that is unfortunate because TENSTAR, well, they've already had their rehost, so they won't be able to get him back in, and it's real past the point of no return anyway. So 4v5 for the rest of the round.
Yeah, he will have the ability to reconnect, I believe, later on, or as the game is going on, but it is going to be the action going on regardless, as kills going back and forth. Rolo has been downed, Curly and Savage, and now Jegs have all been eliminated as they're trying to work his way up the square stairs. He's just going to be eliminated before he can really get anything done, and that's going to be another round going the way of Viperio on the attack. It is, you know, a very unfortunate situation to have these disconnect issues coming through from Leader, but it is what it is, unfortunately. You have to make do with the cards that are being dealt.
Oh, it's a repeat problem as well, it looks like. That's very unfortunate right here for TENSTAR. Like, if they have to go through this game in a 4 versus 5, then it's just not the contest that I think you as viewers deserve, or that we want, and that they want as well. So this could be a bit of a problem for them. I mean, it's difficult to avoid talking about it, quite frankly. But besides that, I mean, that was a good round from Viperio 86. They definitely had a good idea of what they wanted to do with the Ossa, with those shields, and getting on Repel. And then, you know, the unfortunate disconnect happens, and they see that as their opportunity to strike. A linchpin is lost in Leader. He's one of their more sort of reserved players. He's one of their supports that will sit on site, and as soon as you're missing that key piece, it does just open the floodgates, and that's exactly what they exploited there. So 3-1 the score here, and they're racking up attack rounds on Bank, which is not surprising, but TENSTAR, they have to try and do something.
Yeah, I do kind of want to. I mean, that round was so fast, so we didn't really get a chance to talk about it. But I do want to touch on the setup that we saw coming through from Viperio 86. They had 3 players repelling on the windows, you know, of the objective itself, looking on in, and then they had Vitaline on the 0 sitting outside of lobby, and that's, to me, is really good, because those 0 cams you can shoot from ages away and they will land exactly where you want them to. There's no drop off on them. You can hide them in these really sneaky corners of that main lobby where the defenders are never going to see them, and then you can quickly challenge if anyone goes. So if you want to peek the players who are sitting on those windows on the side of the site, you run down into lobby, you shoot up through that little side window. If you have Vitaline outside the main lobby door, no one can do that because he's watching everything on cams, and it's just putting everything correctly in its place and really giving TENSTAR no opportunity to actually get a say in how that round's going to go.
And CEO has always been a difficult site to defend in a lot of ways. I feel like now with attacker repick, you see the strength of just being able to bring Ossa. You see the strength of just being able to bring 0, as you've highlighted. And it just means that they have every tool at their disposal that they need. They looked very well set up for that round. And, you know, you could tell that TENSTAR on the other side of things, they were looking to play around the bottom or middle floors. They were looking to try and find their opportunity to maybe go for a bit of a jump out, or just hold these angles onto site from beneath, perhaps. But they weren't there, unfortunately. They didn't present themselves. And that kind of push, where you just suffocate from outside the building, you barely risk any of yourself as an attacker. You gather intel with those cams, you hold the angles, and you get the kills. It's a very strong one, and it always has been, and now it's even more so. And I could have seen a world where Viperio 86 win that round regardless of whatever TENSTAR do.
Yeah, I mean, the only counter to that kind of setup, without just going for the pure gunfights and killing Vitaline, is C4s. And we didn't really see any C4s on the side of TENSTAR. You have to either throw the C4s at the players on the window and kill them there, or wait for them to repel in and then just blow the floor up so they can't do anything without either getting blown up or getting shot through one of those holes in the floor. And trying to take that fight onto Vitaline outside that main lobby, you've just got everything going against you, because it's going to be the cams with the active callouts. He's going to be able to peek around all the pillars and all the doors and everything. So it's not a good situation to be in. And what also isn't a good situation to be in is the fact that we are going to go to a quick break, as the technical pause is going to take a little bit longer to resolve. But please don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with the rest of the game. Thank you. All right, and we are back. I told you it wouldn't be waiting very long. So, after we've given all that, yeah, I have never told a lie once in my life.
I bet that's true.
Well,
seemed like an upstanding man.
It's also the keyword once. I've told lies twice.
Or thrice, as Snow would put it.
Maybe.
You probably didn't hear that because you were sat in the green room, essentially, the Discord green room. There's a moment during the previous game where Snur dropped thrice in the middle of the play-by-play, and it made my soul sing. It was beautiful. Anyway, wonderful Nordic demon that he is. I love that man. Anyway, we've got a round in front of us, and thank heavens for it, because I was just saying, you know, in our little downtime there, it's such a shame to see a game like this good, of this high quality, hampered by, you know, technical issues, etc., people having to disconnect and reconnect, but I hope that it's not getting to these players, because so far it's been a real battle between these two sides.
Yeah, having that sort of technical difficulties, especially if it's a bit of a repeat problem, it can really get in your mind, because you just want to play, you just want to focus on it, you don't want to have to deal with anything else. So, I mean, we know that the mental of the players on TENSTAR is very solemn. We know that Leader in particular, he's always one of these unflappable characters, so I don't imagine it's going to be getting to them too much, but, you know, can only really tell on the day, and, well, the round is already underway. It's going to be the same defense, and it's looking like it's going to be exactly the same attack coming through as well.
Interesting that they've stuck Jegs as the site player here. It just seems like he has a place he wants to play, but as I say that, Grubby has just decided to swing on in. He's pushing his way around Banana. He's got the support of his players on Overwatch. He manages to punch that barricade out with a few bullets, takes out Leader, but Jegs responds, and Savage taking a lot of flak from these window positions. Jegs again onto Curly. That's one of the repelling players down. The Ossa herself, and now a 3 versus 2, make that a 2 versus 4 as Savage finds Vito, and this is falling apart for 86. TENSTAR finally have an answer for this window push. It seems that tactical timeout, well, technical timeout, which could prove to be a tactical one, has worked in their favour very much. Oh, a C4 from beneath takes out Noodle as well, and no chance of being rezzed. The impact will come through. Savage adds Noodle to his Pokedex, and Astro now has to climb these stairs. 1 versus 4. He is known. Savage with the peak. A beautiful round from TENSTAR, shutting out this Viperio 86 side and closing the gap.
Jegs, man, what else can you say?
Jegs will break your legs.
Yeah, that shot on Curly was round defining. I mean, this was a great play from Grubby. Okay, so Vitaline had actually aggressed into lobby and had tagged up the Leader who was playing the Echo, so he then moved, and all of that meant no one was on cam, so Grubby could get in, get that kill onto the Echo, and it was just the 180 from Jegs into the then prone turnaround, shoot the Osa, who was like barely head peeking the window, to completely demolish that window play and drop the diffuser. So now Astro has to run off the window and can't hold the angle. Just demolished everything that 86 were trying to do. And now TENSTAR have the opportunity to tie this one up at 3-3. And they're going to be going back to the site where we saw Viperio just run into Leader's Alder. So
yeah, we didn't really get to see the site play out strategically in that sense. So I'm excited to see what TENSTAR bring to the table here. And I would expect that Viperio 86 take their time a little bit more here. And that would seem to be the case, as Curly's the only one spawning in that parking side with Diffuser in hand, while the rest of the team presumably go for some flavour of clear through from the top floor. So getting on Repel, opening up that CEO window. There are some castle barricades invested up here to protect Jegs, who once again is in his favourite spot, this time on the alibi. But Savage is the first to get the opening frag here, finding Vito on Repel, and it looks like he will manage to get away with his life, scarpering into the tunnels, and no one indoors to be able to pick up on that flank, and that's it. That's a very nice opening frag there for TENSTAR.
Yeah, a risky opening play to go for that, and entirely unpunished. He could be anywhere right now if you're on Viperio, and in fact, he's already back upstairs and going to be in a position to get into another fight very shortly, as we do have
He's doing
Curly.
what he wants.
He's just hungry for it.
Yeah. Can you blame him? Like, he's 5-1 right now since the initial rehost, and yeah, this is very, very nice for him. I don't know. What do you do if you're Viperio 86 here? He's unkillable. He's on that that vigil, and he's just doing so much damage. He takes out Curly. That's Diffuser cold and Thermite dropped. What do you do now, Viperio 86? You've got nothing.
And he's still entirely unpunished. No one else has been challenged from the side of TENSTAR. Finally, Rolo is going to get into an engagement, but, you know, that's Grubby gone without any damage being dealt onto TENSTAR at all. This could be the flawless of flawless rounds, but it's not going to be the case, as Astro wants to ruin it as soon as I talk about it. But Jegs isn't going to let it get out of hand, as that is going to be Astro falling right away. And now it's Noodle in a 1 versus 4. He doesn't have the diffuser. He's got less than a minute to go. And he's got breaching pads and 2 Selma charges. And that's about it.
Tell you what else he's got, though. He's got an AK-12 and a Dream. But it seems as though that Dream is to provide his team with a quasi-tactical timeout. As he sits on the roof, it gives us a nice view of this American skyline. I think Bank is in America, right? I'm getting the law correct.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's actually technically in not a real country.
Give us a tour.
But...
Give us a good little tour of the map. We don't get to appreciate this enough in comp.
I just really want Noodle to now, like, run on in and get 3 kills, and we're just too busy, like, oh.
It could happen. It could happen. We've seen weirder things. Got 15 seconds left, though, so this is all but a formality, as I do believe Leader is being very sensible and sitting on the site, making sure that his team don't throw. We just get to see the lovely black ice skin on the AK-12. I'm quite jealous of that, actually. I'm very jealous. As an ardent ace player and an occasional fuse player myself, good black ice to have.
It's always the guns that you want it for that you never get it for.
Yeah. What's your dream black ice that you're waiting for?
I still don't have R4C black ice. And I know the R4C isn't good anymore, but it's just... I want to have it for the...
All the smoke mains are going to hate me, because the other day I got my SMG-11 black ice, and I have my SAS shotgun black ice as well, so now I'm rocking the full kit. Anyway, that was a round that was pretty much defined by Savage roaming, and Jegs getting a couple of kills as well. So very nicely done by TENSTAR, and from 3-1 down, they've managed an even split on their defense. Very good for the defensive bank, I would say. Like, maybe... it's good. It's good for the defensive bank.
yeah.
You know, you don't want a 4-2 split, or, you know, attacker favoured if you're defending, but 3-3 is good. 3-3 will do.
I mean, considering that could have potentially been 4-2 in the favour of TENSTAR if they hadn't have had some sloppy mistakes in the first 2 rounds, you know, if either one of them had gone the way of TENSTAR, then this would have been a pretty dominant half from them in total. But you can say at the moment all of the momentum is sitting with TENSTAR. Viperio had a little bit, as you say, of a quasi-technical timeout, as that's not how you want to start.
Hey? I can only assume that was Savage's skull lining up beautifully with a default cam, or perhaps it was a skin issue.
It's year 7, man. It's year 7.
Yeah, it's year 7. You can't be having skin issues in year 7. Either
Well,
way,
I
Savage
meant the
is now...
default cam. Everyone knows where that cam is. Everyone knows everyone's heads line up at the start. You can't do it anymore.
Well, we'll see if it gets punished, as that's the Jackal off the board. A very useful tool for this roam clear, and now instead it's going to be Jegs fronting up that clear. Looks like there isn't any presence on the top floor right now, and they will have intel of that eventually, but he is still checking very carefully, as they know that Grubby is potentially lurking around here on that vigil, and they can't be certain of anything, any information they gain. But at the moment, Viperio 86 sitting down on this middle floor. They have a crossfire, it would seem, to these main stairs. It's going to be difficult for Miss Sophia to try and contest. She does need someone to come and join her, ideally. Maybe a push from the main lobby, maybe a push through Tellers, but Azza is the one to do that. There's that push through Tellers I was talking about, but Noodle will respond. A 3 versus 4 after that early team kill. Does mean TENSTAR are still hunting from behind here.
Still have a little bit of the old school setup with the angle from Tellers onto those main stairs. It's the classic one that's come through. I love seeing these old classic strategies get brought back on into the fold as these maps, you know, come back into the competitive pool. As it is, we are going to have Leader now opening up the site hatches. I mean, maybe a 4 versus 3, and yes, they do have Curly and Vitaline to deal with, who have 3 smokes and 2 yokais between them. But there's still a lot of utility left on the side of TENSTAR. They don't have any nades at the moment, or they don't have any nades at all, which is going to really hurt them. But a minute to go, lots of destruction and destructive capabilities coming through. They're going to get this wall open with a decent amount of time left. They're not in a terrible position.
It's certainly possible, but like you say, that denial that's still up, they're going to have to hunt for it. It looks as though Jegs is well aware of that and looking around for the Yokai drones. Rolo and Leader sitting on the hatch here trying to hunt for kills. They're going to send out those Argus cameras and get their teammates to hop on them, but if Viperio 86 are smart, they'll shoot them out very quickly. Jegs choking on a lot of gas, somewhat unnecessarily, trying to get the lineup as Rolo goes for the drop and he goes for a close plant. Jegs has the kill onto Grubby and now it's 3 versus 3, but the Yokai drone is in position, stuns Rolo for the first plant. Now he can get back up, stun him for a second, but 15 seconds left and that's both of those stuns gone. Curly goes down, that's your smoke out. Vito now has to push, the cover is there, but he finds Rolo. The diffuser is not set, it's a 2 versus 2, 6 seconds left. Jegs has to plant. Leader on the cover. Vito spray, he knows that he's close, gets the wall bang, and that should be enough to seal it out. Noodle gets the kill regardless to make it a kills victory anyway, and there we have it. Viperio 86 claiming their first offensive round.
Just a little too far forwards on the plant both times meant that the Echo could peek around from relative safety and just land at the corner of their heads and get that kill. But for a round where you started a player down, a round where you lost your nades straight after and you're in a 3 versus 4 with smokes, yokais and all the rest of it against you, that was still a very strong attack from TENSTAR to be in a position to get the plant down with plenty of time to go, recognizing that they wouldn't be able to go for the normal default plant because of the smokes, and that you just need to bait out all the yokai charges and then you're fine. So good attempt, not quite there just because of the small plant positioning. Hopefully this time we'll see TENSTAR start off with all 5 players.
Yeah, because that really did make a massive difference when it came to the end of it, didn't it? It was, like you say, very well executed by TENSTAR in the 3 versus 4, so that extra body could have made all the difference when it came to getting those refrags, holding those angles, providing a bit of extra cover, just having someone, you know, expendable, for instance. No one was expendable in that situation for TENSTAR, and that did end up costing them. But here we are, another defensive round for Viperio 86 as they move on to open area. It seems to be the popular second site of choice between these two sides, and you know what else is popular between these two sides? Is Zero on bank, as we see him once again being taken by Leader.
Zero's a great op. When he had the nades, he was just a little too strong, but now without the nades, he's just maybe a little too weak in that he doesn't have that same versatility as he once did. Having that secondary hard breach, I think, is at the moment is a bit of a good middle ground.
I would argue he's in a great spot with the attacker repick, right? Like, he's a situational pick at times, and here is just one of those situations, you know? So he's a great pick when he's needed, and because of the repick, that allows him to be just very well balanced. If he still had frags, I feel like he would be locked in almost all the time. Like you said, he was very strong at that point.
It's a difficult one to call because you know we're seeing him here on bank, but we're not really seeing him on the other maps as there is already seeing some action in this round at the top of square, trying to go for some peeks on into tellers. Gonna tag Grubby up just a little bit and get a stim to get some health back of his own as top floor control basically handed over to TENSTAR for free.
It would seem that way, and Grubby attempting to get his hands dirty there with the C4, but it doesn't really net much, and Jake's once again pushing down these main stairs with that LMG in hand, and this time, you know, the site is a lot closer to him. He can get teammates into positions to support this sort of pinch down into archives, down into tellers. They know that this is part of their plan. They want to claim control of this entire northern side of the map before breaching on into the site and getting a plant down. Still 5 versus 5 with only a minute to go, and TENSTAR, you could argue they're behind the schedule, or maybe they're just missing that opening frag that they really need at this point. Viperio 86 hunkering down, and it's only a matter of time before we see a bunch of kills. The way these teams are playing, they really want to go for these refrags. Nate comes in to remove not just the mute jammer, but also Noodle. That's a twofer there. Maestro dealt with. Curly now playing the only real power position on site, and that could be costly as he's taken down by another nade from Savage. Jegs finds Astro. 2 versus 4 now. 86 have it all to do. Grubby again trying to make something happen. Pushes up the main stairs. He's caught though by the player, the sledge on the top of the stairs. The last one remaining, a flawless round gathered by TENSTAR. They have some pace behind them here. 4-4 the score.
Yeah, I mean, that round by TENSTAR was nigh on textbook in my opinion. They
Absolutely.
were given that top. They were given it. They didn't have to fight for it. That's a very big distinction. They were given the top floor control, and they, were able to do it with it what they wanted. And that really meant that the only thing protecting Viperio in that round was that quad wall into kitchen. And what's going to happen at the end of the round? It's got mute jammers on it. Oh, you're going to throw an impact to deny the Selman, because if that impact trick works, then, they can't get in, they can't do anything. That's the round one, just based off of TENSTAR's options. They just chuck a nade over first. You don't have a Jaeger, here, have this instead. And that was just all they needed to get going, and everything lined up at that point. Beautifully well done. Just, yeah.
Yeah, that's all there is to say about it, really. You're right, it was textbook from TENSTAR. And once again, seeing the strength of the attacker repick right now is 4 players swap over. We even see a swap between the 2 hard breaches, which is quite interesting. Savage was on the Thermite, or rather Rolo was on the Ace, and now they're like, no. For this push, that's what we want. They're well prepared for whatever comes their way, and maybe they were expecting that open area hold to be attempted maybe again by Viperio 86. Instead, up to the top floor. Astro now is the one holding inside of Trump, or as I might begin calling it, Jegs. And I don't think he's worthy of it just yet. We'll give him time. We'll give him time. But maybe someday he'll have a spot named after him. But here is the man himself, and there he goes. Grubby will remove him from this round. Clean.
I think maybe part of the switch around of the hard breaches was because Savage just went, I'm 8 and 2, mate. Give me the AK-12. You can get on the you can get on the 5.56. Like, it's a good gun, but it's not the AK.
He's also got the black eyes.
Yeah,
everyone seems to have it. I'm so jealous. And it won't be put to good use at all this round as he gets taken down. But of course, the strength of Thinker, meaning that he can be rezzed, and there's the instant revenge onto Vito. But Vito crucially takes out leader just before he's felled. So the Ossa down, and it doesn't look like she had gotten into position to deploy her shields, if I'm not mistaken. So some key utility lacking now for the side of TENSTAR as they are also man down. Grubby has decided to fall back. Probably a clever move. He's contesting some of these players that are trying to get into stock, but Noodle beneath as well. He's got a C4 in pocket. That could prove very crucial late game if we get there. Still, though, TENSTAR have a lot of things on their to-do list.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of them left to do it, and they don't have any nades left. Az has already used up both of his, but it doesn't matter because Savage is just going to shoot you, and that's going to be Astro hitting the deck, as this is now 3 versus 3. The thermite charges are going to go off onto that wall, giving them an extra avenue into the site, and as a nice long line of sight through onto the defenders. That loss of the player has forced the mute to rotate up the stairs. That C4 isn't going to be used for verticality just yet. Instead, it's going to be the shotgun at close range, and it's going to work out perfectly. Savage is out of here, and now with only 30 seconds to go, it's a 2 versus 3, and it's really not looking good for TENSTAR.
You can't rule out Rolo in these situations. Azza too, we've seen them pull off some mighty clutches before, but there he goes. The caster curse comes and strikes as Curly from range with the MP5K, lands 2 nice headshots through the wall and seals a round for 86. They keep on chugging along, and they once again have the lead, 5-4, and we're heading into round 10 right now, and TENSTAR, right, they're looking at this and what are they thinking, right? That was a brilliant hold by Viperio 86, just chucking back whatever TENSTAR threw at them. Gonna head down to lockers and CCTV again, and they did a pretty good job down here last time, although they were gifted that early team kill by TENSTAR. So who knows? It could play out differently. Same strategy, though, it would seem, with the same lineup, and they're gonna have to be careful because TENSTAR usually quite good at adapting.
Yeah, I think the key issue for TENSTAR in that last round was they lost 2 players very early on. The first player had absolutely no refrag potential. They were just, that was it. They were just dead. That was the round. That was their round over, basically. And the second was, as the boost was coming through, I think the OSA came over to try and provide cover, but they didn't get challenged from the window, and that just led to this whole conflict outside the stock windows. And yes, there was a trade, but was it really necessary? They could have maybe...
It's a trade when you're a man down, right? You further that man advantage when you're on the winning side. So, yeah, it does hurt. And, I mean, that's just Viperio 86 getting that opener and rolling with it, right? It's been something that they've been very good at, not just in this match, but historically. They're very, very tough to stop once they get ahead in a round. And through many numerous roster changes, that just seems to be the case continually. Jegs now once again leading this clear through the top floor. They've decided to ditch the Jackal that they started out with in favour of the Zero, generally moving forward. He's gonna continue his move through the top floor. Savage as well joining him. Sorry, Savage is on the Jackal. I'm blind. So this is a very useful tool that they were lacking in the previous basement attack, and this could make a difference when it comes to hunting down these roamers and getting it done just with a few more seconds to spare.
Yeah, and the key thing is that with Savage, that then gives you smokes, which they didn't have before because they shot him at the start of the round.
Yeah.
So having those smokes does mean that you can block lines of sight, create space for the plant to go down, or just burn potential utility that is around. Remember, yokai drones can't see through smoke, so you can throw one down and have someone plant in it, and the yokai will just be wildly firing into it. As we are a minute and a half in now, it looks like 4 of the defenders have rotated all the way down to the basement, and it is just Grubby trying to go for a cheeky one as he's sitting inside of this middle floor elevator. Should be getting droned out at some point, but instead, just going to fire a bit of a pre-fire through and rotate on away. So this gives TENSTAR just over a minute to work with, and they've got control of server.
5v5 though, and we've seen this before. Long angle being established by the Selma for Azza to use with that LMG in hand. Takes a lot of damage from the suppressed MP5 of the Echo, and that's a bit ballsy from Vito. He's holding some key utility there, but almost rewarded for the peak anyway. Leader sending in his own intel with those Argus cameras, and 40 seconds left. Time is ticking on this 10-star attack, but here come those smokes. How crucial could these be for the execute? Stuns come out as well. Rolo looking to park close once again. Is this bulletproof camera anywhere? Do they know? Vito launches himself in, fires through the smoke and gets the planter. Jegs down as well. Savage comes in with a kill onto Grubby, and now Leader trying to set the diffuser down. Yet again, Vito caught this time. Leader can get this one off successfully. No, he can't. Astro with the angle denies it. 11 seconds left. Again, trades come through. Timer hits red, and now it's all up to Azza as Curly finds yet another. Firing through the smoke, it works against them. Curly with the shotgun, a huge round from the smoke to lock it out for Viperio 86, putting them onto match point.
Oh, TENSTAR.
Yeah.
If potentially, if they had thrown the smokes from the site hatch, not the hallway hatch, from the site hatch, they probably could have bounced it off the, because they did the soft destruction all the way down, so it was a walkthrough. I think if they bounced it off the lower wall of that walkthrough, it would have then bloomed right in front of the vault, meaning that when they were trying to push in and get that lineup, they would have been in smoke. Yes, they can still probably find the angle, but it gives you that little edge. So if it gets in that doorway, they don't know if they're going to be shot when they come out the other side. And they can't necessarily line it up right. So I don't know if it's just those smokes not going deep enough from the angle that he was trying to throw them, or quite what. But if there might have been pings going on, there might have been bulletproofs. Who knows? Who knows? But
and there wasn't any ADS or WMI that round. There was nothing to stop that going. They had free reign of where they wanted to place those smokes, and they must have practiced that execute a dozen times in Scrims 10-star, but you can't always account for someone vaulting that hole and spraying into smoke and getting that pick. Unfortunate that no one was watching that first attempt from Vito, but you know, that's the experience that player shows. You know, if he doesn't have the opportunity to get on his yokai and make something happen, deny the plant that way, he does have a gun. He can get his hands dirty, and he was the difference maker in that round. You got to be honest. It was a very chaotic end, but if he doesn't snatch that kill with 15 seconds left, then that is a 10-star round.
Yeah, absolutely. But as it is now, it is 6-4. Viperio are on match points, and Well, they're going to try and see if they can secure this one without letting it go to overtime. TENSTAR desperately need to get these next 2 rounds if they want to get any points from today's Playday, as this has been a very back and forth game, but Viperio just getting the edge in a couple of these rounds.
This could be a round that TENSTAR get, considering that they've just managed to find the opening frag, and also considering that this was the site that they successfully executed onto last time in a 5 versus 5. Now it's a 5 versus 4. And, you know, maybe they don't get lucky with a nade kill onto the Maestro again. Noodle's probably keeping his distance this time. Maybe he thinks about just leaving the Selma to do its work and fighting through the breach this time around, or maybe denying the full breach, but they don't even have the chance to get to that point, it would seem, as Azza finds Curly roaming just outside the site. 5 versus 3 now. A lot of work falls on the shoulders of these anchors and Grubby, who is, at the moment, falling back to site, it would seem. They want to front up this attack, just meet them all head on and play off of each other, it would seem.
Yeah, Grubby really doesn't have the HP to go for any isolated plays at the moment, as Azza is taking control of Square. Did get tagged up a little bit as he was pushing down the stairs. The holes opened in the top of that quad wall does allow for a little bit of pushback from the defenders, as it is. With 45 seconds to go, TENSTAR getting themselves nicely set up. Rollo wanting to go for that Selma charge, as Noodle is going to be playing up close. Looks like he does want to go for the impact trick as the nade's coming on over, and he tries, but it doesn't pan out. Instead, he wants to go for the swing, and he's good for 1, but Jegs is right there with the trade and the follow-up. It is now just Astro. 1 versus 4 here. 25 seconds to go. The red pings are coming on through, but the plan isn't going to even be needed, as Jegs just cleans up with a triple kill to end the round.
So we're going to see all 12 here, Dino, and you've got to hand it to Jegs there. I mean, yeah, at least this could go to overtime, and I wouldn't put it past these two teams right now to take us to our first overtime of the season. Like we said, this has been a bare-knuckle brawl from start to where we are now, and it will be to the finish. Tactical timeout, it would seem, coming from Viperio 86, as they know that this is their last chance to secure all 3 points for the Playday. Definitely the time to be doing it. Savage and Jegs so far, they've been on an absolute tear. 12 and 4, the pair of them. 24 kills between the two. What's going to stop them at this point? They are really tearing things up.
And they had, you know, a fair few kills each before the rehosts. Because remember, we've had 2 rehosts this game.
Yeah, so the 86 stats are probably looking a bit worse than they actually are, because that was an early rehost and they won the first 2 rounds. So that is the asterisk above all of that. I want to hazard a guess that Grubby is probably doing really well too, because he had 4 kills very, very early on, I think.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Slap a +4
onto Grubby's
scoreline at this point, and you'll be about there. But TENSTAR just need this round, and they've secured themselves a point for today. And as we all know, Jerry, points mean prizes.
That they do, as is tradition. I look at this though, and I think, you know, ever since that round, Viperio 86 winning the basement defense, getting onto 6 rounds, I feel as though TENSTAR will look at this and they'll think, you know, we could have got a win out of this game. Not that there's no disrespect to Viperio 86. I think both teams will have been looking at this game and thinking, we can take all 3 points, we are good enough. But that's just how good these teams both are. That's why we're at 6-5 right now. That's why we're on the precipice of our first overtime. Potentially, if TENSTAR can succeed on this CEO attack. Last time of asking, they were caught with their pants down outside on this balcony, and they won't want to let that happen again. What was that? What did I miss?
Oh no, Curly! They put 2 ADSs down underneath that window, and then Curly comes on over with the revolver to open up a foothole. Both of them gone.
There's a magnet.
Oh my.
That's it. Now Vito's playing a much harder position.
Vito could have punched it out without destroying the ADSs himself instead of getting on cams for the first 2 seconds, but not going to be the case, and he's going to hit the deck straight away, trying to go for a cheeky little peek. They're going to be ready for it this time around, as Jegs wanting to get a bit of revenge from the first time This was attacked. Not going to be able to secure the kill. In fact, it is going to be Savage securing the kill. As the one Wamai disc that was thrown in as well is going to get that first salvo, but it's not going to stop them from opening up this wall from here on out.
C4 sent out.
Oh, there's a
Won't
second
net anything though. Yep, more Selms to come as they're opening up quite some sight lines, and my guess is that they want to get one into that meeting wall, though that would probably be quite risky. Never mind, you've got plenty of power positions as a defender to shoot that out. That would be a waste of a Selma. More likely, these are going to be invested around that square stairs push, try and open up angles onto the site directly. Rolo currently on the rappel outside with Leader sitting behind these Osa shields. They missed from the previous execute. Osa taken down early. How much of a difference will this make? It certainly turns that angle into a more attacker-favoured one. They can hold it rather than the defenders who usually will do that.
Oh.
A couple of explosions coming through. Were those impacts or?
Yeah, I think
they destroyed the shield.
Yeah, I think they're being thrown through that breach that had already been opened, but Curly taking down Rolo. That's the thermite gun. They're not going to be able to open up that extra wall over on the north side. They're only going to have really the already open doors and avenues into the site, as they don't have any hard construction left.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Ooh, Curly with this MP5K. He's done a lot of work on this site, and he's got yet another angle to work with. All the legs might possibly be exposed. He sees the gun barrel crossing. Savage, oh, so lucky to escape with just a sliver of health. Leader getting into position, crossing to try and get in an angle. Cutting across the site, still a 4 versus 4. Azza is on his own little duel down here. Oh, the reaction time is not quite there. Does finally find Noodle, but Curly with his second kill of the round onto Jegs. Leader getting a diffuser down. Astro takes out Savage, and now it's a 1 versus 3. Leader has to come off it. Astro grabs 2 kills at the death to secure the win in regulation for Viperio 86. TENSTAR tumble, and that is 86 claiming their win over TENSTAR. A huge showing from this side. All 3 points go to them.
That was a jump out at the end as well. There was one player rotating through lobby. Astro had to get both of those kills, both of those players, and he did perfectly. Without that, the plant probably would have gone down successfully, and the post-plant situation definitely would have favored TENSTAR. So Astro coming in absolutely massive there for his team, as Viperio, some good showing, great rounds from them, some very strong attacks, and TENSTAR, they're going to be looking at this one and they're going to be kicking themselves a lot, as there were several rounds that they gave up for no reason. Yes, there were of course the connection issues with Leader and the team kill rounds. That's 2 rounds right there that otherwise would have potentially been theirs, but then also these downstairs defenses, or these downstairs attacks, even attacks and defenses really from TENSTAR, both just missing that final little bit to push them over the edge.
Yeah, every single time it seemed like on that basement they just fell on the wrong side of the scoreboard, and that can be one of many differences between these two sides. But the key one, of course, at the end of the day, I will say it again, is that 3 points on the board. TENSTAR taking their first L of the season as well, and what a showing, what a game. I mean, it delivered. That was the match of the day, as Demo called it, and I think it lived up to its billing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Viperio came in, put any sort of fears or concerns that you really had about them from yesterday's game to rest. They definitely shored up a lot of what they had gotten wrong on their defenses yesterday, and TENSTAR, yeah, they just didn't have things go their way in some of these rounds, some of the external issues, but also smaller mistakes that they made, and Viperio just exploited them perfectly. And yeah, like you say, they're going to walk away with those 3 points and be very happy about it.
Yeah, they certainly will, and that's another chapter in the long storybook that is the battle between these two sides. But there's more to tell, as Demo, Grace, and Snur Thomas will be on desk to take that apart and bring us a bit of an interview as well with our victorious.
Thank you very much, gents. Well, what a game. I thought we were headed to the first overtime of the season, but we didn't get there. Thomas, 86, honestly, I think they were probably the more scrappier team out of the two. I think TENSTAR had some really clean rounds, but it doesn't always come down to who can play, the cleanest siege. If you get those round wins, that's all that matters.
And winning those gunfights as well is also what matters. Like, we saw some really good potential there from TENSTAR as well, but again, like we alluded to before the matchup, like, sure, you might have read into the opposition, you might read into their strategies and stuff, but it's about stepping up on the server as well, and this time it's just like, it's just one round away from overtime, so it's not like it's a massive upset, of course, for TENSTAR to suffer that defeat, but they will be kicking themselves, like Jerry and Dino talked about earlier, about some of these rounds that they missed out on, and it's nice to see more of the players stepping up to the plate, but would be hoping, of course, for the first overtime of the season, but at least it makes the table very easy to look at with like 6, 3, and 0s all over the board.
Yeah, Grace, this is a matchup that we kind of pitched as could determine. Who knows? This could come down to a 3-point race between both these teams for a chance at a Challenger League spot. Who knows how important this win could be for Viperio 86 against a big rival.
I think that's it. And again, I think I was actually quite surprised that it didn't quite make it to overtime. Of course, I think there are a few technical issues on the side of TENSTAR as well, which I feel really bad for them that happened. But again, as you said before, 86 were just super scrappy with it. TENSTAR were going for these really nice setups. We saw loads of patience, especially when they were trying to take basement. Just, they had the 0 outside the open area waiting for a very, very long time while they cleared the top. And then not actually, even though they did spot out the defender around the open area, just waiting patiently. Again, TENSTAR just playing everything so fluidly, but it did just come down to those gunfights. It came down to those mechanical skill, and 86 just a little bit more had the edge there.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas, overall for Viperio 86, this kind of catapults them into a nice position now. That's one of their, obviously, tougher opponents out of the way with. But obviously, still, both those sides, they have to play the likes of NAVI and Heroic still, which, are always going to cause you issues. But this is where I think Viperio could just start building up momentum.
Absolutely so, and they've had 2 relatively tough fights in the first 2 matchups as well. Now they're up right alongside Victus and Heroic, of course, and it will also be interesting to see how Victus are going to be doing in these next couple of play days and see if we're actually going to get an established like top 4, or if we're going to see some of these teams from around the mid-table are going to start exchanging points and perhaps, trade places on the table. But this is absolutely the momentum that you want for Viperio, and, you could look back and say, like, sure, we had a little bit of scrappy half on our first bank match, but we proved why you shouldn't take us back to bank, even if you have, big brains kangaroos on your side doing the analysis for your team. You would not count on taking Viperio to bank again unless you're exceedingly well prepared.
And obviously we highlight the coaches' grace on Viperio or on TENSTAR, but we maybe don't look as much into the 86 coaching lineup. You think of PX in the background, obviously it's going to be a big risk going back to the same map that you already played. That showcases that, we played this yesterday, that means they've got something on us. They know how we play this, but you can see that they've changed something. Their defense was a lot better than what it was yesterday.
It was, again, it's just a case of knowing when to be aggressive and when to pull back, for example, really working around the yokai utility instead of trying to chase down those gunfights. It's little things like that and little tweaks like that that really make the difference when you are going, again, the same map pretty much the day after you've just kind of had a bit of a faffy one with it. So, again, I think that's really impressive that they've kind of managed to gain that momentum shift and pull it back into something that is a dub for them.
Well, the interview is ready, and we'll see what PX has to say, and maybe we can pick his brain a bit. PX, congratulations, that's 2 for 2 this week. A great start for Viperio 86.
Yeah, thank you very much, Demo. Really happy with the results.
2 banks as well. Reasoning for going back to bank. We kind of mentioned, I think, yesterday that, the first half was great yesterday, but then the second half, whenever you guys got over towards the defense, there was a couple of issues. Ying was being brought out yesterday, and that caused you issues. But today, it looked a lot better. What did you change up? Was there something that you seen that was a glaring issue yesterday, and you've kind of rectified those mistakes?
I mean, as I said yesterday during the interview, I think we were dominant in the first half, as I said. We just lost steam along the way. So yeah, we were confident in going back to bank because it's just a good map, for us. I don't think we needed to change anything, like particularly. Coalesce were a little bit disruptive because they used a lot of utility, but still, it was not the end of the world. And yeah, we were confident in taking TENSTAR today on bank again, even if they had potential analysis.
Yeah, and I think the fellas today for 86, they showed great character. I think there was a lot of rounds where you guys just got dug in. I wouldn't say that there was moments where you guys were in good position. I think there was a few times where you were actually in some bad positions, but you managed just to fight through it. You know, that I think that shows the character of the team.
Yeah, we definitely showed resilience today, I think. Yesterday as well, when we've been able to shake ourselves up and just pick it up when we were starting to lose, and finally close it. I think these two officials were really good. We showed resilience, and that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Considering that it was the team's it was good considering that it was the team's first officials together.
Yeah, it's good to get things started off on the right foot. Anything you want to say, PX, to the supporters out there?
Oh, just the usual. Thank you very much for supporting us, and yeah, we'll keep on doing what we do best.
Thanks very much, PX. We'll see if we'll be speaking to you again next week, or maybe not. Who knows what could change, but obviously you guys are in a good position right now. I'll let you go, so good night, PX.
Good night, Demo. Thank you very much.
Well, he's happy with that. It's a big win. Big win, Thomas.
Yeah, and I think it's really important what he says as well. Like, sure, you could focus a lot on like them losing rounds, but it's also important what he says about showing resilience there, that showing that even though you do fall behind some rounds, that you are able to get the team back together and go on and get those 3 points, like you said before, and Jack said it as well. There are no style points in Siege. As long as you keep churning out those 3-pointers, I mean, that's the best that you can hope for as a coach. And I think PX will be, I think, also seeing the response from his team compared today like to yesterday. So if I was PX, I would have been really proud of my team as well. So looking good for V86.
Let's bring up the graphic for the end of the day. We'll see how all the results tallied out. And Grace, it was again another day without any overtimes. That's still something that went amiss.
Yeah, and again, it's still surprising. I thought maybe the MNM Coalesce one, or at least Viperio 86 versus TENSTAR, and again, the Viperio 86 one versus TENSTAR. It did really come close to it, where it was like, "Ooh, will they? Won't they?" The one that surprised me that it didn't go to overtime was the MNM Academy versus Coalesce, just based on how Coalesce played yesterday, to be honest. And again, how MNM really played yesterday. I think it was a bit of a wonky one for them yesterday, and they really came up on top today, which was really pleasant to see. Again, the rest of them probably low-key expected, especially, again, Victus versus Riddle, Navi versus RCTIC. I think we all knew it was going to pretty much end up the way it did.
Oscar, MVP for the week, Thomas, and I had a great game against Riddle. Opening kills, 5 opening kills and 1 death. Cost of 90%, being involved in almost every round.
I would be. I think it's either 4 or 5 out of those opening kills must be nade kills, or at least close to it. I'm not saying that all his nade kills were opening kills, but yeah, I mean that was very impressive. If anything, like, he deserves the MVP for just landing like pretty much 90% of his nades that game. It was insane. Like, again, all credit to Victus and Oscar for being able to see those weaknesses inside of the Riddle team, and it was because of the performance of Oscar that made Riddle look like they were just in a completely different league. But I do want to point out that I did expect, or not expect, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we would seen Ambush Heroic actually go to overtime, because there were some rounds that were relatively close, and it was closer matchup than many people would have anticipated. Yes, I know that Heroic is here to sort of like work on the chemistry and synergy and perhaps communications, and then essentially just win the whole thing. But if Ambush is able to get like a point or two just from teams such as Heroic, just to be able to not lose control or contact with the top 4 of the table, that's a win in the books of Ambush, and I do look forward to seeing more from that team, and of course the other teams going forward, and especially hopefully a bounce back from Coalesce.
Let's have a look and see our standings then, and how things have kind of shaped up. Of course, it is still early, but it does start to paint a bit of a picture. The top 3 teams, Victus, Heroic, and Viperio 86, all without a loss, all taking those wins in towards the middle of the pack. We have MNM with 1 win, TENSTAR with 1, NAVI with 1, and Ambush 1, and still yet to get off the plate. It is RCTIC, Riddle, and Coalesce. Thomas, the Nordic side, there's a bottom 4 Nordic there. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah, but there's also a Nordic team in the second place. I'm okay with that. No, that's not good. No, but I am obviously a bit concerned, but seeing RCTIC, for instance, having had 2 really tough opening games, again, I'm not going to try and make too many excuses for RCTIC because they did look like the far weaker team in the matchups that they were in. But I do hope that once, like Finnish teams, traditionally speaking, in Nordic Championship, have usually been better throughout the season when they've got their footing a little bit. And we have to remember that 2 of these teams are actually tier 3. This is their tier 3 debut, RIDDLE and RCTIC. I don't think RIDDLE is going to have the same growth that I expect from RCTIC throughout the season, because I do expect RCTIC to be a bit more composed as a team as opposed to RIDDLE. I could be wrong, but I would be surprised if we're going to see RCTIC like with 0 points or whatever at the end of the season. But considering the matchups we've had, I'm actually pleased that Ambush got 3 points and disappointed that Coalesce doesn't have at least 3 points.
Grace, you look at the standings, you look at the top 3 teams, you have Heroic, which I think was a bit of a given in most circumstances, but you've got Victus, who have looked such a strong team, probably the strongest team, I think, so far, but then again, we know they have much tougher battles, you know, who they've played isn't a real test of their skill, so they still have their fights coming up.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I think they need a matchup that's going to make them actually put a little bit of sweat and work into it. Again, no offense to the Nordics team, Snarl.
I mean, I do think YZN stretched his shoulder jumping out of those windows all the time. So he probably did sweat then. But other than that, I see that point.
Yeah, I think again, just for their own sakes, actually being able, I think Victus versus Heroic is going to be a nice one. Of course, Victus versus NAVI and Victus versus Viperio. That's going to be an interesting one. And again, Victus versus TENSTAR. I just sound like I'm saying all of the UK teams together, basically. But again, coming across maybe horrible bias, but it's not. It's just the fact that they are a very, very high standard. There's a reason why, there was just such an incredible time of the last UK2 run where you were really like, okay, who is actually going to end up on top? We had Rumble running alongside it, and it really was this battle between Victus, who were then LFO, versus TENSTAR. Like, who is that better team? And they did some phenomenal things. Again, even the Victus roster beating out Delta Project as an example, and things like that, and forcing Fabian into retirement. But it's the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding's looking good.
I would actually argue that the Nordic Championship rule set actually forced Fabian into retirement because he and Kante weren't able to participate in the Nordic Championship. But whatever. So our rule sets actually counter your teams. But but in all honesty, though, like, this is why I enjoy the merger between the Nordic Championship and the UK, because I do want teams such as Ambush and RCTIC and players that we see in teams like RIDDLE and Coalesce to get that necessary experience, to get that necessary matching, and that's why it's good. Like, I could see why UK would be a bit like perhaps dismayed if it was only one CL spot up for grabs, but since it's 2, I think this is sort of like a win-win, because regardless of what happens, we're going to get the 2 best teams from 2 relatively strong, that goes for our Nordic, and from a really strong region in the UK. And I think with time, if this is now allowed to just keep rolling for a couple of years, couple of seasons, I think we will see the benefits coming through to the Nordic as well long term, even if it does mean that we might only have like 1 or 2 Nordic teams in a season or 2.
So that's going to be done and dusted for Playday number 2. It was a great day of action, but we still have our post-show to go. We still have the debrief to do, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for that.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. And the first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders, but limited hand movement. So I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA, that's 2 button modes, and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after I'd been to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then we got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect, and I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothaw just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blood just decimates.
Grizz steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills, all E1 DCs.
What?
Welcome back, everyone, and we are ready to jump into our debrief now, and everyone's here on the screen, but we also do have one more guest we need to bring in. We have our special guest for this evening. We have Hubba coming in from Coalesce. He's going to be the analyst. Hubba, a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you guys for having me.
I can't
it's
hear
also
him.
a pleasure to meet you guys.
There we go. I got him now. I got you now. We're all good.
Perfect. Thank you guys for having me. It's a real pleasure.
Perfect. So, if you don't know what the debrief is, you don't know about the post show, this is a chance for us to wind down after today's fun, and we can try and just chill out and have a bit of a chat about really what's happened and maybe what we have to look forward to moving into the later weeks. Thomas, I'll come to you first. We have to go to the Nordic teams first of all.
Really? Why? Yeah, I was going to say, like, I know where you're going with this, and I don't really know if I want to follow this narrative, but luckily we've got someone else. Someone else is here to take the heat with me, because I'm not playing. I mean, Huba isn't playing either. Like, how do you say your name, by the way? Sorry, I'm gonna...
Is
it Huba or Hubba? Huba, okay, good, okay. Right, so I'm gonna divert the shade from demo, and I'm gonna ask a question, I guess, to Huba. Like, coming into this, and you have 0 points after 2 matches, like, how do you guys feel? Like, what's the emotions running through the team now? Like, are you disappointed? Like, is it something that you feel like you've done wrong, or are you just being outplayed?
Basically, we went in today that we gonna get 3 points. We were pretty sure, because we obviously watched the matches yesterday, every match. And we were, after the game, like after we nearly made a comeback, we lost to the Ecodrone. We are pretty sure we're gonna get at least 1 point, if not even 3. But yeah, I don't know. Didn't work that fast, I guess.
That's fine. I'm here to take all the heat for the Nordic region until Ubidos gets his butt over here. So it's all good. I can stand the Nordic flag. It's all good. It's all good.
I'm with you though. To be fair, like Heroic today, they counted as a Nordic team. I would
Nordic
accept that the one-off, right? You've got Shate in the roster. It makes it.
No,
It
they
makes
qualified
it.
through Yukon. They
Real.
qualified through Yukon. They're a Yukon team, not Nordic.
Jerry, you're off the Christmas card list now.
I mean, how many international teams were there in national leagues last year before we got the 3-5 rule? Honestly, like you can't use that argument.
What, from EUL last season?
Well, like not just from EUL, but like like for instance, the representative from the Nordic region was a Czechoslovakian squad.
There
Is that a
there
Norwegian
isn't really
team?
any other national program, and like NAL don't have anything like that. LATAM.
Why are you bringing in
It's-
NAL?
The nationals is really prevalent in EU. I mean, if you look at the amount of teams that did play last year, you had BDS playing in French League. You had the Russian side were playing. You had G2 in GSA. Rogue was in GSA. Secret was in GSA. Coalesce. We had NAVI.
You chose
Kevin
the
M.
wrong person to get
Like,
another
I feel
fight
like
with.
we've touched
No, because it's not
Denmark
my
has
fault that he
every roster for the
completely
last
dropped the
5
ball
years
on my
memorized.
argument. No, but no, like I said international. I didn't say tier 1 level. I said international. Like the team representing the Nordic region was a full Czechoslovakian roster. Was that a Norwegian team because the organization was like Norwegian? Like
So
you can't say to me that Heroic isn't like this is the thing about demo. He will say that Heroic is as a Danish org. No, that doesn't count. But then he will flip around and say, oh, but they came through the Yukon, so that's important. That's what makes
Navi's a
it
Ukrainian org. Would you
No,
call
no, no.
Navi a Ukrainian team?
I'm not the one who's going back on his own arguments, Mr.
I'm not
Demo.
going back. You're trying to.
No. You said going through the Yukon.
You said that the best team to come out of Nordics last year was made
Yeah.
up of Czechoslovakian players.
Yeah, I'll stand by that.
Where is Czechoslovakia in the Nordic region?
I haven't said they were from the Nordic. I said they
So
came
the
through the
best
Nordic
team to
season.
come out of Nordics
Yeah,
isn't
100%.
anyone from the Nordic region.
No, 100%. Last season it wasn't. Riddle was by far the better team. Ambush ended second, and I stand by that. And I stood by them as the Nordic representative, even though because I said they represented the Nordic League, not the and the region.
Just making
I feel
sure
like
we're all on the same page here.
Yeah,
the best
yeah.
Nordic team isn't Nordic.
Well, last season, no. This season, yeah.
We just need Mr. Officer in here, right? He would set it straight. I'm honestly with you, Thomas.
Murat's played in Yukon, so we'll
Where-
take
where-
British
where-
that
Wait,
logic.
okay,
I
hang
know
on,
Thomas
hang on.
tried to go for. You literally tried to say, oh, Sloth played in Nordic League. He's Nordic. We can say something about Murat. Like you can't. Like Thomas, you go back in yourself so much.
No, but the thing is, sometimes I'm not really that serious, like saying Sloth is Nordic because he played in Nordic. Do you really think that I think that some guy from
Yes.
fucking
Yes, I do.
Hobbitshire
I do.
playing in a Nordic region is from the Nordic? No.
excuse me?
No. Yeah. Come on. I love Sloth, you know that. Yeah. Everything's fucking Hobbitshire in the UK. Fucking
Hobbitshire?
Gloucestershire, Hobbitshire, fucking... Oh, sorry, I dropped the F-bomb there. There we go.
I'm
I'm
going to go back to Hubert. Hubert, obviously the Nordic region, we're
Do
going to have
that,
a discussion
please.
about them. They're not doing as strong at the moment. Excluding your own team, talk to me about the other side. What do you see? Maybe what's going on with RCTIC? What do you see that's an issue there? What about RIDDLE? What do you see from the other Nordic teams that you think they could fix that?
Actually, I was watching yesterday the RCTIC. I think they played against the TENSTAR, and
they played against Victus.
Victus. Okay, yeah. I was actually surprised by. Wait, I think I say the wrong team. Did I say RIDDLE?
No, you said
RCTIC. RCTIC versus
yeah,
Victus.
RCTIC.
you were
Yeah,
talking
I
about.
meant RIDDLE versus TENSTAR. I think
Yeah,
that was the other game. Yeah. So I was actually surprised, and me and also the boys were actually surprised by RIDDLE, because if you know the roster, they were playing as how are they playing? They were playing under a different name before they were picked up again and from RIDDLE, and we would have played them in the closed qualifier of Nordic. And from then we were kind of expecting that they weren't that good. Like, we already had some analysis on them that time, and we were expecting kind of a 7-2 win there. Like at that time, that was still back in Nordic was. And actually they really surprised us how good they were fragging yesterday. or like now 2 days before, like Playday 1. So
Did,
yeah,
did you see today's match?
I did see today's match, but yeah.
To be fair, right?
Yeah.
Like today,
Yeah.
they've taken 3 rounds, which it's not a ton, off of TENSTAR and Victus. Like are two kind of like glory teams for the UKIN scene, if you want to call them that. Like they're the ones that we're sort of hyping up as like they could get the CL spots. And for a team like honestly, RIDDLE coming into this league, I was thinking, brutally, they may be in the bottom 2 teams. But to actually come up, there were a couple of really nice clutches, some really scrappy rounds. They've shown that they have like some promise. This early in the season against 2 really good UK sides, they could improve. Like I'm just going to be that person and say like there's obviously room for improvement. And I think they have the potential.
I certainly hope so after today's performance, because that was a bit of a.
It was crazy. To be fair, some of the rounds they got were just like, how did they get those? That's completely criminal.
I played in a Norwegian land final against Kettle, and I just got absolutely, pummeled. I know the guy can shoot and everything. It's just like my biggest concern is just that we're seeing more of the same sort of RIDDLE roster we've seen in the past. Like, yeah, okay, this RIDDLE roster can at least shoot back, but it's just I really want someone experienced in that team to sort of like lead them or at least hold them by the ears. And Kevin, as the IGL, he has a heck of a job to do to hold that roster together. But of course, like I also said before, like yesterday, they are like 100% a mental team. If they're doing well, they're on the top of the world. But if they're not having a good day, like they're like fall flat. 100%.
Dana, I want to come to you for this question about, obviously we're kind of seeing Victus at the top, and you can definitely argue they've had quite, easy matchups, considering who they still have to play. Like this, even though like Victus know they have a challenge ahead of them, surely just being up there at the top and getting wins, it must just give them a bit of confidence, and they themselves will give them a bit of belief. Why can't we go out and beat the likes of NAVI and Heroic?
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have the wind under their sails. They've got the confidence. They've got the momentum. It's, their spot to lose at this point. I know it's early days, but they've got to lose the top spot. They don't have to fight for it. And when you've got that lead, sometimes some teams, they need that lead and they're just comfy for the rest of the season. Other teams, they can't hold it and they need to fight from behind. And I definitely think that Victus, they've done enough fighting from behind. They're going to be pretty happy just having that spot, theirs for the time being, and they just need to maintain and stay on par with everyone else. Yeah,
I think it's worth saying as
but
well.
Yes, sorry, go on, Andrew.
No, you go.
No. I take too much place and time. Go on.
I was going to say, like, just looking at the way that Victus's like fixtures pan out, they face those 2 big guns, NAVI and Heroic, at the end of the sort of the split, if you want to call it that. It's double round robin, so they're playing them Playday 8, Playday 9, and then again at the very end of the season, so 17 and 18. It's kind of going to be building up to that for them, and yeah, whatever points they can get on the board before that happens is absolutely like crucial.
I'm just looking at some of the matches as well, just for you, Huber. You've got some difficult matches coming up. I'm seeing an ambush next up, which I think can definitely be a winnable one. We're going to have you guys in Nordic region going up against each other. But then I'm seeing a Heroic, and then I see a TENSTAR, and I see a Victus, and then a NAVI. These are going to be difficult games for you guys in Coalesce. Obviously you as an analyst, you probably look at those fixtures and think, we've got some work to do.
Well, if you watch today's game, I mean, everyone watched it. It's not how we usually play. I think we just lost it mentally. Basically, we had a good timeout. We did a good reset. We also, I think, won after that round. So it was a 2-4 split on attack with Maverick and Tetcherban. So that was for us fine. We're still fine with it. But then we kind of lost it in defense. And then, I mean, on the first Playday, we also lost it kind of on defense, 1-5 split against T86, where we threw a 2v4, and I think we threw again a 2v4. So basically, it's small mistakes that's leading us to mental loss, and which then goes into match loss. So I mean, we're gonna fix that the next couple of days. Don't know if we're gonna fix that for the next play days, or like the against Ambush and Heroic. Against Ambush, we have kind of connections because we have also similar faces. Nick was in our kind of previous team back at KVM, so we are going up against similar faces, so we already know them a little bit. So Heroic gonna be a tough one, but we gonna go in as fun because
Yeah, of course.
It
I
is
mean,
what it is.
secretly, he gave your side quite a bit of praise. He was saying that he's looking forward to seeing the talent that you guys have. I think he said that Noah was certainly someone to watch out for. You know, what about Noah? You know, what's he been able to do?
So Noah is an extremely talented fragger. Like, I never met anyone that's so communicative and so humble. Honestly, I think this team together, we just have to find the perfect balance for it at the moment, because we are having some troubles in communication. Some people are too quiet, some people are too loud. And I think Noah is very good at the moment, so people should definitely look out for him. He's pretty good. Sometimes he loses his mind, but yeah, that's just...
Don't we all?
Well, it's a Swede. It comes with the territory.
Yeah, we all lose our minds at some point.
I was going to ask as well, actually, the next match you have next week, Coalesce, against Ambush, I think that represents our first Nordic clash, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
In the whole league. Are you excited by that? You probably know this Ambush roster to some degree. I mean, they've stuck together for so long. Almost everyone's played them in the EU at some point now. Does that excite you? Like, sort of trying to get one up over on, like, I guess the team is quite sort of spread, the Coalesce team, in terms of nationality, but technically another kind of Nordic team. Is that exciting to you?
That's very exciting. I mean, we are playing against Nick, which was our player as well, sometimes back, and we were fine with Nick. Just we had some internal problems. He didn't really fit the team at some point, so we had to part ways. And now it's actually fun to see him in the same league, and we're gonna play against each other. So it's kind of funny and also exciting. Gonna be a fun match.
Building
for sure.
building the storylines here. Take note.
Yeah.
But I do want to question, like, with Ambush though, because seeing the way that they play on different maps, different roles, like, did you ever put Nick, for instance, on Thermite and make him go and do like 2 plants? Like, and that's what I mean. Like, I get the confidence there, like knowing Nick, but the thing is, like, Ambush is just such a different beast in the way that they sort of mold their players around their team, not the other way around. And having Nick, of course, in a full Finnish roster as opposed to an international roster. I mean, does that worry you that he can be a completely different beast on this Ambush roster than he was with you guys?
We definitely know what Nick is capable of. We also I mean, Kane is watching his stream a lot. I also watch him sometimes. I find some time next to analyzing, but we know him pretty good because he was playing another role when he was with us. So we know what he's capable of. We also know what Ambush is capable of. So we definitely not going to underestimate them as we did with MNM Academy. We saw what happened today, so we're gonna.
I vouched for you guys, and you just let me down. Like, oh man.
I predicted you today as well. Actually, it was a tough one to make.
Boldies were supporting you. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I predicted us as well, so...
Well, I would hope so.
I was going to say, it's like, I'm the team analyst, I'm going to be voting for the other team.
So,
sounds like a demo move.
I know we're starting to get a little bit late. Does anyone have any final points anything they want to talk about, or is everyone just too tired?
I
it's not so much
I didn't
Chris.
Go on, Grace.
I swear to God, can I? Hello.
No.
I feel like it's more of a point than an actual question, but I just think going into this, I didn't really know what to think of a lot of the Nordic teams. Obviously, Ambush, we saw them kind of have a bit of a faff around in Rumble, but I just want to say that I have been really impressed with what you guys have brought to the table. So I think I'm really excited to continue watching you throughout the season.
So wholesome.
And that comes from the most biased UK caster as well.
Yeah.
So there you have it. That is no, I said that because I've been sharing the backstage with her for like a day, and I already know like she's gonna we're gonna have a couple.
So I
of
think the joke, Jerry, you know what I was saying.
Yeah.
I think
sorry.
he's lost it. He's lost
You're
it.
saying
if
that
he thinks
you're
Grace is
biased.
biased, God, he doesn't know. What I am.
Oh yeah,
Thomas
sorry,
wants
go
to
on.
fight me at all times.
Yeah.
That's what this is. We're gonna have some kind of Viking showdown by the end of the season, probably. It's gonna
And
be
she's gonna win. I mean, she has a sword and an axe and a helmet, and I have like a plastic helmet because I try to play around with it. I was gonna say, but it's just I've seen her karaoke and her Viking screams. I'm not gonna go in a fight.
You should not be saying this because Chambers could be watching and he could make you do this in the next post show. Whenever he gets back from holiday.
Did Ollie tell you what I did for his birthday in the first like day in Nordics when I showed up with the Viking helmet? And
surprisingly, your birthday didn't come up in our conversation. Honestly,
not my birthday, his birthday.
Again, didn't really come up in the conversation.
Exactly, because we traumatize him that much. No, but I mean, I like Ian. Throw it at me. It's all good. Like I'm not here for the next Playday anyway. So like, if Ian comes in or whatever, like you know.
That.
Well, not you. I'm saying me. Like whatever. Throw me out. I don't care.
Right. So
my
that's
predictions
gonna
are
be
also
us
have to contribute.
done before Thomas starts planning outfits for everyone. That's going to be us and dusted. I hope everyone enjoyed the first week of the Northern Premier League. It was great stuff all around. All the teams have definitely given us something to talk about, and we'll see how that can develop into next week. We'll be back again on Tuesday, 5 p.m. UK time, 6 p.m. If you're in Europe. Please come back and tune in, and we'll be ready to go again with a whole new set of action. Until then. He sees one look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki, what a play! That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG. Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Hang on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He's got a huge swing. Picks up two.
Surprising that Neo didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ride has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rock is going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.